Hey there, if you're lying awake tonight, your mind restless with worries, maybe work stress, family concerns, or just the weight of the day, I want you to know you're not alone. Sometimes, sleep feels just out of reach, and that's okay. Tonight, let me take you back in time to a quiet place where stories waited patiently behind closed doors. The story of the tavern doors that stayed closed. Let's begin this gentle journey together. Imagine a small village nestled in the rolling hills of a forgotten land, where cobblestone streets wind gently between timber-framed houses with thatched roofs. The air carries the scent of damp earth and wood smoke from chimneys, mingling with the soft chatter of villagers going about their daily lives. At the heart of this village stands a weathered tavern, once the lively gathering place filled with laughter, music, and the clinking of mugs. But tonight, the tavern doors remain firmly shut, heavy and unyielding against the chill autumn wind that rustles fallen leaves across the empty square. The lanterns inside burn low, casting flickering shadows through the thick glass windows, hinting at the quiet stillness within. Imagine the worn wooden tables, polished smooth by countless hands, now untouched and gathering dust. The air inside is thick with the faint aroma of aged ale and stale smoke, a silent witness to gatherings long past. Outside, the village feels unusually hushed, the usual bustle softened to whispers carried on the cool night breeze. The closed tavern seems like a heart paused, a place where stories once shared now linger only as echoes. The flicker of candlelight reveals the silhouettes of forgotten coats and hats, left by patrons who will not return tonight. Imagine the villagers, their faces marked by worry and fatigue, avoiding the square and the tavern's heavy doors. Rumors of hardship, of troubles beyond the village's borders, have kept many indoors, their minds clouded with concerns for loved ones and uncertain futures. The laughter and song that once filled the air have given way to silence and quiet prayers whispered beneath the breath. As you picture this scene, allow yourself to feel the weight of stillness and the bittersweet memory of warmth and connection. Let the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed unfold slowly in your mind, guiding you gently toward calm and rest. As night deepens over the village, the stillness around the tavern grows heavier, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation. Imagine the narrow lanes, slick with recent rain, winding past shuttered windows and closed doors, each home a quiet sanctuary from the worries that press in from the outside world. The faint glow of a single candle flickers behind drawn curtains, casting a warm but lonely light onto worn wooden shutters. The tavern's heavy doors, dark and scarred from years of use, stand as a solemn barrier between the outside world and the memories contained within. Behind those doors, the scent of aged wood and forgotten laughter lingers, mingling with the subtle tang of spilled ale and extinguished candles. Dust motes drift lazily in the sparse beams of moonlight that manage to pierce the small windows, settling over empty benches and cold hearthstones. Imagine the villagers, faces etched with worry, eyes shadowed by sleepless nights, moving silently through the streets, their steps hesitant, their thoughts tangled with fears of loss, illness, and uncertain days ahead. The usual lively conversations have been replaced by hushed whispers, words carefully chosen and weighed before spoken. The weight of absence hangs heavily, not just in the tavern, but across the village itself, as if the closed doors mirror the collective heart, shuttered against the storm outside. Outside the village, the woods loom dark and dense, their branches whispering secrets to the restless wind. The night carries a chill, weaving through the alleys and over the rooftops, reminding all who dwell here of the fragility of warmth and comfort. Yet within this fragile quiet, there is a strange kind of resilience, a silent promise that even in the deepest stillness, life waits patiently to be rekindled. As you breathe in this quiet world, let the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed unfold softly in your mind. Feel the mingling of loss and hope, silence and memory, guiding you gently toward calm and peaceful rest. As the night deepens, the village settles into a fragile quiet, where every sound is softened and every shadow seems to hold a story. Imagine the tavern's thick wooden doors standing resolute, guarding the memories within. Echoes of laughter, the murmur of whispered secrets, and the warmth of friendships forged over shared tales and hearty meals. Though the hearth now lies cold, traces of past fires linger in the soot-stained stones, a silent testament to countless evenings spent in comfort and camaraderie. Outside, the village square is bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, filtered through drifting clouds, casting gentle silvers and blues upon the cobblestones. A gentle breeze stirs fallen leaves, sending them skittering softly across the empty street, their rustling the only sound breaking the stillness. The scent of damp earth and wood smoke lingers faintly in the air, mingling with the crisp chill of autumn night, wrapping the village in a quiet embrace. Imagine the villagers tucked safely within their homes, some sitting silently by dim candlelight, others gazing out windows lost in thought. Faces carry the weight of days past and worries yet to come. The absence of laughter at the tavern, a poignant reminder of change and uncertainty. Yet amid the silence, there is an unspoken hope, a flicker of resilience that glimmers quietly in the hearts of those who remain. Beyond the village, the surrounding woods stand dark and mysterious, their dense canopy whispering softly in the night wind. The rustle of animals moving through underbrush, the distant hoot of an owl, and the faint murmur of a nearby stream compose a gentle nocturnal symphony, a soothing lullaby for those who listen closely. The natural world, ever patient and enduring, holds a steady rhythm that contrasts with the human fragility below. As you breathe deeply and let your imagination wander through this serene yet somber scene, allow the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed to cradle your thoughts. Feel the delicate balance of loss and hope, stillness and quiet strength, guiding you gently toward restful, peaceful sleep. As the night stretches on, the village's silence deepens, wrapping around the tavern and the surrounding homes like a thick, comforting blanket. Imagine the faint glow of stars shimmering through breaks in the cloudy sky, their soft light mingling with the flicker of distant lanterns hanging from crooked posts along the narrow streets. The air is cool and carries the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke, a reminder of the hearth fires burning quietly inside the homes. The tavern doors remain closed, their heavy oak surfaces scarred by time and weather, standing as silent guardians to memories now paused. Behind those doors, the air is thick with a mix of dust and lingering warmth from past gatherings. Faint echoes of voices, clinking mugs, and soft laughter that seem to hover like ghosts in the dim corners. The rough wooden beams overhead creak softly with the shifting of the old building, and the faint sound of dripping water from a leaking roof adds a rhythmic cadence to the stillness. Imagine the village elders, wrapped in heavy shawls, sitting by flickering candlelight in quiet rooms, their faces etched with years of stories and wisdom. Their eyes hold a mixture of sorrow and hope, reflecting on times when the tavern's doors swung wide open, welcoming friends and strangers alike into a world of shared warmth and connection. Now they speak softly of resilience, of waiting patiently for brighter days when laughter and song will return to the square. Outside, the wind picks up slightly, rustling through bare branches and swirling fallen leaves into gentle eddies that dance across the cobblestones. The night creatures stir. An owl calls softly from the forest edge, and the faint scurrying of small animals can be heard among the underbrush. Nature's quiet rhythm continues uninterrupted, a steady heartbeat beneath the village's fragile stillness. As you breathe deeply and let the image of this quiet village settle softly within your mind, allow the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed to unfold gently around you. Feel the intertwining of loss and endurance, silence and hope, guiding you slowly and peacefully toward restful sleep. As the night deepens further, the quiet village holds its breath beneath a sky veiled in soft clouds. The stars hidden, but their presence felt like distant, watchful eyes. Imagine the tavern standing solemn and still at the village's heart, its closed doors weathered and worn, guarding stories etched deep into its wooden frame, stories of joy and sorrow, friendship and loss, nights filled with music and days shadowed by silence. Around the tavern, the cobblestone square lies empty, bathed in the muted glow of lanterns that flicker hesitantly against the creeping mist. The chill night air is filled with the faint scent of pine from nearby woods, mingling with the lingering warmth of ember fires burning low within cozy homes. Gentle breezes carry whispered memories, rustling the fallen leaves scattered across the uneven stones and stirring the delicate dance of spiderwebs glistening with dew. Imagine the villagers tucked away in their houses, wrapped in thick blankets, their faces soft in the candlelight. Some gaze silently through frosted windows, watching the fog drift slowly through the streets like a quiet visitor. Others sit together in hushed conversation, voices low and steady, sharing hopes and fears, dreams and memories. The absence of the tavern's lively gathering weighs heavily, a void filled instead with the gentle pulse of anticipation for brighter days. Beyond the village, the surrounding forest looms dark and mysterious, its ancient trees whispering secrets to the night wind. Crickets trill softly in the undergrowth, and the occasional hoot of an owl punctuates the night's melody. The natural world pulses with life even as the village sleeps, a reminder of the enduring rhythm of the earth beneath human fragility. As you breathe in this serene and poignant scene, allow the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed to weave its gentle magic around you. Feel the mingling of quiet solitude and enduring hope, the soft embrace of stillness guiding you tenderly toward deep and peaceful sleep. As the village night deepens, a quiet stillness settles over the landscape, the air thick with the mingled scents of damp earth, wood smoke, and fading autumn leaves. Imagine the tavern standing silently at the heart of the village, its weather-beaten doors closed tight against the chill night air. The aged timbers creak softly in the breeze, echoing faintly like whispers of forgotten laughter and long-past conversations held beneath its worn roof. Outside, the narrow cobblestone streets wind through the village like veins of history, glistening faintly under the dim light of lanterns hanging from crooked iron posts. The soft rustle of leaves skitters across the stones, stirred by a gentle wind that carries distant sounds. The hoot of an owl from the edge of the forest, the faint barking of a dog echoing through the quiet night, and the occasional murmur of voices from homes where fires burn low and dreams begin. The tavern's heavy doors guard memories etched deep in its grain, nights of shared stories and song, faces lit by flickering candlelight, hands clasped in friendship or solace. The hearth once blazed warmly, filling the room with a comforting glow, now cold and dark, its ashes whispering tales of gatherings that are no more. Dust motes drift lazily in the shafts of moonlight that filter through the small windows, settling upon the wooden tables and worn benches where laughter once echoed. Imagine the villagers, their hearts heavy with worry and hope intertwined, retreating to the warmth of their homes as the night stretches long and quiet. Some sit alone by the window, gazing out at the closed tavern doors, their minds weaving memories and silent prayers for days when those doors might open again. Others share hushed conversations by dim candlelight, their words carrying the fragile promise of resilience and renewal. Beyond the village, the forest breathes softly in the moonlight, its dark silhouette etched against the night sky. The ancient trees sway gently, their leaves whispering secrets to the stars, while the forest floor is alive with the quiet stirrings of nocturnal creatures. This wild world stands as a reminder of the enduring cycles of life, growth, and rest, offering a silent comfort to those who listen. As you breathe deeply and let your imagination rest within this peaceful scene, allow the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed to settle gently in your heart. Feel the intertwining of stillness and hope, memory and anticipation, guiding you softly toward restful and restorative sleep. As the village night deepens, the quiet around the tavern grows into a thick, comforting blanket of stillness. Imagine the sky above, a muted canvas of deep blues and grays, where stars twinkle faintly through scattered clouds, their soft light barely reaching the earth below. The air carries a coolness that seeps into bones, mingling with the distant scent of wood smoke curling lazily from chimneys, and the faint earthy aroma of the forest just beyond the village edge. The tavern's doors, heavy and unyielding, hold fast against the silence, guarding the memories within like a precious treasure. Behind those doors, the worn wooden tables and benches stand empty, their surfaces marked by the passage of countless hands that once raised mugs in laughter and solidarity, now still and quiet in the dim light filtering through dust-covered windows. Imagine the village paths winding softly beneath twisted branches, where shadows lengthen and merge into the embracing dark. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft calls of nightbirds weave a delicate symphony that drifts through the streets, punctuated only by the occasional creak of a shutter or the distant howl of a lone wolf echoing from the forest. Inside the homes, families gather in quiet warmth, soft voices mingling with the crackle of hearth fires, the gentle clinking of cups, and the soothing rhythm of whispered prayers and lullabies. Faces glow softly in candlelight, their expressions a mix of weariness and hope, bearing the weight of days past, but holding on to the promise of dawn. Beyond the village, the forest stands dark and watchful, its ancient trees swaying gently in the night breeze. Moonlight filters through the canopy in pale beams, illuminating patches of moss and wildflowers that seem to shimmer in the stillness. The natural world pulses with life, even as the village sleeps, a reminder that beneath the quiet exterior, the earth's rhythms continue in endless, gentle cycles. As you breathe deeply and let your mind wander through the serene and somber landscape, allow the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed to enfold your thoughts. Feel the delicate dance of memory and silence, loss and resilience, guiding you gently toward a calm and restful sleep. As the village night deepens, the quiet that surrounds the tavern becomes a soft, all-encompassing stillness, a moment suspended between memory and hope. Imagine the faint glow of lanterns hanging from wooden posts lining the cobblestone streets, their flickering flames casting warm pools of amber light that ripple gently across the worn stones. The cool night air is heavy with the scent of damp earth, burning wood, and the subtle perfume of wild herbs growing along the edges of the village paths. The tavern's closed doors stand solemn and silent, their weathered oak surfaces marked by the passage of countless seasons. The iron hinges creak softly in the night breeze, as if whispering tales of gatherings long past. Inside, the air holds the faintest trace of smoke and spilled ale, memories lingering like gentle ghosts that refuse to fade. Outside, the village breathes quietly beneath a sky veiled with shifting clouds, the stars twinkling dimly through gaps in the mist. A gentle wind stirs the branches of gnarled trees, sending a shower of dry leaves swirling in delicate eddies that dance across the empty square. Somewhere in the distance, the soft cry of a night bird echoes, its mournful call weaving through the night like a thread connecting past and present. Imagine the villagers, wrapped in warm shawls and blankets, gathered quietly in their homes. Their faces, touched by the soft glow of candlelight, reflect the quiet resilience of a community bound by shared trials and whispered hopes. Conversations are low and gentle, voices weaving stories of days when the tavern doors would swing open wide, welcoming all who sought warmth, laughter, and connection. Beyond the village, the forest stands deep and mysterious, a shadowed realm where moonlight filters through ancient branches to touch the mossy earth below. The rustle of small creatures moving unseen blends with the distant rush of a stream, crafting a lullaby both ancient and soothing. Nature's quiet rhythms persist, a steady heartbeat beneath the village's fragile stillness. As you breathe slowly and let your thoughts settle in this tranquil world, allow the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed to wrap gently around your mind. Feel the intertwining of silence and strength, memory and quiet hope, guiding you softly toward peaceful, restorative sleep. As the night deepens further, the village and its quiet tavern become enveloped in a profound stillness that seems to transcend time itself. Imagine the soft murmur of a distant brook weaving through the trees beyond the village, its gentle babbling blending seamlessly with the whisper of wind brushing through bare branches. The scent of damp earth and fallen leaves lingers in the cool air, wrapping the landscape in an earthy embrace that feels both grounding and ethereal. The tavern's heavy doors, aged and weathered, guard the stories and spirits that once filled its walls. Imagine the rough-hewn beams overhead, now silent witnesses to laughter and song that have faded into memory. The hearth, long cold, still holds the faint imprint of warmth, a reminder of countless nights where the community gathered to share not just drink, but companionship and comfort. Outside, the village square lies bathed in moonlight, the pale glow filtering through drifting clouds to illuminate the cobblestones slick with recent rain. Fallen leaves swirl lazily in the gentle breeze, tracing slow, hypnotic patterns that echo the measured cadence of the night. The stars, hidden for much of the evening, peek shyly from behind clouds, their faint twinkle like distant beacons of hope. Imagine the villagers, many of whom remain awake, their thoughts drifting like the leaves outside, sometimes heavy with worry, sometimes light with fleeting memories of brighter days. Some sit quietly by their windows, watching the fog roll softly over the distant hills, their faces serene, yet tinged with a quiet melancholy. Others whisper prayers or lullabies to restless children, their voices blending with the night's soft symphony. Beyond the village, the forest stretches dark and deep, a realm of mystery and quiet life. The rustle of small animals moving through the undergrowth, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the distant howl of a lone wolf punctuate the stillness, weaving a tapestry of sounds that soothe and calm the restless mind. As you breathe deeply and let your imagination wander through the serene yet somber scene, allow the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed to cradle your thoughts. Feel the delicate balance of loss and hope, silence and resilience, guiding you gently toward peaceful and restorative sleep. As the night draws toward its quiet close, the village lies wrapped in a deep, enveloping calm, a stillness that seems to hold both sorrow and promise in its gentle embrace. Imagine the first soft hints of dawn beginning to filter through the heavy, lingering mist, casting a pale silver light across the cobblestone streets and the weathered wooden doors of the tavern that has stood silent through countless seasons. The tavern, once the heart of the village, remains steadfast and unyielding, its doors closed, but its spirit alive within the shadows and dust. Imagine the worn floorboards beneath those doors, etched with the faint footprints of past patrons, the echoes of laughter and song now softened into quiet memory. The faint scent of old ale and wood smoke still lingers in the air, mingling with the cool morning breeze that carries the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth and budding greenery. Outside, the village slowly stirs to life. The muted calls of waking birds blend with the gentle rustling of leaves as the morning breeze whispers through the trees that border the village square. Soft light begins to touch the rooftops and the edges of the ancient forest beyond, promising a new day filled with hope and quiet possibility. Imagine the villagers emerging from their homes, faces still touched with the softness of sleep, their steps slow and deliberate as they move through the morning mist. Some pause before the tavern's closed doors, hands resting gently on the weathered wood, hearts holding on to the hope that one day the doors will open once more to welcome warmth, laughter, and gathering once again. As you breathe deeply, allowing the cool dawn air to fill your lungs, let the story of the tavern doors that stayed closed rest gently within you. Feel the intertwining of endings and beginnings, loss and renewal, silence and the quiet stirrings of hope. Let this peaceful balance guide you softly into the gentle embrace of dreams, carrying you toward a calm and restful sleep. Hey friend, are you already drifting off or still somewhere between waking and dreaming? Next, we'll continue our Boring History for Sleep series with another gentle tale. Just lie still, close your eyes softly, and let yourself sink deeply into the story I'm about to share. Imagine a narrow, winding path threading its way quietly through ancient woods, shaded by towering trees whose branches intertwine to form a delicate canopy overhead. The air is cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss, damp leaves, and rich soil, mingling softly with the faint aroma of wildflowers hidden beneath the underbrush. This is a path worn by countless footsteps over centuries, pilgrims, monks, travelers, all drawn by the promise of sanctuary and solitude found in the old monasteries nestled just beyond the trees. As you follow this trail, the sounds of the forest surround you, the gentle rustle of leaves in a soft breeze, the distant call of a songbird, and the steady crunch of your footsteps on the gravel and fallen twigs. Light filters through gaps in the canopy, casting mottled shadows that dance slowly on the ground, inviting moments of quiet reflection. The path curves gently, bordered by low stone walls covered in ivy and delicate lichen, remnants of long-forgotten boundaries and worn hands. Ahead, the silhouette of a monastery emerges, an ancient stone structure with weathered walls and arched windows, standing peacefully amidst the greenery. Imagine the soft glow of candlelight flickering within, hinting at quiet prayers and the serene rhythm of monastic life. The scent of incense mingles faintly with the cool air, a subtle reminder of centuries of devotion and contemplation. The monastery grounds are still and tranquil, where time seems to slow and the outside world fades away. Stone benches worn smooth by countless visitors sit beneath ancient trees, their gnarled roots winding through the earth like silent guardians. Gardens bloom quietly with herbs and flowers, once tended by the monks themselves, their colors muted but alive, offering a gentle beauty in the dappled light. As you imagine stepping closer along the worn paths behind these old monasteries, allow yourself to feel the calm and quiet reverence that fills this sacred place. Let the slow pace and gentle history wash over you, guiding you softly toward peace and restful sleep. As you continue along the worn paths behind the old monasteries, the quiet deepens, wrapping around you like a soft, comforting cloak. The canopy above thickens, filtering the sunlight into gentle beams that sift through the leaves, creating delicate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air here is cool and fragrant with the subtle scent of pine, mingled with the earthy aroma of damp moss and freshly turned soil. The path narrows and winds between ancient stone walls, now crumbled in places, draped with thick ivy and wildflowers that nod softly in the gentle breeze. Beneath your feet, the ground is soft with layers of fallen leaves, their russet and gold hues muted under the shade. The occasional rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush punctuates the silence, a bird taking flight, a squirrel darting across a mossy log. Ahead, the monastery's stone arches and weathered walls come into clearer view, standing serene and timeless amid the greenery. Imagine the quiet courtyard beyond the heavy wooden doors, where stone benches line the paths and small fountains murmur softly, their water clear and cool. The sound of trickling water blends with the distant toll of a bell, calling the monks to prayer or meditation, marking time in the sacred space. The gardens surrounding the monastery are peaceful sanctuaries of carefully tended herbs and delicate flowers, lavender, rosemary, and thyme, whose fragrances mingle with the fresh forest air. Butterflies drift lazily among the blossoms, and bees hum softly, moving from flower to flower in a quiet dance. The earth here feels rich and alive, tended by hands devoted to quiet contemplation and care. As you walk these paths, let the stillness and gentle beauty of the monastery grounds settle within you. Feel the calm presence of centuries past, the patient rhythms of prayer and reflection that echo softly in the stones and trees. Allow yourself to be carried deeper into this tranquil world, where worries fade and the mind can rest peacefully. As you wander deeper into the monastery grounds, the sense of timelessness grows stronger, a quiet sanctuary, untouched by the rush of the outside world. Imagine the ancient stone pathways, winding through secluded gardens, their edges softened by creeping moss and delicate wildflowers that sway gently in the breeze. The air is filled with a symphony of subtle sounds, the distant chant of monks in prayer, the soft ripple of a nearby stream, and the gentle rustle of leaves overhead. The monastery buildings rise around you, their stone walls weathered but sturdy, bearing the marks of centuries etched by rain, wind, and sun. Tall arched windows, some stained with muted colors, catch the filtered light and cast soft patterns inside quiet chambers. Imagine the heavy wooden doors, scarred and worn, opening to reveal quiet halls lined with rows of ancient books and handwritten manuscripts, each page a whisper from the past. The cloisters offer peaceful corridors where monks once walked in contemplative silence, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone. Ivy climbs the walls in thick green tapestries, framing niches filled with statues of saints whose faces seem to watch over the sacred space with gentle vigilance. In the distance, a bell tolls slowly, marking the passage of time with a deep, resonant sound that seems to vibrate through the very stones. The gardens surrounding the monastery are alive with subtle life. Bees hum as they visit fragrant blossoms, and the soft flutter of butterflies adds delicate movement among the greenery. Ancient trees stretch their limbs skyward, their leaves whispering secrets as the wind weaves through the branches. Patches of sunlight warm the cool earth, inviting quiet moments of reflection or gentle rest. As you continue your slow journey along these worn paths, let the serene beauty and quiet strength of the old monasteries fill your mind and spirit. Feel the calm flow through you, carrying away the noise of the day and inviting peaceful rest. Allow yourself to sink deeper into this tranquil world, where history and nature blend softly into a lullaby for the soul. As you continue your gentle stroll along the worn paths behind the old monasteries, the world seems to slow even further, inviting you into a deeper realm of calm and reflection. Imagine the soft crunch of gravel beneath your feet, muffled by a carpet of fallen leaves, their russet and gold hues softened by the dimming light. The trees stand tall and silent, their twisted branches forming an intricate lacework against the fading sky, while a gentle breeze stirs the foliage, sending a shower of leaves drifting lazily to the earth. The monastery walls rise beside you, their ancient stones covered with thick ivy that clings tenaciously, softening the hard edges and adding a touch of wild beauty to the solemn architecture. Moss carpets the shaded corners, its deep green hues vibrant even in the fading light. The scent of damp earth and ancient wood fills the air, mingling with the faint aroma of wild herbs, sage, lavender, and rosemary, that grow in carefully tended gardens nearby. Imagine stepping into a quiet courtyard, bathed in twilight, where stone benches invite you to pause and rest. A small fountain burbles softly in the center, its crystal-clear water reflecting the last light of day and sending shimmering ripples across the worn stone basin. The sound of water blends with the distant song of birds settling for the night, their melodies gentle and soothing. Nearby, a cloistered walkway offers shelter beneath vaulted arches, its cool stone cool to the touch and smooth from centuries of footsteps. The flicker of candlelight spills softly from narrow windows, casting dancing shadows along the walls and hinting at the quiet lives unfolding within. Imagine monks moving silently through these corridors, their robes whispering against the stone as they carry out their evening prayers and rituals, a timeless dance of devotion and peace. As you breathe deeply, allow the serenity of this sacred place to seep into your bones, carrying away tension and worry. Feel the gentle embrace of history and nature intertwined, a quiet sanctuary where your mind can rest and your spirit can find stillness. Let the worn paths behind these old monasteries guide you softly toward a deep, restful sleep, wrapped in the timeless calm of this tranquil haven. As twilight deepens, the paths behind the old monasteries grow softer, cloaked in the gentle hush of approaching night. Imagine the trees standing tall and proud, their leaves rustling softly in the cool evening breeze, each sound a delicate whisper in the vast quiet. The earthy aroma of damp soil mingles with the faint, sweet fragrance of blooming night flowers, creating a calming atmosphere that wraps around you like a gentle embrace. The ancient stone walls of the monasteries loom nearby, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of rain and wind, each crack and crevice telling tales of devotion and endurance. Ivy climbs steadily upwards, its deep green leaves providing a vibrant contrast to the muted grays and browns of weathered stone. In the fading light, shadows lengthen and deepen, lending an air of mystery and solemnity to the sacred grounds. Imagine stepping into a secluded garden nestled within the monastery's embrace, a place where quiet ponds reflect the dusky sky, their still waters disturbed only by the occasional ripple from a gentle breeze or the soft landing of a feathered visitor. Moss-covered stones line the pathways, their textures cool and smooth beneath your fingertips, inviting you to slow your pace and savor the stillness. Nearby, the faint glow of candlelight filters through narrow windows, casting warm, flickering patterns on the stone floors of ancient chapels. The soft murmur of prayer echoes lightly in the cool air, a soothing melody carried by the gentle cadence of the monks' voices. The sacred rituals performed here have remained unchanged for centuries, a testament to faith, resilience, and the pursuit of inner peace. As you walk these paths, allow the serene beauty and profound history to settle gently within your heart. Feel the quiet strength of the old monasteries infusing your spirit with calm and tranquility, washing away the burdens of the day. Let the soft rhythms of nature and devotion guide you deeper into restful sleep, cocooned in the timeless embrace of this sacred sanctuary. As the night grows darker, the old monasteries behind you exude an even deeper sense of timeless tranquility, a sanctuary untouched by the hurried world beyond. Imagine the winding paths now cloaked in moonlight, filtering softly through the thick canopy above, where ancient oaks and towering pines stand sentinel, their leaves whispering secrets carried by the cool night breeze. The air is crisp and filled with the rich aroma of damp earth, pine needles, and the delicate scent of night-blooming jasmine that climbs the monastery walls in ghostly tendrils. Along the path, the soft crunch of your footsteps is softened by layers of fallen leaves, their muted russet and amber tones blending into the shadows that pool beneath gnarled roots and mossy stones. The ancient stone walls of the monastery rise alongside you, their surfaces etched with centuries of weathering, cracks softened by moss, vines snaking their way over worn carvings and faded inscriptions left by generations long past. The quiet gardens, once vibrant with daytime blooms, now rest in shadowed stillness. Imagine the small fountains murmuring faintly in the darkness, their water sparkling faintly under the watchful gaze of the moon. Trees arch overhead, their branches interlacing to create a natural cathedral, sheltering the sacred grounds beneath. The faint rustle of night creatures, the scurry of a hedgehog through leaves, the flutter of an owl's wings, adds delicate texture to the profound silence. Nearby, the monastery's chapel stands calm and welcoming, its stained glass windows muted in the moonlight, but still shimmering with faint colored reflections. The soft glow of a single candle flickers within, its flame dancing lightly against ancient stone and wooden pews, worn smooth by centuries of kneeling prayers. The quiet chant of monks, carried on the still air like a gentle hum, weaves a tapestry of peace and devotion that seems to seep into every corner of this sacred place. As you continue along these worn paths, let the serene beauty and profound calm of the old monasteries fill your mind and spirit. Feel the gentle embrace of history, nature, and faith blending into a soothing balm that eases tension and invites deep rest. Allow this timeless sanctuary to guide you softly into peaceful, restorative sleep, wrapped in the quiet grace of these ancient grounds. As you continue your slow journey along the winding paths behind the old monasteries, the night embraces you with its profound stillness and gentle whispers. Imagine the dense canopy of ancient trees overhead, their branches intertwining like an intricate tapestry, filtering the soft moonlight into delicate patterns that dance upon the forest floor. The air is crisp and cool, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss, damp leaves, and the subtle perfume of wild herbs that have thrived here for centuries. The path beneath your feet is worn smooth by countless pilgrims and monks who once sought solace and reflection in this sacred place. Pebbles and fallen twigs softly crunch with each step, harmonizing with the quiet rustle of nocturnal creatures stirring in the underbrush. Somewhere nearby, the distant call of an owl echoes, its haunting melody weaving through the stillness like a gentle lullaby. As you approach the monastery walls, their aged stones rise steadily, cloaked in ivy and softened by time. Imagine the intricate carvings that adorn the arches and doorways, symbols of faith and hope, their edges worn but their meaning undiminished by the passage of years. The heavy wooden doors, bound with rusted iron, stand solemnly closed, guarding the sanctity within. Inside, the monastery breathes with a quiet reverence. Imagine the soft glow of candlelight flickering through stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic hues on the ancient stone floors. The scent of incense lingers in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of old parchment and leather-bound manuscripts stored carefully in shadowed alcoves. The gentle murmur of whispered prayers and the rhythmic tolling of bells create a sacred soundtrack, inviting contemplation and peace. Outside, the gardens bloom softly under the moon's gentle gaze. Night-blooming flowers release their delicate fragrances into the cool air, while dew-kissed leaves glisten faintly in the shadows. Stone benches, smooth and cool, invite quiet moments of rest and reflection beneath towering trees whose leaves whisper timeless secrets. As you breathe deeply and allow yourself to be enveloped by this serene sanctuary, feel the weight of the world lift gently from your shoulders. Let the timeless beauty and sacred stillness of the old monasteries guide you softly toward restful sleep, cradled by the gentle rhythms of nature and faith. As the night grows deeper, the paths behind the old monasteries become cloaked in a profound, almost sacred silence. Imagine the dense canopy above thickening, the moonlight now a gentle silver glow, filtering softly through the ancient branches, casting intricate shadows that stretch and sway upon the forest floor. The air is crisp, carrying a blend of earthy scents, damp moss, fallen leaves, and the faint fragrance of wild herbs still blooming in sheltered nooks. The path meanders gently through the woods, bordered by crumbling stone walls, overtaken by ivy and delicate ferns. Imagine the cool touch of these ancient stones beneath your fingertips as you pause, feeling the weight of centuries pressed into every crack and crevice. Around you, the forest breathes quietly, the soft rustle of small animals moving unseen, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind weaving through the branches. Ahead, the monastery stands like a timeless sentinel, its weathered stones glowing softly in the moonlight. Imagine the intricate carvings on its arched doorways and windows, their details worn but still telling stories of faith and perseverance. The heavy wooden doors remain closed, yet the soft glow of candlelight flickers behind stained glass, casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the stone floors inside. The gardens surrounding the monastery are hushed and still, alive with subtle night fragrances. Imagine clusters of night-blooming flowers, jasmine, moonflower, and evening primrose, releasing their delicate perfumes into the cool air, mingling with the fresh scent of pine and cedar. The gentle ripple of water in a nearby fountain adds a soothing undertone, its sound blending seamlessly with the soft chorus of nighttime creatures. Inside the cloisters, the monks' whispered prayers float like gentle echoes, their voices blending with the rhythmic tolling of distant bells. The air is thick with reverence, peace, and the quiet strength born from centuries of devotion. Imagine yourself stepping softly through these sacred halls, each stone step grounding you deeper into the stillness and calm. As you breathe deeply and let your senses drink in this serene world, allow the gentle beauty and profound peace of the old monasteries to envelop your mind and spirit. Let the delicate rhythms of nature and faith guide you tenderly toward restful, restorative sleep, wrapped in the timeless embrace of the sacred sanctuary. As the night deepens further, the worn paths behind the old monasteries grow even quieter, wrapped in a gentle embrace of darkness and stillness. Imagine the canopy above thickening, the branches intertwining to create a natural cathedral that shelters the sacred place. The moonlight filters through in faint silvery beams, casting soft shadows that flicker gently across the moss-covered stones and fallen leaves carpeting the forest floor. The air is cool and crisp, filled with the rich scents of damp earth, pine needles, and delicate wildflowers that bloom silently in the moonlight. A soft breeze stirs the leaves, sending a whispering murmur through the trees that seems to echo the gentle chants of monks long past. Somewhere in the distance, the faint babble of a stream adds a soothing undertone to the tranquil symphony of the night. The monastery itself stands solemn and timeless, its stone walls bathed in the soft glow of candlelight filtering through stained glass windows. The intricate carvings and faded frescoes inside tell stories of faith, sacrifice, and enduring hope. Imagine the quiet cloisters where monks once walked in meditative silence, their footsteps softened by the worn stone floors and their prayers blending with the hush of the night. Surrounding the monastery, the gardens lie in peaceful slumber. Delicate flowers release their subtle fragrances into the cool air, and dew-kissed leaves shimmer faintly under the moon's watchful gaze. The stone benches invite moments of rest and reflection, inviting wanderers to sit and breathe deeply, feeling the weight of centuries of devotion and calm. As you continue along these ancient paths, let the serene beauty and profound peace of the old monasteries settle gently within your mind and heart. Feel the quiet strength and gentle rhythm of this sacred place guide you softly into restful, restorative sleep, wrapped in the timeless embrace of history and nature. As the night begins to wane, the ancient paths behind the old monasteries remain cloaked in a serene stillness, a sacred hush that feels both eternal and fleeting. Imagine the first soft hints of dawn brushing the sky with pale hues of lavender and gold, gently illuminating the weathered stone walls and moss-covered steps that have borne witness to countless journeys of faith and reflection. The air is cool and fragrant, carrying the mingled scents of dew-kissed earth, blossoming night flowers, and lingering traces of incense from long-ago prayers. Soft rays of morning light filter through the dense canopy, casting gentle patterns upon the forest floor where fallen leaves rest in quiet repose. The gentle murmur of awakening birds weaves a delicate song, welcoming a new day as the world slowly stirs from its slumber. The monastery stands in tranquil majesty, its ancient stones warmed softly by the rising sun. Imagine the quiet courtyards where monks once gathered for morning contemplation, now bathed in the gentle glow of dawn, their worn benches inviting moments of peaceful reflection. The heavy wooden doors, which have guarded secrets and solace through centuries, remain a steadfast symbol of resilience and sanctuary. As you breathe deeply and let the peacefulness of this sacred place settle within you, allow the timeless calm of the old monasteries to guide you gently toward a deep restorative sleep. Feel the harmonious blend of history, nature, and quiet devotion weaving through your thoughts, soothing your spirit, and carrying you softly into dreams. Hey there, friend. I hope you're feeling calm and ready to drift a little deeper now. Before we begin the next story in our Boring History for Sleep series, just settle in, close your eyes gently, and let the quiet wash over you. Tonight, I'm taking you to a place of hidden secrets and silent emotions, the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers. Let's begin this gentle journey together. Imagine a small, weathered cottage nestled on the edge of a quiet village, its wooden shutters close tight against the cool breeze that whispers through the surrounding trees. The fading light of dusk casts long shadows across the garden, where wildflowers and ivy creep slowly over stone walls and forgotten paths. Inside the cottage, a heavy wooden desk stands beneath a dusty window, cluttered with stacks of old parchment and faded envelopes. Letters sealed long ago, their contents known only to time and memory. The air is thick with the scent of aged paper and ink, mingling with the faint aroma of lavender from a dried bouquet resting in a cracked ceramic vase. Imagine the soft creak of floorboards beneath footsteps long since vanished, and the quiet rustle of a draft slipping through a cracked window pane. Each letter bears the delicate impressions of wax seals, some cracked and worn, others still intact, silent witnesses to whispered words of love, longing, and heartache that have never been spoken aloud. Outside, the village settles into twilight, the cobblestone streets bathed in the soft glow of lantern light. Shadows stretch and mingle beneath gnarled trees, their twisted branches silhouetted against a darkening sky. The cottage, though quiet and still, seems alive with the echoes of past emotions, passions kindled and lost, promises made in secret, and the gentle ache of hearts separated by fate and circumstance. Imagine the hands that once penned these letters, trembling with anticipation, steady with resolve, or heavy with sorrow. Each stroke of the quill carried the weight of hopes and fears, the delicate balance of joy and despair held tightly within the folds of fragile paper. These sealed letters, tucked away and forgotten, hold stories that time has almost erased, but never quite forgotten. As you picture this quiet, tender scene, allow yourself to be drawn gently into the world of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers, where silence speaks volumes and memories linger like shadows at dusk. Let the soft unfolding of these hidden stories guide you slowly toward calm and peaceful rest. As twilight deepens, the quiet cottage seems to breathe with a life of its own, holding close the secrets woven within those sealed letters. Imagine the flickering glow of a single candle on the worn wooden desk, its flame casting warm, dancing shadows that play gently across the faded parchment, and delicate lace curtains fluttering softly in the evening breeze. The air is cool but carries the faint, comforting scent of lavender and aged wood, wrapping the room in a timeless embrace. Outside, the village settles further into the night, the soft murmur of distant footsteps blending with the rustle of leaves in the gentle wind. Lanterns sway quietly along narrow lanes, casting pools of amber light that illuminate the faces of passers-by, faces marked by the quiet rhythms of daily life, the unspoken hopes and longings hidden beneath calm exteriors. The cottage, tucked away in a quiet corner, remains a sanctuary of memories, where the past lingers like a soft whisper against the stillness. Imagine the letters themselves, carefully tied with faded ribbons or sealed with wax imprints pressed with forgotten crests. Each envelope is a fragile vessel of emotion, containing words never spoken aloud, professions of love, promises of return, regrets whispered in the darkness. The ink has faded over time, but the feelings it holds remain vivid, waiting patiently to be rediscovered. Think of the lovers who wrote these letters, perhaps separated by distance, circumstance, or silent sorrow. Their hearts laid bare on fragile pages, trembling with hope and fear. In the quiet solitude of this cottage, their voices echo softly, bridging the gap between then and now. The weight of their yearning seems to fill the room, mingling with the faint scent of lavender and the gentle flicker of candlelight. As you let this scene unfold gently in your mind, allow the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers to carry you deeper into a world of quiet passion and tender remembrance. Let the soft cadence of hidden words and silent longing lull you gently toward restful sleep, wrapped in the gentle embrace of time and memory. As the night unfolds deeper into its velvet embrace, the cottage feels suspended in a timeless stillness, where every whisper of wind and flicker of candlelight seems charged with the weight of forgotten love. Imagine the heavy wooden beams overhead, their surfaces darkened by centuries of smoke and silence, stretching across the cozy room like quiet sentinels. The worn floorboards beneath your feet creak softly, telling tales of footsteps that once hurried eagerly to and from the desk, where those sealed letters rested. The desk itself holds an air of reverence, a sanctuary for memories etched in delicate script and fragile paper. Imagine its surface, cluttered with dried rose petals, a cracked ink pot, and a silver letter opener dulled by years of use. Nearby, an old leather-bound journal lies open, its pages yellowed and brittle, filled with hastily scrawled thoughts and tender confessions penned in moments of longing and doubt. Outside the window, the garden fades into shadows, the outlines of ancient trees bending gently in the cool night breeze. The moon casts a soft, pale light through the glass, illuminating the delicate dust motes that float lazily in the still air. Somewhere in the distance, the faint hoot of an owl and the rustling of leaves compose a quiet symphony that weaves through the night. Imagine the stories hidden within those sealed letters, the stolen moments beneath moonlit skies, the promises whispered in hushed tones, and the ache of separation felt deeply across miles and years. Each letter is a fragile thread connecting hearts torn apart by fate, their words a testament to enduring devotion and quiet despair. As you breathe in the stillness and let your mind linger on these tender moments, allow the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers to unfold softly within you. Feel the mingling of longing and hope, silence and whispered passion, guiding you gently toward peaceful, restorative sleep. The night deepens further, and the quiet cottage becomes a world unto itself, a place suspended between past and present, where the air is thick with unspoken emotions and lingering memories. Imagine the soft flicker of candlelight casting dancing shadows on the cracked plaster walls, revealing glimpses of faded portraits and delicate tapestries that tell silent stories of love and loss. The heavy wooden beams above seem to hold the weight of centuries, their rough surfaces etched with the passage of time and whispered secrets. On the desk, the sealed letters lie in gentle disarray, some stacked carefully, others scattered as if recently touched by trembling hands. Imagine the texture of the parchment, rough yet fragile, the delicate wax seals pressed with symbols of affection and sorrow, still warm in memory, if not in reality. The faint scent of dried lavender and aged paper fills the room, weaving through the quiet like a soft lullaby. Beyond the window, the garden sleeps beneath a sky cloaked in stars, their faint light filtering through the canopy of trees that sway gently in the night breeze. The rustling leaves sing a soft, soothing song, accompanied by the distant call of night birds and the gentle ripple of a nearby stream. This tranquil symphony of nature seems to cradle the cottage in its tender embrace, wrapping it in peace and solitude. Imagine the lovers who once wrote these letters, each stroke of the quill a heartbeat, every word a breath of hope or despair. Their voices linger here still, woven into the fabric of the room, echoing softly in the rustle of paper and the flicker of flame. They speak of promises kept and broken, of dreams shared and deferred, of a love that transcends time and distance. As you let these images and feelings wash gently over you, allow the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers to guide you deeper into a world of quiet reflection and tender longing. Let the soft cadence of whispered words and the soothing rhythm of the night carry you gently toward calm and restful sleep. As the night deepens, the cottage remains a silent guardian of the sealed letters and the stories they hold. Imagine the soft glow of the candlelight flickering against the worn wooden desk, casting long, warm shadows that seem to dance gently on the cracked floorboards. The faint aroma of lavender mingles with the subtle scent of old parchment and ink, creating an atmosphere thick with history and hidden emotion. Outside, the garden lies cloaked in moonlight and shadow, the leaves of ancient trees rustling softly in the night breeze. A delicate perfume of night-blooming flowers floats through the air, weaving with the cool freshness of the evening. The distant hoot of an owl echoes through the quiet woods, adding a soothing note to the stillness that blankets the cottage. Imagine the hands that once sealed these letters, trembling with anticipation, steady with resolve, or heavy with sorrow, each press of wax an imprint of love and longing. These letters carry whispers of secret meetings, stolen glances, and words unspoken, etched forever on fragile paper. They tell of lovers separated by circumstance, bound by hope and the ache of absence, their emotions preserved in delicate script. Within the cottage, the soft crackle of the candle's flame and the gentle ticking of an old clock mark the passing of time, as if the room itself breathes with the memories it holds. The letters rest quietly, waiting patiently for the day their stories might be heard once more, their silent voices a bridge between past and present. As you breathe deeply and let the atmosphere of this quiet sanctuary settle around you, allow the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers to envelop your thoughts. Feel the tender blend of longing and hope, silence and passion, guiding you gently into restful, peaceful sleep. As the night deepens further, the quiet cottage feels even more like a timeless sanctuary, holding within its walls the echoes of love letters long forgotten yet never truly lost. Imagine the soft glow of moonlight filtering through lace curtains, casting delicate patterns across the worn wooden floor. The faint scent of lavender still lingers in the air, mingling with the subtle, musty aroma of old paper and dried ink that has aged with the years. The heavy wooden desk, scarred by time, holds the delicate parchments carefully stacked and tied with faded ribbons, their edges frayed and yellowed. Each letter seems to pulse softly with the emotions once poured into it. The whispered promises, the silent tears, the aching hopes, and the steadfast faith in a future never quite realized. Imagine running your fingers lightly over the wax seals, feeling the slight give of cracked edges and the smooth imprint of forgotten crests, pressed long ago by trembling hands. Outside the cottage, the garden lies silent beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. Ancient trees stand sentinel, their branches swaying gently in the cool night breeze, while the subtle rustle of leaves forms a calming melody. Night-blooming flowers release their delicate fragrances into the air, jasmine, moonflower, and honeysuckle, all mingling into a soft perfume that wraps the night in tender embrace. Imagine the lovers who once penned these letters, each one a heartfelt expression of devotion and longing, their words bridging the distance that separated them. Some letters were written in hope, others in despair, some sealed with a smile, others with a trembling hand. Their stories, etched into fragile pages, remain alive in this quiet place, whispered in the sigh of the wind and the flicker of candlelight. As you breathe slowly and let your thoughts settle within this sacred sanctuary of memories, allow the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers to guide you gently into deep, restorative sleep. Feel the intertwining of love and loss, silence and longing, wrapping softly around your mind and heart, carrying you into peaceful dreams. As the quiet night deepens within the walls of the old cottage, a sense of profound stillness settles over the room, wrapping every corner in a gentle hush that seems to breathe with the memories held within. Imagine the delicate flicker of candlelight casting soft, wavering shadows upon the aged wooden beams overhead, where every crack and groove holds stories whispered through the centuries. The air is thick with the mingling scents of lavender, old paper, and a faint trace of beeswax from long-extinguished candles, creating a comforting tapestry of nostalgia and peace. The desk, a humble altar to forgotten emotions, bears the gentle scars of years gone by, scratches and worn spots that mark the passage of hands trembling with love, hope, or sorrow. Envelopes tied with faded ribbons lie carefully stacked, their wax seals cracked but still vibrant with the imprints of symbols lost to time. Imagine the texture of the parchment beneath your fingertips, rough yet fragile, each letter a delicate vessel carrying the heart's deepest whispers. Beyond the small window, the garden sleeps beneath a sky draped in midnight blue, the silhouettes of ancient trees standing key and silent as sentinels, guarding secrets only the stars might know. The gentle rustle of leaves in the soft night breeze mingles with the distant, soothing chorus of nocturnal creatures, the subtle chirp of crickets, the soft flutter of owl wings, and the occasional hoot echoing like a lullaby across the stillness. Within this sacred space, the lovers' words linger like a soft echo, their voices carried on the breath of time. Their hopes, dreams, and unspoken promises weave through the night air, delicate threads of longing and devotion that transcend the boundaries of distance and years. Each letter is a silent testament to hearts intertwined yet separated, a dance of emotion captured in ink and paper, waiting patiently to be heard once more. As you breathe deeply, let the gentle rhythm of this timeless tale soothe your spirit. Allow the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers to envelop you in a warm embrace of tenderness and calm, guiding you slowly into restful, peaceful sleep, wrapped in the quiet magic of love's enduring memory. As the night continues to unfold its gentle embrace around the quiet cottage, the atmosphere deepens into a realm of soft shadows and whispered memories. Imagine the flickering candlelight casting a warm glow that dances gently on the worn wooden floorboards and the cracked plaster walls, revealing faint traces of forgotten moments and tender emotions etched into every corner. The heavy wooden beams above seem to hold the weight of countless stories, each one a delicate thread woven into the fabric of this timeless sanctuary. The sealed letters rest patiently on the desk, their fragile pages yellowed and worn, edges softened by the passage of countless nights. Each envelope carries the delicate imprint of a wax seal, its shape softened but still hinting at the love and longing contained within. The scent of aged parchment mingles with the lingering aroma of dried lavender, filling the room with a nostalgic sweetness that wraps around the heart like a gentle lullaby. Outside the window, the garden lies quiet, beneath a sky studded with stars, their soft light filtering through the branches of ancient trees that sway gently in the cool night breeze. The rustling leaves compose a soothing melody, accompanied by the distant call of an owl and the faint trickle of water from a hidden fountain. The night air is crisp, carrying the mingled scents of earth and blooming night flowers, a fragrant reminder of nature's quiet beauty. Imagine the lovers who penned these letters, each stroke of the quill a testament to their deepest emotions, their hopes and fears laid bare upon fragile paper. Their voices linger still in the quiet of the cottage, echoing softly in the flicker of candlelight and the rustle of pages. The stories they told are woven into the very air, a tapestry of passion, patience, and enduring devotion. As you breathe deeply and let your mind wander through this serene and sacred space, allow the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers to cradle your thoughts gently. Feel the tender blend of silence and longing, memory and hope, guiding you softly toward restful, restorative sleep, wrapped in the timeless embrace of love's quiet whispers. As the night stretches onward, the cottage seems to pulse softly with the weight of countless whispered secrets, each one sealed within the fragile envelopes resting on the worn desk. Imagine the interplay of candlelight and shadow creating a gentle dance across the aged wooden walls, casting flickering patterns that seem to breathe alongside the quiet heartbeat of this timeless sanctuary. The scent of lavender mingles with the subtle musk of old paper, wrapping the room in a cocoon of nostalgia and longing. Outside, the garden lies under a velvet sky, where ancient trees stand like silent guardians, their branches swaying lightly in the gentle night breeze. The soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of nocturnal birds create a symphony of quiet sounds that weave through the air, punctuating the stillness with nature's soothing lullaby. Dew settles softly on the petals of night-blooming flowers, their delicate fragrances rising to mingle with the cool, fresh night air. Within this sacred space, the letters hold the weight of unspoken promises and tender confessions. Imagine the trembling hands that pen these words, the quiet moments stolen between longing glances and whispered farewells, the hope and heartache pressed into each stroke of ink. These letters are vessels of emotion, carrying the warmth of love and the ache of separation, their silent voices echoing across the years. The cottage, though empty of its original inhabitants, feels alive with their presence. The soft flicker of candlelight seems to echo the flicker of passion and devotion that once filled these walls. The gentle creak of the wooden floorboards under an unseen step reminds you of the quiet footsteps of those who once moved here with hesitant hope and quiet despair. As you breathe deeply and allow your mind to drift through this realm of tender memory and delicate emotion, let the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers envelop you in its gentle embrace. Feel the intertwining of longing and solace, silence and whispered love, guiding you slowly and peacefully toward deep, restorative sleep. As the first gentle light of dawn begins to seep through the worn curtains of the quiet cottage, the night's tender silence begins to give way to the soft stirrings of a new day. Imagine the pale glow of morning filtering softly across the wooden floorboards, illuminating the faded parchments and delicate ribbons of the sealed letters resting gently on the old desk. The air holds the faint scent of dew and wildflowers, mingling with the lingering fragrance of lavender and aged paper, a fragrant reminder of the night's quiet stories. Outside the window, the garden awakens slowly, bathed in the soft hues of dawn. Ancient trees stretch their limbs toward the sky, their leaves shimmering gently in the early light. The gentle rustle of leaves, the distant song of waking birds, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream create a peaceful symphony that welcomes the new day with gentle grace. Inside the cottage, the memories held within those sealed letters seem to linger a moment longer, the whispered promises, the tender confessions, and the enduring hope captured in delicate script. Each letter tells a story of love unspoken, dreams deferred, and hearts bound together by the fragile threads of time and memory. Though the writers have long since gone, their emotions remain etched in the very fabric of this quiet sanctuary. As you breathe deeply, allowing the tranquility of this sacred space to fill your senses, let the story of the sealed letters of forgotten lovers rest softly within your heart. Feel the gentle intertwining of endings and beginnings, loss and renewal, silence and love's quiet echo. Allow these tender moments to guide you peacefully toward the restful, restorative sleep that awaits beyond the dawn. Hey there, friend. I hope you're feeling calm and wrapped in gentle quiet now. Before we begin our next story in the Boring History for Sleep series, just settle into a comfortable stillness, close your eyes softly, and let the soothing calm carry you away. Tonight, we'll visit a tale of silence and forgotten lineage, the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty. Let's drift into this gentle journey together. Imagine a vast and ancient palace, once resplendent with the colors and sounds of a thriving dynasty, now fallen silent beneath the weight of time. The grand halls, once filled with the laughter of children and the bustle of courtiers, stand empty and echo with a haunting stillness. Imagine towering pillars carved with intricate patterns, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of forgotten touch, and faded tapestries hanging limply from walls that have seen the rise and fall of kings. Outside, sprawling gardens lie overgrown, their neatly trimmed hedges now wild thickets tangled with ivy and thorn. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and wilted flowers, mingling with the faint hint of smoke from distant fires long extinguished. Imagine statues of regal figures, weathered and cracked, standing as silent sentinels amidst the creeping vines and scattered fallen leaves. The cradle itself, once a symbol of hope and continuation, now sits empty, its delicate woodwork chipped and faded, dust settling thick upon its surface. Imagine the soft rays of fading sunlight filtering through stained glass windows, casting muted rainbows that dance across the cold stone floors, as if remembering the joy that once filled this space. Feel the profound weight of loss and absence that hangs in the air, a silent testament to a lineage that vanished, leaving behind only whispers and shadows. Imagine the stories untold, the lives that might have been, and the dreams that faded like morning mist. As you let this scene settle softly in your mind, allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to envelop you gently, guiding you toward a quiet place where memory and history meet in a tender, restful embrace. As the fading light slips further away, the palace's shadows grow longer, wrapping the empty halls and overgrown gardens in a quiet shroud of twilight. Imagine the cool stone beneath your feet, worn smooth by generations of footsteps that have long since faded into silence. The ornate ceilings, once vibrant with painted scenes of glory and celebration, now bear the cracks and stains of time's slow decay, their colors softened to muted pastels by the gentle touch of dust and shadow. Outside, the sprawling gardens stretch into the dimming horizon, wild and untamed. Imagine ancient trees bending low beneath the weight of moss and lichen, their gnarled branches reaching like weary arms towards the darkening sky. The scent of damp earth mingles with the faint fragrance of wild roses, now tangled with thorns and forgotten weeds. Small creatures scurry quietly among the fallen leaves, their movements barely disturbing the profound stillness that fills the air. In the heart of the palace, the empty cradle remains, its delicate carvings dulled by dust, the once bright paint faded to pale whispers of color. Imagine the soft echo of lullabies long unsung, the absent warmth of tiny hands and hopeful eyes. The cradle seems to hold a silent promise, a story paused but never quite forgotten, resting patiently amid the quiet decay. The air here feels thick with memories, of love and loss, of futures imagined and then slipped away like sand through fingers. Imagine the voices of the past, whispers of courtiers, the gentle murmur of attendants, the soft cries of children now long gone, woven into the very stones and shadows. Each corner holds a trace of life once vibrant, now subdued into a gentle sigh that echoes softly through the halls. As you breathe deeply and let your senses immerse in this tranquil scene, Allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to cradle your thoughts gently. Feel the mingling of history and quiet sorrow, absence and lingering hope, guiding you softly toward restful, peaceful sleep. As the night deepens, the palace's silence becomes even more profound, wrapping every corner in a velvet stillness that feels both heavy and tender. Imagine walking slowly through the long, echoing corridors where the footsteps of the past seem to linger, soft and distant, like a fading melody carried on a whispering breeze. The walls are lined with portraits of ancestors, their faces solemn and watchful, eyes seeming to follow your every step, holding stories of triumph and tragedy that span generations. The grand chambers, once filled with opulent furnishings and vibrant tapestries, now lie cloaked in shadows and dust. Imagine the faint glint of tarnished gold and faded silks catching the moonlight that filters through tall, narrow windows. The heavy curtains hang limply, their edges frayed and worn by years of neglect. The scent of aged wood and old stone mingles with a hint of forgotten incense, lingering faintly like a ghostly reminder of ceremonies long past. Step into the great hall, where towering pillars rise toward a vaulted ceiling adorned with faded frescoes depicting scenes of regal splendor and divine favor. The floor beneath is cold and smooth, its intricate mosaics cracked, but still telling tales of a dynasty's once glorious past. Imagine the hush of empty benches and the ghostly echo of music that once filled the space, now replaced by the soft drip of water from a leaking roof. Outside, the gardens, wild and unkempt, are bathed in silver moonlight. Ancient statues, worn and weathered, stand sentinel among tangled vines and overgrown hedges. The soft rustle of leaves and distant calls of nocturnal creatures weave a soothing nocturnal symphony. The air is cool and still, carrying a delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. As you breathe deeply and let your mind wander through this serene yet somber landscape, allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to unfold gently within you. Feel the mingling of grandeur and decay, memory and silence, loss and quiet hope, guiding you softly toward peaceful and restorative sleep. As you continue to wander through the ancient halls of the palace, the stillness wraps around you like a thick velvet curtain, soft yet impenetrable. Imagine the faint scent of aged wood and crumbling stone, mingling with the lingering aroma of dried petals scattered across the cold marble floors. The delicate echoes of long-forgotten footsteps seem to ripple through the vast chambers, carrying with them the ghosts of past celebrations, whispered secrets, and solemn farewells. The grand throne room, once the heart of power and pageantry, now lies empty and shadowed. Imagine the towering pillars, their surfaces carved with intricate symbols and worn smooth by centuries of hands and history. The vaulted ceiling above soars into darkness, where faint traces of ancient frescoes peek through layers of dust and decay, telling stories of rulers long lost to time. The heavy curtains, once vibrant with royal colors, hang tattered and faded, their edges brushing softly against the cold stone beneath. Outside the palace walls, the gardens have surrendered to nature's slow reclaiming. Imagine wild vines crawling over cracked statues and crumbling fountains, their water long ceased to flow. The air is heavy with the scent of moss and damp earth, punctuated by the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers releasing their fragrance into the cool night. The gentle hum of insects and the distant hoot of an owl compose a quiet lullaby that soothes the restless night. Within this vast emptiness, the cradle remains, its delicate frame worn but resolute, a silent witness to dreams that were never fulfilled. Imagine the soft dust settling upon its carved wood, the gentle curve of its arms etched with patterns that once symbolized hope and continuity. It stands as a poignant reminder of a dynasty's fragility and the fragile threads that bind past to present. As you breathe deeply, letting the weight of history and loss settle softly within your heart, allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. Feel the delicate balance of grandeur and decay, silence and memory, absence and lingering hope wrapping you in a calm embrace. As the night deepens, the palace seems to breathe softly, a silent witness to the echoes of lives once vibrant within its walls. Imagine the heavy wooden doors creaking slightly in the cool breeze that slips through narrow cracks, carrying with it the faint scent of aged parchment and lingering incense. The corridors stretch long and quiet, lined with faded tapestries that tell tales of glory, love, and loss, each thread woven with the hopes and sorrows of generations past. Outside, the gardens lie in peaceful abandonment, where wildflowers sway gently among tangled vines and moss-covered stones. The air is cool and fragrant, touched by the subtle perfume of jasmine and rose, their blooms glowing softly under the pale moonlight. The gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale create a soothing symphony that drifts through the stillness, inviting calm and reflection. Within the palace's heart, the empty cradle sits as a poignant symbol of what once was and what might have been. Imagine its finely carved woodwork, chipped and faded with age, the intricate patterns telling stories of hope, legacy, and the fragile promise of new beginnings. Dust motes float lazily in the faint light, settling gently upon its surface, as if time itself has paused to honor the silence that surrounds it. The walls around the cradle seem to hold the weight of unspoken words and forgotten dreams, the laughter of children who never came, the whispered prayers of parents longing for a future lost. Imagine the soft echo of lullabies once sung in these chambers, now carried away on the night breeze that stirs the curtains and caresses the cold stone floors. As you breathe deeply, let the tranquil beauty and profound stillness of the empty cradle and its surroundings fill your heart with gentle peace. Allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to wash over you like a soft lullaby, guiding you slowly and tenderly into a deep, restorative sleep. As the night stretches onward, the ancient palace and its empty cradle are enveloped in a silence that speaks louder than words, a silence thick with the weight of history and the delicate ache of what might have been. Imagine the cool stone walls absorbing the faint light of the moon, their surfaces etched with the marks of centuries gone by, each crack and crevice a testament to time's relentless passage. The air is heavy with the mingled scents of damp earth, aged wood, and faint traces of incense, all blending into an atmosphere of solemn reverence. Outside, the sprawling gardens lie bathed in the silver glow of moonlight, where ancient trees stand sentinel over tangled vines and wildflowers that bloom quietly in the night. The soft rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a nightbird weave a gentle symphony, a lullaby sung by the natural world that cradles this forgotten sanctuary. The earth beneath is soft and cool, dotted with fallen petals and dew-kissed moss that shimmer faintly in the pale light. Within the palace's heart, the empty cradle remains a poignant symbol, a fragile vessel that once held the hopes of a dynasty, now resting silently amid dust and shadows. Imagine the delicate carvings along its frame, softened by time, but still hinting at the artistry and care that once shaped it. The cradle seems to breathe with the memories it holds, each curve and groove echoing the laughter, dreams, and silent tears of generations past. The surrounding chambers are filled with echoes, the murmur of voices long gone, the gentle clinking of porcelain cups, the rustle of silk gowns brushing against stone floors. Imagine the flicker of candlelight casting dancing shadows upon faded tapestries and polished wood, a quiet testament to lives lived and lost within these walls. The weight of absence is palpable, yet within it lies a fragile hope, a whisper that even in silence stories endure. As you breathe deeply and let your thoughts settle into this sacred stillness, allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to envelop your mind and spirit. Feel the intertwining of loss and longing, memory and quiet resilience, guiding you gently toward peaceful, restorative sleep. As the night deepens further, the ancient palace remains cloaked in a serene and solemn stillness, a sacred space where time seems to fold upon itself. Imagine the grand halls, their vastness softened by layers of dust and shadow, where every surface, be it the polished marble floors, the intricate wood carvings, or the faded tapestries, whispers stories of a past both glorious and mournful. The faint scent of aged cedar mingles with the lingering traces of incense, wrapping the space in a fragrant embrace that feels both comforting and melancholic. The empty cradle sits in quiet reverence beneath a lofty window, where moonlight filters softly through stained glass, casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the cold stone floor. Imagine the delicate carvings along its frame, vines, flowers, and symbols of protection, worn smooth by the passage of countless hands that once cradled dreams and hopes. Dust motes dance gently in the pale light, swirling like silent memories stirred by an unseen breath. Outside, the gardens lie draped in silver, their wild beauty softened by the gentle touch of moonlight. Ancient trees stand tall and silent, their twisted branches reaching toward the heavens like supplicants in prayer. The soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale weave a delicate symphony, one that echoes the quiet yearning held within the cradle's empty form. Imagine the voices of the past, the laughter of children who never were, the whispered prayers of mothers and fathers longing for a future that slipped away. Their emotions seem to linger in the very air, woven into the fabric of the palace itself, a tapestry of love, loss, and enduring hope. As you breathe deeply, let the stillness and beauty of this sacred place envelop you, carrying away the weight of the day and soothing your spirit. Allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to cradle your thoughts gently, guiding you softly into a peaceful, restorative sleep filled with tender dreams and quiet grace. As the night deepens, the stillness that blankets the ancient palace and its empty cradle grows richer, filled with the quiet reverence of countless whispered prayers and long-forgotten hopes. Imagine the soft glow of moonlight filtering through towering stained glass windows, their colorful patterns casting ethereal reflections that dance slowly across the stone walls and polished floors. The delicate scent of incense lingers, mingling with the earthy aroma of aged wood and cold stone, creating an atmosphere thick with history and sacredness. The empty cradle, nestled in a quiet alcove, rests beneath a heavy velvet curtain, its fabric faded and worn with age. Imagine the intricate carvings that adorn the cradle's frame, symbols of protection and prosperity, delicate vines and tiny blossoms, now softened and blurred by time's gentle touch. Dust particles drift lazily in the pale moonbeams, settling softly upon the cradle's surface like silent sentinels guarding its solemn vigil. Beyond the alcove, the vast chambers of the palace stretch into shadowed recesses, where tapestries hang heavy and silent, their faded threads telling stories of love, loss, and legacy. Imagine the echoes of footsteps long past, the murmur of voices once vibrant with hope and ambition, now reduced to whispers carried on the night breeze. The distant toll of a bell resonates softly, marking the passage of time in this sacred space. Outside, the palace gardens slumber under a sky sprinkled with stars, their ancient trees casting long, gentle shadows over tangled vines and blooming night flowers. The gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a night bird weave a soothing lullaby, blending seamlessly with the quiet pulse of the earth itself. The air is cool and crisp, carrying the faint fragrance of jasmine and honeysuckle that drifts softly through the open windows. As you breathe deeply and let your mind settle within this serene and sacred world, allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to envelop you completely. Feel the intertwining of loss and hope, silence and memory, presence and absence, guiding you gently toward a calm and restorative sleep, wrapped in the tender embrace of history and love. As the quiet night stretches on, the ancient palace and its empty cradle remains steeped in a profound stillness, a silence that seems to hold both the weight of history and the delicate ache of longing. Imagine the soft glow of moonlight filtering through stained glass windows, casting fragmented hues across the cold stone floor and illuminating the faded tapestries that line the vast halls. Each thread in those tapestries whispers stories of forgotten joys and lingering sorrows, woven through centuries of triumphs and losses. The empty cradle, positioned in a quiet corner, stands as a solemn monument to hope deferred. Its intricate carvings, softened by time, tell tales of protection, promise, and fragile beginnings. Imagine the delicate curves of its wooden frame, now dulled by dust and shadow, bearing the silent imprint of dreams that were never fulfilled. The air here feels thick with memories of lullabies unspoken, embraces long missed, and futures that slipped away like morning mist. Beyond the cradle, the vast chambers echo faintly with the ghostly murmurs of lives once lived. Soft footsteps that no longer fall, whispered conversations that fade into the ether, and the quiet rustle of silk gowns brushing against cold stone. The scent of aged wood, old parchment, and faint incense lingers, a fragrant reminder of the sacred rituals and tender moments that filled these halls long ago. Outside, the palace gardens lie draped in moonlight and shadow, their tangled vines and overgrown hedges breathing quietly beneath the watchful gaze of ancient trees. The gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of night birds weave a soothing nocturnal symphony, embracing the palace in a serene lullaby. The cool night air carries the subtle perfume of jasmine and honeysuckle, mingling with the fresh scent of earth and dew. As you breathe deeply, letting your senses drink in this sacred, tranquil world, allow the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty to wash softly over your thoughts. Feel the intertwining of history and memory, loss and hope, silence and gentle yearning, guiding you slowly and peacefully into deep, restorative sleep. As the first pale light of dawn begins to filter through the tall, narrow windows of the ancient palace, the silent halls awaken slowly, bathed in a gentle glow that softens the shadows of night. Imagine the soft warmth of morning sunbeams reaching across the cold stone floors, illuminating the delicate dust motes that have danced silently in the air through countless nights. The fading hues of twilight give way to a serene palette of soft golds and muted blues, casting a tranquil ambiance over the empty cradle and the vast, still chambers that surround it. The air carries a subtle blend of fragrances, fresh dew on blooming night flowers, the lingering scent of aged parchment, and a whisper of jasmine carried on a gentle breeze through open windows. Outside, the palace gardens stir quietly to life. Ancient trees, their branches stretching skyward, glisten with morning moisture. The tangled vines and wildflowers that have reclaimed the once manicured grounds shimmer softly in the early light, as birds begin their gentle morning songs, weaving a delicate symphony that fills the cool air. Within the palace, the cradle rests in solemn grace, a poignant symbol of lost hopes and unfulfilled promises. Imagine the intricate carvings along its frame, catching the soft light, revealing delicate patterns of vines and blossoms that speak of protection, nurture, and fragile beauty. Dust settles lightly on its surface, a gentle reminder of the passage of time and the quiet stories held within. The vast chambers around the cradle slowly come alive with the soft sounds of awakening, the creak of ancient wood stretching after the night's rest, the distant murmur of life beginning anew beyond the palace walls. The echoes of past laughter and whispered prayers seem to linger in the cool morning air, mingling with the promise of a new day, a fresh beginning even in the shadow of loss. As you breathe deeply, allowing the peacefulness of this sacred place to fill your senses, let the story of the empty cradle of a lost dynasty settle gently within you. Feel the delicate balance of endings and beginnings, memory and hope, silence and renewal, guiding you softly into a deep, restorative sleep filled with tender dreams and quiet grace. Hey there, friend. I hope you're feeling calm and ready to drift deeper into rest. Before we begin the next story in our Boring History for Sleep series, settle into a comfortable stillness, close your eyes softly, and let the gentle quiet carry you away. Tonight, we journey to a place of eternal light, the story of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed. Let's begin this peaceful journey together. Imagine a grand chamber deep within an ancient fortress, its walls bathed in the soft, steady glow of countless lanterns that have burned without fail for centuries. The air is cool, but carries a faint warmth from the flickering flames, casting dancing shadows that play gently across the stone walls, adorned with faded murals and intricate carvings. Each lantern hangs suspended from wrought iron brackets, their glass panes smudged with the gentle touch of time, yet the light within never wavers, steadfast and eternal. The chamber is vast and quiet, filled with an atmosphere of solemn reverence and enduring hope. Imagine the heavy wooden doors, reinforced with iron bands, standing guard at its entrance, silent sentinels to the secrets held within. The floor beneath is laid with smooth flagstones, worn by generations of footsteps, their surface cool and slightly uneven, adding to the chamber's sense of age and history. The walls tell stories in faded frescoes, depicting scenes of guardianship, faith, and perseverance. Figures cloaked in flowing robes, lanterns raised high to pierce the darkness, faces illuminated by the unwavering glow of their lights. The air is filled with a subtle scent of beeswax and aged stone, mingling with the faintest hint of herbs once used in ancient rituals. Imagine the soft hum of the lantern flames, a quiet, soothing rhythm that seems to echo the steady heartbeat of the fortress itself. The light casts a gentle glow on scattered relics, weathered scrolls, ancient keys, and worn leather-bound tomes that lie patiently on wooden shelves and stone alcoves, waiting for stories to be told anew. Beyond the chamber, the fortress stretches into shadowed corridors and hidden chambers, a labyrinth of history and mystery. But here, in this luminous sanctuary, time seems to pause, held gently in the warm embrace of never-dimming light. As you breathe deeply and let your imagination settle within this serene and sacred place, allow the story of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed to guide you softly toward calm and peaceful sleep. As the steady glow of the lanterns fills the chamber with a soft, unwavering light, the atmosphere thickens with an ancient, quiet power. Imagine the warmth radiating gently from the countless flames, mingling with the cool stone air to create a balance both soothing and alive. The gentle flicker of each lantern casts dancing shadows that weave across the intricate carvings on the walls, symbols of protection, faith, and eternal vigilance that seem to pulse softly with the heartbeat of the fortress itself. The chamber stretches far beyond what the eye can see, columns rising like ancient trees supporting a vaulted ceiling carved with delicate patterns, worn smooth by the passage of centuries. Imagine the faint echo of footsteps from unseen guardians, their presence felt more than heard, moving silently through the dimly lit corridors that lead to the sacred heart of the fortress. The heavy scent of beeswax, mingled with hints of dried herbs and old parchment, lingers in the air, weaving a subtle tapestry of memory and ritual. On the stone shelves lining the walls, ancient relics rest quietly, weathered scrolls inscribed with forgotten languages, iron keys with intricate designs, and faded tapestries depicting battles fought and won, sacrifices made in the name of honor and duty. The air hums with the weight of these histories, silent stories held fast by the never-fading light. Imagine the countless nights this chamber has witnessed, where lanterns burn tirelessly through storms, battles, and quiet watches, their light a beacon for those who sought refuge, hope, or guidance in the darkest hours. The unbroken line of flames symbolizes endurance, an eternal promise that even in the face of shadow, light remains steadfast. Beyond the chamber, the fortress hums with secrets, its hidden passages twisting through stone and shadow. But here, within the warm glow of the lanterns, time holds its breath, a sanctuary where peace lingers and the spirit can rest. As you breathe deeply and let your thoughts drift within this radiant stillness, allow the story of the chamber where lanterns never dim to wrap around you gently, guiding you softly toward restful and restorative sleep. As the light from the countless lanterns continues to cast its unwavering glow, the chamber feels alive with the whispers of time, each flickering flame a keeper of stories and secrets long past. Imagine the stone walls, cool and solid beneath your fingertips, their surfaces etched with delicate carvings, intricate scrollwork, heraldic symbols, and ancient inscriptions worn soft by centuries of watchful eyes. The soft rhythmic glow plays upon these carvings, bringing them to life in gentle waves of light and shadow that seem to breathe with the chamber itself. The vaulted ceiling arches high above, painted with faded murals depicting celestial scenes, stars and constellations swirling amidst clouds, angels bearing lanterns, and guardians standing vigilant in the eternal night. Though the colors have softened with age, the artistry remains breathtaking, a silent hymn to endurance and faith. The air is cool, carrying the faint scent of aged wood, beeswax, and the subtle musk of ancient parchment stored carefully within shadowed alcoves. Along the stone shelves, ancient tomes rest side by side with relics of forgotten ceremonies, polished silver chalices tarnished by time, delicate glass vials once filled with fragrant oils, and heavy iron keys whose purpose is now lost to memory. Each object holds its own quiet dignity, a testament to the hands that tended them and the lives they touched. The soft murmur of unseen guardians echoes faintly in the distance, their footsteps light and reverent as they move through hidden passageways that spiral beyond the chamber's glowing heart. These watchful souls have kept the lanterns burning through countless generations, through long winters, fierce battles, and quiet nights of contemplation, ensuring that light never fails in this sacred place. Outside, beyond the thick stone walls, the fortress stands firm against the chill night air, its towers reaching skyward like steadfast sentinels. The gentle rustle of wind through nearby trees whispers through narrow windows, carrying with it the scent of pine and distant wildflowers, mingling with the warmth of the ever-burning lanterns within. As you breathe deeply, let the quiet strength and enduring light of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed fill your mind and heart. Feel the gentle dance of shadows and flame guiding you slowly, softly toward deep and peaceful sleep, wrapped in the timeless embrace of hope and serenity. The chamber's gentle light stretches endlessly, casting a soft glow that warms the cool stone and fills every corner with a sense of calm endurance. Imagine the intricate ironwork of the lantern holders, twisted and forged by proud master blacksmiths long ago, their dark metal surfaces gleaming faintly in the flickering light. Each lantern, though battered and aged, holds a flame that dances steadily, unyielding in its promise to keep darkness at bay. The chamber itself feels sacred, a sanctuary where time itself seems to pause. Along the walls, ancient tapestries hang heavy with age, their rich colors faded, but their stories still vivid, depicting scenes of bravery, loyalty, and sacrifice. Imagine the texture of the woven threads beneath your fingertips, rough yet resilient, each stitch a testament to the hands that crafted them with care and devotion. Near a tall arched window, a worn wooden bench invites quiet reflection. The window's leaded glass is etched with delicate patterns that catch the lantern light, casting shimmering fragments of color onto the stone floor. Outside, the night sky stretches vast and deep, dotted with countless stars that twinkle softly like distant lanterns themselves, silent companions to the ever-burning flames inside. The air is thick with a mingling of scents, warm beeswax, the faint musk of old parchment, and a subtle hint of dried herbs tucked away in hidden corners. These aromas weave together like a comforting tapestry, wrapping the chamber in a fragrant embrace that soothes the soul and quiets the mind. Imagine the quiet footsteps of the guardians who tend these lanterns, their movements deliberate and reverent. Their presence is felt more than seen, a silent vigil that spans generations, a promise to keep the light alive for those who seek refuge, guidance, or peace within these stone walls. Beyond the chamber, the fortress hums softly with life, its ancient stones absorbing the warmth of the lantern glow, standing firm against the chill night air. The gentle rustle of leaves from nearby trees and the distant call of a nightbird create a soothing natural chorus, blending harmoniously with the quiet flicker of flames inside. As you breathe deeply and let your senses settle into this serene, luminous sanctuary, allow the story of the chamber where lanterns never dim to enfold you gently. Feel the steady heartbeat of light and hope guiding you softly toward restful, restorative sleep. The soft glow of the lanterns continues to fill the chamber with an unwavering light, bathing the ancient stones and worn wooden beams in a warm, golden hue. Imagine the gentle crackling of the flames as they flicker softly, their gentle dance casting moving shadows that ripple like whispers across the walls. The air is filled with a comforting warmth, mingling with the coolness of the stone to create a delicate balance that soothes the spirit and calms the mind. Along the shelves that line the chamber, you notice rows of ancient manuscripts and leather-bound books, their spines cracked and pages yellowed with age. Imagine the scent of old parchment and ink, faint but persistent, mingling with the lingering fragrance of beeswax and dried herbs carefully stored in small wooden boxes. These relics of knowledge and faith have been preserved by generations of guardians, their presence a testament to the enduring spirit of this sacred place. Near a stone hearth, long since cooled, but still rich with memory, sits a collection of worn scrolls tied with faded ribbons. Imagine the delicate texture of the parchment, fragile yet resilient, bearing the careful script of scribes who dedicated their lives to recording history, prayers, and wisdom. The words they inscribed hold echoes of hope, sorrow, and steadfast devotion, bridging the centuries between past and present. Outside the chamber, through narrow windows framed by thick stone walls, you glimpse the fortress grounds bathed in moonlight. Ancient trees sway gently in the night breeze, their leaves whispering softly in a language known only to the wind. The distant murmur of a nightingale's song mingles with the subtle rustle of animals moving quietly through the underbrush, composing a lullaby that drifts into the chamber, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility. Imagine the lives that have passed through this chamber, the guardians who kept vigil through long, dark nights, the seekers who found solace in its steady light, and the countless stories woven into its very stones. Their presence lingers in the warm glow of the lanterns, and the hushed reverence that fills the air. As you breathe deeply and allow the soothing ambiance to envelop you, let the story of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed wash gently over your thoughts. Feel the intertwining of light and shadow, past and present, calm and hope, guiding you slowly into a restful, peaceful sleep. The chamber's gentle light pulses softly, a steady heartbeat echoing through the vast, stone-walled sanctuary. Imagine the flickering flames of countless lanterns casting a warm, amber glow that dances and sways along the worn surfaces of the chamber. Their illumination reveals the texture of the ancient stone, rugged, cool to the touch, yet softened by centuries of care and quiet presence. The wooden beams overhead creak faintly, a familiar sound that speaks of age and endurance, while the scent of beeswax lingers richly in the air, mingling with hints of dried lavender and aged parchment. Shelves carved from the very stone itself are lined with ancient tomes and fragile scrolls, their pages brittle but treasured, whispering secrets of faith, hope, and resilience preserved through generations. Imagine the gentle footsteps of the keepers, cloaked figures moving with reverence and purpose as they tend the ever-burning flames. Their hands, calloused yet gentle, carefully refill oil lamps and trim wicks, ensuring the light remains unbroken through the darkest nights. The steady rhythm of their movements becomes a comforting melody, harmonizing with the soft crackle of the flames and the distant chorus of the night outside. Beyond the chamber's heavy doors lie shadowed corridors and hidden alcoves, silent witnesses to centuries of watchful vigils and quiet prayers. The distant tolling of a bell echoes faintly through the fortress, its deep resonance a reminder of time's passage and the unwavering commitment to keeping hope alive. Outside, the moon hangs low, casting silver beams through narrow windows, illuminating dust motes that drift lazily like tiny stars within the chamber's sacred space. The gardens beyond rest peacefully under the night sky, their ancient trees whispering softly in the breeze, and the faint scent of night-blooming jasmine drifts through the open air. As you breathe deeply, allow yourself to be cradled by the enduring light and quiet strength of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed. Let the soft glow and timeless serenity guide you gently into deep, restorative sleep, wrapped in the warm embrace of hope and peace. The chamber's timeless light continues to glow softly, a beacon of unwavering hope nestled within the fortress's ancient stone walls. Imagine the warm amber flames of the lanterns flickering gently, their reflections dancing across the intricate carvings and faded frescoes that adorn the chamber's surfaces. Each lantern, suspended from iron brackets forged by master craftsmen long ago, holds a flame that seems to pulse with the heartbeat of generations, steady, resilient, eternal. The heavy wooden ceiling beams above creak faintly, their grain worn smooth by centuries of caretakers who moved quietly beneath them, tending the lights and guarding the sanctuary's secrets. The scent of beeswax mingles with hints of aged parchment and dried herbs carefully tucked away in weathered wooden chests, creating a comforting aroma that fills the chamber with a sense of sacredness and calm. Along the stone shelves, ancient scrolls and leather-bound tomes rest patiently, their pages yellowed and brittle, holding within them the wisdom and prayers of countless souls who sought solace and guidance here. Imagine the delicate texture of these texts, the faint inked letters whispering stories of faith, perseverance, and quiet strength to those who listen closely. The flicker of lantern light casts shifting shadows that play across the worn stone floor, highlighting the soft outlines of statues and relics placed with reverence throughout the chamber. These silent guardians watch over the space, their forms weathered yet dignified, embodying the enduring spirit that has kept this sanctuary alive through ages of change and uncertainty. Outside the chamber's heavy doors, the fortress rests beneath a vast sky sprinkled with stars, their distant light twinkling like a chorus of silent lanterns mirrored in the heavens. The gentle rustle of leaves from ancient trees and the soft calls of nocturnal creatures create a natural lullaby, blending harmoniously with the steady glow inside. As you breathe deeply, let the quiet strength and enduring light of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed fill your mind and heart. Allow this gentle sanctuary of flame and stone to guide you softly toward peaceful, restorative sleep, wrapped in the warm embrace of timeless hope and serenity. The chamber's eternal glow continues to bathe the ancient fortress in a soft, golden light, wrapping every stone and shadow in a comforting embrace. Imagine the flickering flames of the countless lanterns, each one a small miracle of perseverance, casting gentle patterns of light that weave and shift along the weathered walls. The air is rich with the mingling scents of beeswax, aged parchment, and dried lavender tucked carefully among the relics, creating an atmosphere both sacred and serene. The stone walls are lined with alcoves where ancient artifacts rest in quiet dignity. Weathered chalices, delicate glass vials, and faded manuscripts that hold the prayers and hopes of generations. Imagine running your fingers lightly over the rough, carved surfaces of the stone shelves, feeling the texture of centuries beneath your touch. The soft murmur of a distant chant seems to echo faintly through the chamber, a haunting melody carried by the lingering spirits who have watched over this sanctuary. Above, the vaulted ceiling arches high, its frescoes faded but still visible, depictions of stars, lanterns, and guardian figures holding vigil through endless nights. The interplay of light and shadow brings these images to life, inviting you to lose yourself in their silent stories. The gentle creak of the wooden beams overhead and the faint crackle of flames create a soothing rhythm that lulls the chamber into a peaceful stillness. Outside the narrow windows, the night sky stretches vast and deep, filled with shimmering constellations that seem to mirror the lantern's eternal light. The cool night air drifts in softly, carrying the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine and the rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Somewhere in the distance, the soft hoot of an owl punctuates the silence, adding to the tranquil symphony of the night. As you breathe deeply, allow yourself to be enveloped by the warmth and quiet strength of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed. Let the soft glow and timeless serenity guide you gently into a deep, restorative sleep, wrapped in the peaceful embrace of light and shadow, history and hope. The chamber's unwavering light continues to fill the vast fortress with a warm, golden glow, illuminating every carved stone and worn surface with gentle reverence. Imagine the soft flicker of lantern flames, their steady glow casting shifting shadows that dance slowly across the high vaulted ceilings, and the intricate tapestries that tell stories of guardianship, faith, and hope. The air is thick with the comforting scent of beeswax and dried herbs, mingling with the faint musk of ancient parchment and leather-bound tomes that rest patiently on stone shelves. Each lantern, suspended from iron brackets, twisted into delicate patterns, holds a flame that seems to breathe with a life of its own, steady, enduring, and filled with silent promise. Imagine the rhythmic crackle of the flames, a soothing sound that blends harmoniously with the distant echo of footsteps from the fortress's silent corridors. These sounds create a gentle symphony that speaks of watchfulness and quiet devotion. Along the walls, faded frescoes depict scenes of ancient rites and quiet vigils, their colors softened by the passage of centuries, but still vivid with meaning. Statues of robed figures stand in solemn silence, their stone faces worn but serene, eyes cast downward in eternal contemplation. The soft glow of the lanterns brings these silent sentinels to life, their shadows stretching long and embracing the chamber in a quiet, protective presence. Outside, the fortress grounds lie shrouded in midnight's deep embrace. The gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant call of a night bird weave a natural lullaby that drifts softly through the open windows. The night air carries the delicate fragrance of jasmine and honeysuckle, mingling with the cool freshness of dew-covered earth. The quiet symphony of the night and the steady light within create a perfect harmony, a sanctuary of peace and calm. As you breathe deeply and let the gentle glow of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed wash over your senses, allow yourself to be carried softly into a place of deep rest and renewal. Feel the intertwining of light and shadow, history and hope, stillness and quiet strength guiding you toward peaceful, restorative sleep. As the night slowly yields to the first gentle light of dawn, the chamber where lanterns never dimmed begins to transform under a soft, awakening glow. Imagine the pale rays of morning filtering delicately through tall, narrow windows, casting shimmering beams that dance across the ancient stone floors and the worn wooden beams above. The lanterns, though still aglow, flicker softly as if bowing to the coming day, their steady flames a testament to the enduring spirit that has kept this sacred space alive through centuries of night and shadow. The air within the chamber is cool and crisp, carrying the subtle sense of morning dew, mingling with the lingering warmth of beeswax and dried herbs. The faint aroma of parchment and leather-bound tomes rests gently in the background, like the whispered wisdom of countless generations that have tended this hallowed place. The stone walls, softened by time, seem to glow with an inner light, their carved patterns catching the dawn's first touch and revealing delicate details previously hidden in shadow. Imagine the chamber coming alive with the quiet sounds of morning, the soft creak of ancient wood settling, the gentle rustle of fabric from unseen hands, and the distant call of awakening birds beyond the fortress walls. The gardens outside begin to stir, with dewdrops glistening on tangled vines and fragrant flowers, their petals slowly unfolding to greet the new day. The empty chambers of the fortress seem to breathe with a peaceful stillness, as if honoring the passage of night and welcoming the promise of dawn. The lantern's light, steadfast and unwavering, has guided countless souls through darkness, their warm glow a symbol of hope, resilience, and the quiet strength found in steadfast watchfulness. As you breathe deeply, allow the tranquil beauty and enduring light of the chamber where lanterns never dimmed to settle softly within you. Feel the gentle embrace of history, faith, and unwavering hope, guiding you gently into deep, restorative sleep, filled with tender dreams and quiet grace. I'm sure by now many of you have drifted peacefully into sleep, but here I am, quietly continuing beside you, softly whispering stories to ease your mind. Let's keep this gentle journey going with the next tale in our Boring History for Sleep series, The Couriers Who Walked Without Maps. Rest easy, stay still, and let the story guide you deeper into calm and restful sleep. Imagine a vast, rugged landscape stretching endlessly beneath an open sky where the earth is cracked and dry in some places, yet lush and green in others. This is a land where ancient paths wind through dense forests, across roaring rivers, and over towering mountains, many of which have no marked trails or guiding signs. Picture couriers setting out into this wild expanse, their feet steady and sure despite the absence of maps, their eyes sharp and attentive to every natural landmark. These couriers were not mere travelers. They were the lifelines of distant kingdoms, trusted with secrets and messages that could alter the fate of nations. Imagine them carrying bundles wrapped tightly in cloth, their contents precious and fragile, tucked safely beneath worn leather satchels slung across their shoulders. Their garments, weathered and patched, tell stories of countless journeys through sun, rain, and snow, each stitch a testament to endurance and resilience. As they navigated unfamiliar terrain, these couriers relied on intuition honed by years of experience. The shape of a distant mountain, the direction of a flowing river, the position of the sun and stars. Imagine the quiet confidence in their step, the calm determination in their eyes as they moved silently through shadowed forests and open plains alike, guided not by inked lines, but by an intimate knowledge of the land and its subtle signs. The nights were often spent beneath vast canopies of stars, where the only light came from flickering campfires and the distant glow of fireflies. Picture the couriers huddled around their small flames, sharing whispered stories and quiet laughter, their voices blending with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of distant streams. These moments of rest were precious, brief respites in a journey marked by constant motion and vigilance. As you breathe in the stillness of this ancient world, let the story of the couriers who walked without maps carry you gently deeper into calm and restful sleep. Feel the steady rhythm of footsteps on untrodden paths, the whisper of wind through leaves, and the quiet strength of those who journeyed through darkness and uncertainty with unwavering purpose. As the couriers ventured deeper into the wild and untamed landscape, the path beneath their feet became less certain, winding through thick forests where sunlight filtered softly through a dense canopy of leaves. Imagine the towering trees stretching high above, their trunks wrapped in moss and tangled vines, while the forest floor lay carpeted with fallen leaves and delicate ferns. The air here was cool and rich with the scent of earth and wood, mingling with the faint perfume of blooming wildflowers hidden in the underbrush. The couriers moved silently, their footsteps muffled by the soft ground, every sense alert to the subtle signals nature provided, a break in the trees revealing a distant mountain peak, the gentle murmur of a nearby stream, or the fluttering of birds disturbed by their passage. Their eyes, trained to notice the smallest details, read the landscape like an open book, interpreting the curves of the land and the direction of the wind to guide their way. Imagine the weight of their burden, messages of great importance carefully wrapped and secured, meant to traverse borders and reach ears that could change the course of history. The couriers bore not only these precious parcels, but also the heavy responsibility of trust, their lives intertwined with the fate of kingdoms and the hopes of countless people. As dusk fell, they would find shelter beneath ancient trees or in natural clearings, where the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in shades of pink and gold. Imagine the flickering glow of a small campfire, its warmth warding off the evening chill, while the couriers shared quiet moments of companionship, soft-spoken words, gentle laughter, and the exchange of stories that kept their spirits strong against the solitude and uncertainty of their journey. The night sky stretched vast and unending above them, a tapestry of stars that served as both guide and companion. Imagine the cool night air filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. In these quiet moments, the couriers found a deep connection to the land and to each other, their purpose renewed by the constancy of the stars and the enduring rhythms of the natural world. As you settle deeper into this scene, let the story of the couriers who walked without maps carry you gently toward a restful and peaceful sleep, wrapped in the quiet strength of those who journeyed through darkness with courage and unwavering faith. As the couriers pressed onward through the ever-changing landscape, the terrain grew more rugged and challenging. Imagine narrow mountain passes where jagged rocks jutted sharply against the sky, the air thin and crisp with the scent of pine and wild herbs. The path wound precariously along cliffs, where a single misstep could send one tumbling into the shadowy depths below. Yet the couriers moved with practiced surety, their footsteps steady and deliberate despite the daunting surroundings. The sky above was a vast canvas, shifting from the warm hues of dawn to the cool blues of midday and finally to the deep indigo of twilight. Imagine the sun's rays filtering through swirling mists that clung to the mountain peaks, creating an ethereal glow that bathed the rugged landscape in soft, diffused light. The couriers, though weary from the day's journey, found strength in the beauty around them, the delicate wildflowers clinging to rocky crevices, the distant call of a soaring eagle, and the gentle murmur of mountain streams winding through hidden valleys. Their clothing bore the marks of countless journeys, cloaks frayed at the edges, boots worn and dusted with earth, and satchels heavy with the weight of their precious cargo. Yet their faces carried expressions of quiet determination and calm resilience, eyes reflecting the wisdom gained from years of navigating the unknown. Imagine the camaraderie shared in stolen moments, a nod of encouragement, a brief smile exchanged beneath the vast sky, a silent bond forged through shared hardship and unwavering purpose. As night approached, the couriers sought shelter in natural alcoves carved by time into the mountainside, where they could rest beneath the sheltering arms of ancient trees. Imagine the soft crackle of a small fire, its glow casting flickering shadows that danced across the rugged stone walls. Around the fire, they huddled close, sharing whispered stories of distant lands, hopes for safe passage, and memories of loved ones left behind. The cool night air was filled with the mingled scents of pine smoke and crisp mountain air, mingling with the steady heartbeat of the flames. Above, the stars emerged one by one, bright and steady, their constellations serving as timeless guides for the courier's journey. Imagine the vastness of the night sky stretching infinitely, a silent witness to their tireless footsteps and unwavering dedication. In this quiet moment beneath the celestial canopy, the couriers found solace and strength, their spirits renewed by the enduring beauty and mystery of the world they traversed. As you settle deeper into this tranquil scene, allow the story of the couriers who walked without maps to gently carry you toward peaceful, restorative sleep, cradled by the steady rhythms of nature and the courage of those who walk unseen paths. As the couriers journeyed further, the landscape shifted once more, unfolding into vast, rolling plains where the wind whispered secrets through tall grasses that swayed like waves beneath an endless sky. Imagine the golden light of the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the undulating fields, where wildflowers dotted the earth with bursts of color, deep purples, vibrant yellows, and soft whites dancing in the gentle breeze. The air here was tinged with the scent of fresh grass, distant rain, and the faint, earthy aroma of freshly turned soil. The couriers moved steadily across this open expanse, their silhouettes etched against the horizon like solitary figures on a timeless canvas. Their eyes scanned the landscape ahead, searching for familiar landmarks, an ancient oak tree with twisted limbs, a weathered stone marker half buried in the earth, or the faint trail of smoke rising from a distant village. Without maps to guide them, these natural signs became their compass, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of the land they knew so intimately. Imagine the rhythm of their footsteps mingling with the sounds of the plains, the soft rustle of grass, the distant call of hawks circling high above, and the steady murmur of a winding river carving its way through the valley below. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink that slowly faded into the deep blues of twilight. As darkness approached, the couriers prepared to make camp beneath a canopy of stars, where the vastness of the night sky stretched endlessly overhead. Around a modest fire, the flickering flames cast warm, golden light on weathered faces, each one marked by the hardships of the road and the quiet strength of unwavering resolve. Imagine the gentle murmur of voices sharing stories of far-off places, old legends, and whispered prayers for safe passage. The air was filled with the scent of burning wood and the fresh coolness of night, mingling with the enduring spirit of those who walked without maps, guided by instinct, knowledge, and trust in the land. As you breathe deeply and let your mind wander through this serene, open landscape, allow the story of the couriers who walked without maps to carry you gently toward restful, peaceful sleep. Feel the soothing embrace of the endless plains, the steady rhythm of determined footsteps, and the quiet courage that lights the way through uncertainty. As the night deepens over the rolling plains, the couriers press onward beneath a sky awash with stars, their light shimmering like distant lanterns scattered across a vast, dark ocean. Imagine the cool night air wrapped around you, carrying the scents of wild sage and earth, blending with the faint warmth of a dying campfire. The grass beneath their feet is soft, sometimes damp with dew, and the gentle rustle of the wind through the tall stalks creates a quiet symphony that soothes the weary traveler's soul. The couriers, cloaked against the chill, move with quiet purpose, their breath visible in the cold air like fleeting whispers. Each step is deliberate, careful, not only to conserve energy, but to honor the sacred duty they bear. Imagine the weight of the satchels slung over their shoulders, heavy with messages that carry the hopes and fears of distant kingdoms. Each letter or parcel wrapped in cloth, its contents hidden but its importance clear. A silent trust passed from hand to hand, carried through the wild with unwavering resolve. As they navigate the vast openness, the couriers rely on the ancient rhythms of nature, the position of the stars, the whisper of the wind, the flow of rivers unseen but felt in the shifting air. Imagine the quiet confidence in their eyes, the wisdom gained through countless journeys, and the silent prayers whispered to the night sky for safety and strength. At times, the couriers pause to rest beneath the shelter of a lone tree or rocky outcrop, where the earth feels solid and the world seems to hold its breath. Imagine the flicker of small fires as they huddle close, sharing stories and hopes in hushed tones, the crackling flames casting warm shadows that dance across tired faces. The camaraderie and shared purpose create a quiet bond, a fellowship forged in the heart of the wilderness. The night stretches on, filled with the gentle chorus of nocturnal creatures, the soft hoot of owls, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the distant howl of wolves echoing through the valleys. The couriers move with a grace born of experience and necessity, their figures blending seamlessly with the darkened landscape as they walk paths only the land and stars can guide. As you breathe deeply, allow the steady rhythm of their footsteps, the whisper of the wind, and the glow of distant stars to lull you gently toward restful, peaceful sleep. Let the story of the couriers who walked without maps wrap around you like a soft, protective cloak, carrying you softly into dreams filled with quiet strength and enduring hope. As dawn begins to soften the edges of the night, the couriers find themselves nearing the borders of their journey's next great challenge, a dense, ancient forest rumored to be as mysterious as it was vast. Imagine the transition from open plains to towering trees, whose thick canopies blot out the morning sun, casting long shadows that stretch across the forest floor like dark ribbons. The air here is cooler, heavy with the rich scents of damp earth, pine needles, and wild mushrooms, mingling with the faint, sweet aroma of flowering shrubs tucked beneath the towering trunks. The forest breathes with life. Every rustle of leaves, distant bird call, and snapping twig is a reminder of the hidden world within. Imagine the couriers stepping carefully over gnarled roots and moss-covered stones, their senses heightened to every subtle sound and movement. The path is no longer clear, marked only by faint traces of passage worn smooth by generations of feet like theirs, guided not by maps, but by intuition, knowledge, and the whispers of the woods themselves. The canopy above forms a mosaic of greens and golds, sunlight filtering through leaves and shimmering patches that dance upon the forest floor. The courier's breath forms soft clouds in the cool air, their footsteps hushed by the thick layer of fallen leaves and needles. Imagine the feeling of solitude and connection intertwined, alone yet deeply attuned to the natural world around them, their presence both small and vital in this ancient sanctuary. Their satchels, worn but sturdy, carry messages wrapped carefully to withstand the journey, letters sealed with wax, scrolls protected by leather, bundles of herbs and tokens meant for distant hands and hearts. Each courier carries not only physical weight, but the heavy responsibility of trust, knowing that their passage through these shadowed woods could alter destinies. As the light shifts with the movement of the sun, the forest transforms, from dappled gold to deep emerald shades, its mysteries unfolding slowly with every step. The couriers move with steady determination, their minds focused yet open to the subtle signs around them. The pattern of bird songs, the scent of disturbed earth, the fleeting glimpse of a fox disappearing into the underbrush. As night approaches once again, the couriers seek shelter beneath ancient trees or in natural clearings, where the canopy opens to reveal a sky filled with stars. Imagine the quiet glow of a small fire flickering against the trunks, casting shadows that dance like spirits on the forest floor. Around the fire, stories are shared softly, tales of past journeys, whispered hopes, and the unyielding spirit that drives them onward. As you breathe deeply and let the serene sounds and sights of the ancient forest settle around you, allow the story of the couriers who walked without maps to cradle your thoughts gently. Feel the quiet strength, the deep connection to nature, and the steady courage that lights the way through darkness, guiding you softly into peaceful, restorative sleep. As the couriers venture deeper into the forest, the air grows thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a rich tapestry woven from centuries of life and decay. Imagine the towering trees arching overhead, their massive trunks wrapped in moss and vines, standing like ancient sentinels guarding the secrets of the woods. The canopy above filters the sunlight into soft emerald hues, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor where ferns and wildflowers thrive in quiet clusters. The path beneath their feet becomes more challenging, winding over roots and around stones slick with morning dew. Each step requires careful attention, but the couriers move with a grace born from experience, their eyes sharp for every subtle landmark. A moss-covered rock shaped like a sleeping bear, a fallen branch etched with the tracks of woodland creatures, or the distant murmur of a hidden stream. These natural signs are their guides, their map drawn from an intimate understanding of the land itself. Around them, the forest hums with life, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the distant call of a woodpecker tapping rhythmically on a hollow tree, and the soft buzz of insects weaving through the air. Imagine the couriers pausing briefly to listen, their breath steady and calm as they attune themselves to the forest's quiet symphony. The trees seem to lean closer, their leaves whispering secrets only the most attentive can hear. The weight of their burdens, messages wrapped in cloth and sealed with wax, rest heavy but secure against their backs. These letters carry not just words, but the hopes, fears, and fates of those who wait beyond the forest's edge. Imagine the determination in the couriers' faces, their expressions calm yet resolute, knowing that every step brings them closer to fulfilling their vital task. As the sun dips lower, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers through the trees, the couriers seek refuge in a small clearing. Here, they kindle a fire, its soft glow warming their hands and faces as the forest darkens around them. Imagine the crackle of flames mingling with the chorus of nocturnal creatures, the hoot of an owl, the chirp of crickets, and the whisper of the wind weaving through the branches. Around the fire, stories are shared in hushed tones, tales of past journeys, narrow escapes, and the enduring spirit that drives them onward despite the unknown. The flickering light casts dancing shadows that seem to bring the ancient forest to life, wrapping the couriers in a cocoon of warmth and camaraderie beneath the vast, star-studded sky. As you breathe deeply and let the peaceful strength of this forest sanctuary fill your mind and heart, allow the story of the couriers who walked without maps to carry you gently toward restful, peaceful sleep. Feel the steady rhythm of footsteps on the forest floor, the soft murmur of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet courage that guides the way through darkness and uncertainty. As the couriers rest beneath the ancient canopy, the forest around them hums softly with the pulse of nocturnal life. Imagine the gentle glow of the dying fire, casting flickering shadows that stretch and dance upon the gnarled roots and moss-covered stones, painting the clearing in shades of amber and deep indigo. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the delicate scents of pine needles, earth, and the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers that release their fragrance into the dark. Above, the stars shine brilliantly through gaps in the dense leaves, their silver light weaving a celestial tapestry that blankets the night sky. The constellations have guided travelers for generations, their steady presence a reassuring beacon for the couriers navigating the wilderness without maps. Imagine the serene silence punctuated only by the occasional rustle of small creatures moving cautiously through the underbrush or the distant call of an owl, each sound a note in the forest's lullaby. The couriers' faces, illuminated by the fire's warm glow, are etched with quiet determination and fatigue. Their eyes reflect the flickering flames and the vastness of the sky above, carrying the weight of responsibility and the resilience forged through countless journeys. Their satchels, heavy with precious messages and fragile hopes, rest close at hand, a tangible reminder of the trust placed in their unwavering footsteps. As they share whispered stories and soft laughter, the bonds between them deepen, unspoken connections born of shared hardship and unyielding purpose. Imagine the gentle comfort found in these moments of camaraderie, a respite amid the endless wilderness, where every heartbeat syncs with the rhythm of the natural world. Beyond the clearing, the forest seems to watch silently, its ancient trees standing guard over the resting couriers. The cool night breeze stirs the leaves, sending a soft cascade of whispers through the branches, a symphony of nature's enduring presence that soothes and calms. As you breathe deeply and let your senses embrace this peaceful nocturnal scene, allow the story of the couriers who walked without maps to envelop you gently. Feel the mingling of stillness and movement, light and shadow, trust and courage guiding you softly into a deep and restorative sleep. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the dense canopy, the couriers stirred from their restful camp, greeted by a world bathed in soft hues of pink and gold. Imagine the delicate rays of morning sun breaking through the trees, casting gentle beams that danced upon the forest floor, illuminating the dew-kissed leaves and sparkling spiderwebs like tiny jewels. The air was crisp and cool, filled with the fresh scents of pine sap, damp earth, and blooming wildflowers awakening to greet the new day. The forest around them slowly came alive with the sounds of morning, a chorus of birdsong weaving through the trees, the distant rustle of small creatures foraging in the underbrush, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream, flowing steadily over smooth stones. Imagine the couriers taking a moment to breathe deeply, their bodies replenished by the cool freshness, their minds steeled for the journey ahead. Their path led them onward through winding trails carved by time and footsteps long past. Imagine the shifting landscape as they moved from dense woods into sun-dappled clearings, where wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze, and the distant silhouette of rolling hills promised new challenges and discoveries. Their feet, tired yet unwavering, moved rhythmically across mossy stones and soft earth, their senses keen to every sight and sound, a finely tuned harmony between traveler and terrain. The weight of their burdens remained constant, satchels heavy with messages sealed in wax, bundles of herbs and tokens meant to bring solace and hope to those far away. Each courier carried not just physical loads, but the intangible weight of trust and responsibility, their hearts bound to the unseen hands awaiting their arrival. As the day unfolded, the sun climbed higher, casting warm light that filtered through the trees and sparkled upon dew droplets, setting the forest aglow with golden shimmer. Imagine moments of quiet reflection as the couriers paused beside babbling brooks or rested beneath ancient oaks, the serene beauty of the world around them a balm for weary spirits. Yet even amid such peace, the urgency of their mission remained, a silent reminder of the fragile threads connecting distant lives and the crucial role they played in weaving those threads together. the couriers pressed on, guided by intuition, memory, and an unshakable resolve. As you breathe deeply and let the soft morning light and forest's gentle sounds fill your mind, allow the story of the couriers who walked without maps to carry you gently toward peaceful, restorative sleep. Feel the rhythm of footsteps, the whisper of leaves, and the enduring courage that lights the way through uncertainty. As the sun climbs higher and the day fully awakens, the couriers find themselves nearing the end of another arduous journey, a moment of quiet reflection amidst the gentle embrace of the natural world. Imagine the soft warmth of sunlight filtering through a canopy of leaves, dappling the forest floor in patterns of light and shadow that shift gently with the breeze. The air is alive with the scents of pine, wildflowers, and freshly turned earth, a fragrant reminder of the life that thrives within these ancient woods. The path ahead opens into a serene valley, where a crystal-clear river winds lazily through meadows lush with green grasses and blooming blossoms. Imagine the soothing sound of water flowing over smooth stones, mingling with the gentle hum of bees and the distant song of songbirds perched high in the trees. Here, the couriers pause to rest, their weary bodies eased by the peaceful surroundings, and their spirits lifted by the beauty that surrounds them. Their satchels, still heavy with the precious messages they carry, are set gently on the soft earth as they sit beneath the shade of towering oaks. Imagine the quiet exchanges between them, words spoken softly, smiles shared, and the unspoken bond forged through countless miles and shared purpose. Each courier carries the weight of trust, hope, and duty, yet finds solace in the companionship and the unwavering commitment to their vital mission. As the afternoon sun begins its slow descent, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, the couriers prepare to continue, their hearts steady and their resolve renewed. Imagine the long shadows stretching across the valley, the cool breeze stirring the leaves, and the steady rhythm of footsteps echoing softly through the stillness. The journey continues, guided by intuition, courage, and the enduring connection to the land and the people they serve. As you breathe deeply and let the serene beauty and quiet strength of this moment settle within you, allow the story of the couriers who walked without maps to carry you gently into a deep, peaceful, and restorative sleep. Feel the harmony of nature, the steady beat of determined footsteps, and the quiet courage that lights the way through every unknown path. Hello, dear friend. I hope you're feeling calm and ready to ease into rest. Before we begin our next story in the Boring History for Sleep series, settle comfortably, close your eyes gently, and let the soothing calm carry you away. Tonight, we visit a place frozen in time, the tale of the marketplace where time stood still. Let's begin this peaceful journey together. Imagine stepping into a marketplace unlike any other, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient city, where the bustle of daily life once thrived but now lingers only in whispered echoes. The air is thick with the scent of aged stone and faded fabrics, mingling faintly with the remnants of spices long past their prime. Imagine the uneven cobblestone streets stretching out beneath your feet, worn smooth by countless footsteps over centuries, yet now silent and still, as if the very air holds its breath. Around you, the stalls stand frozen in time. Wooden carts, once vibrant with colorful fruits and hand-woven textiles, now weathered and dust-covered. Imagine cracked pottery and rusted tools left untouched, as if the merchants vanished in an instant, leaving their goods to wait indefinitely for buyers who would never come. Faded signs hang crookedly from wooden beams, their painted letters peeling away, telling stories of trades and exchanges from a time long forgotten. The marketplace is framed by towering stone buildings, their arches and balconies silent witnesses to the rise and fall of empires. Imagine vines creeping slowly up the walls, weaving through cracks and crevices, reclaiming the space with nature's quiet persistence. The muted light filters softly through tattered awnings, casting gentle shadows that dance upon the empty streets like ghosts of a vibrant past. Listen closely, and you might hear the faint murmur of distant voices, ghostly echoes of merchants haggling, children laughing, and the clatter of horse-drawn carts. The air hums with a strange stillness, a suspended moment caught between past and present, where history breathes softly in every stone and shadow. As you breathe deeply and let your imagination settle into this tranquil scene, allow the story of the marketplace, where time stood still, to carry you gently into calm and restful sleep. Feel the soft embrace of silence and memory, guiding you slowly toward peaceful dreams wrapped in the warmth of forgotten moments. As you wander deeper into the marketplace, the stillness becomes almost tangible, a heavy, quiet blanket draped over every surface. Imagine the soft crunch of dried leaves beneath your feet, scattered carelessly among broken shards of pottery and forgotten trinkets. The air hangs thick with the scent of aged wood and cracked leather, mingling faintly with the dusty aroma of long-forgotten spices and dried herbs that once filled the stalls with life and color. The stalls themselves tell their own stories. Wooden beams warped and weathered by sun and rain, cloth canopies faded and torn, fluttering weakly in a breeze that carries whispers of the past. Imagine baskets brimming with cracked nuts and shriveled fruits, remnants of a harvest that time forgot to gather. Nearby, pottery vessels sit cracked and empty, their once bright glazes dulled by years of neglect. Each object holds the memory of a hand that shaped it, a story of trade, of daily life, and survival. Surrounding the marketplace, tall stone buildings loom quietly, their facades etched with the delicate carvings of an era when art and craftsmanship flourished. Imagine balconies draped in dusty tapestries, their colors faded but still hinting at the vibrant scenes they once depicted. Processions, festivals, and daily scenes of a bustling city. Ivy winds its way through the cracks, softening the hard edges of stone with its green embrace, while birds nest quietly in crevices, their gentle songs weaving through the silence. Imagine the sky above, a soft gray canvas stretching endlessly, filtered light casting a muted glow over the scene. Shadows lengthen and stretch across the empty streets, mingling with the faint glimmer of dust motes drifting lazily in the still air. The marketplace feels suspended in time, neither alive nor completely forgotten, waiting patiently for the footsteps of those who once called it home. As you breathe deeply and let your senses wander through this hushed world, allow the story of the marketplace, where time stood still, to wrap around you gently. Feel the delicate balance of presence and absence, memory and silence, guiding you slowly toward a calm, restful sleep filled with soft, soothing dreams. As the day gradually fades into the soft hues of twilight, the marketplace's stillness deepens, cloaking the ancient stone and weathered wood in a gentle, somber calm. Imagine the fading light filtering through the torn awnings, casting long, languid shadows that stretch across the cracked cobblestones like sleepy fingers reaching for the quiet night. The air is cool now, carrying a subtle chill that mingles with a faint scent of damp earth and dried herbs long left unattended. The empty stalls seem to hold their breath, as if the merchants themselves might return at any moment to continue their daily routines. Imagine the delicate flutter of tattered fabrics hanging loosely from wooden poles, stirred occasionally by a whisper of wind that moves like a sigh through the silent streets. Nearby, abandoned baskets and crates rest beneath thick layers of dust, their contents lost to time. A few dried seeds, a faded cloth, a broken piece of pottery, each a silent testament to lives once intertwined with the pulse of the marketplace. Surrounding the square, the tall stone buildings stand like silent guardians, their weathered facades etched with the marks of countless seasons. Streaks of rain, patches of moss, and the soft green fingers of ivy creeping steadily upwards. Imagine the arched doorways and shuttered windows, closed tight against the passage of years, yet still holding the memories of laughter, negotiation, and the myriad voices that once filled the air with vibrant energy. Above, the sky deepens into twilight's embrace, a canvas painted in soft purples and deep blues, studded with the first timid stars that begin to twinkle faintly. Imagine the cool breath of evening drifting gently through the empty streets, carrying the distant call of nightbirds and the rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. The marketplace, caught between day and night, feels like a forgotten dream, a place where time itself hesitates, holding on to the echoes of moments that once were. As you breathe deeply, letting the tranquil quiet seep into your mind and body, allow the story of the marketplace where time stood still to guide you softly into restful sleep. Feel the gentle embrace of stillness and memory, the fading light, and the promise of peace wrapping around you like a warm, comforting cloak. As night deepens over the ancient marketplace, a soft hush settles over the empty streets, transforming the space into a sanctuary of stillness and shadow. Imagine the pale moonlight filtering gently through the tattered awnings and cracked windows, casting a silver glow that bathes the worn cobblestones and faded stalls in an ethereal light. The air is cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and the subtle fragrance of wildflowers growing quietly at the edges of forgotten corners. The marketplace, though silent, feels alive with the lingering presence of the past. Imagine the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, the distant call of a night bird, and the faint whisper of a forgotten song carried on the wind. Each stone and shuttered doorway seems to hold its own story, a memory etched deep into the fabric of the place, waiting patiently to be heard once more. The wooden carts and stalls, weathered and worn, stand as silent sentinels, their surfaces etched with the marks of countless hands and years of use. Imagine baskets overflowing with dried herbs and faded textiles, their colors muted but still hinting at the vibrant life they once brought to the marketplace. The faint glint of broken glass and scattered coins catches the moonlight, telling tales of hurried transactions and treasured moments frozen in time. Surrounding the square, the stone buildings rise tall and proud, their facades softened by creeping ivy and moss that cling stubbornly to the walls. Imagine balconies draped with faded curtains, their threads worn thin but still whispering of laughter and whispered conversations long past. The narrow alleys branching from the square stretch into darkness, inviting the imagination to wander through secrets and stories hidden just beyond reach. As you breathe deeply and let your senses absorb the quiet beauty and gentle melancholy of this timeless place, allow the story of the marketplace where time stood still to wrap you in its soothing embrace. Feel the delicate balance of memory and silence, light and shadow, presence and absence guiding you gently into a calm, restorative sleep. As the night stretches on, the marketplace rests under a quilt of deep indigo skies sprinkled with countless stars. Imagine the soft glow of distant lanterns from nearby villages, casting faint, flickering lights that mingle with the moon's silvery beams, creating a tapestry of shadows and light that dances quietly across the weathered cobblestones. The cool night air carries the subtle scents of jasmine and wild herbs, weaving through narrow alleys and empty stalls, filling the silent space with a gentle, calming presence. The marketplace itself holds an almost sacred stillness, a quiet pause that invites reflection and reverence. Imagine the delicate outlines of goods left behind, baskets woven with intricate patterns now faded and frayed, wooden crates cracked and worn from years of weather and neglect. Each item tells a story of hands that once toiled, of voices that once called out, and of lives intertwined in the vibrant pulse of commerce and community. Surrounding the square, the tall stone buildings rise like ancient sentinels, their facades etched with the wear of centuries. Faint cracks, moss-clad stones, and ivy tendrils that slowly reclaim the space. Imagine shuttered windows, some hanging loosely on rusted hinges, others sealed tight, their glass fogged and dusty, reflecting the quiet moonlight in soft, muted gleams. The heavy wooden doors stand firm but silent, guarding the stories within. In the quiet corners of the marketplace, nature gently reclaims its territory. Imagine patches of wildflowers pushing through cracks in the stones, delicate blooms reaching toward the moonlight. Vines curl lazily around weathered posts, their leaves whispering softly in the night breeze. Small creatures stir in the shadows, mice scurrying between broken pots, moths fluttering near the remnants of lanterns, and the occasional night bird settling into a nearby tree. As you breathe slowly and deeply, allow the serene beauty and tender melancholy of the marketplace where time stood still to envelop your senses. Feel the gentle embrace of history and nature intertwined, the quiet echoes of a once thriving community, and the soft passage of time guiding you gently toward peaceful, restorative sleep. As the quiet night deepens, the marketplace becomes a sanctuary of soft shadows and gentle whispers, where every corner tells a story, etched by time's slow hand. Imagine the cobblestones beneath your feet, smooth yet uneven, their surfaces worn by the countless footsteps of merchants, travelers, and townsfolk who once animated these streets with their daily lives. Each stone holds the faint imprint of stories, of hurried trades, whispered secrets, and moments of laughter shared beneath the open sky. The stalls, though silent, still hold remnants of their former vibrancy. Imagine faded cloths draped over weathered wooden frames, their patterns once bright and lively, now softened to gentle pastels by sun and rain. Crates sit half open, revealing glimpses of dried herbs, cracked pottery, and rusted tools, each item a silent witness to the ebb and flow of life that once pulsed through the space. The scent of aged wood mingles with the faint trace of old spices, cinnamon, clove, and cardamom, ghosts of aromas that once filled the air. Around the square, the buildings rise in stately quietude, their stone facades softened by moss and ivy that weave like nature's delicate embroidery across the walls. Imagine narrow alleyways branching off into darkness, lined with shuttered windows and heavy doors that guard forgotten rooms and hidden stories. The balconies above, once filled with the chatter of families and the gentle clinking of evening cups, now stand empty, draped in shadows and the soft caress of night winds. The night sky overhead is a vast canvas, painted with the soft glow of stars that shimmer like scattered diamonds. Imagine the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of night creatures, a soothing symphony that lulls the marketplace into peaceful slumber. Somewhere in the distance, the faint tolling of a bell marks the passage of time, its deep resonance weaving through the stillness like a heartbeat. As you breathe slowly and deeply, allow the timeless essence of the marketplace, where time stood still, to enfold you. Feel the intertwining of past and present, silence and memory, guiding you softly toward a calm, restorative sleep wrapped in the gentle embrace of history and quiet beauty. As the night deepens further, the marketplace remains a quiet testament to the passage of time, its stillness wrapped in layers of shadow and memory. Imagine the soft, diffused glow of the moonlight spilling over the cracked rooftops and weathered walls, casting a gentle silver light that dances on the uneven cobblestones. The air is cool and carries a delicate chill, mingling with the faint, earthy scent of moss and damp stone that seeps from the ancient buildings. Around the silent stalls, remnants of life linger, tattered fabrics hanging limply from wooden frames, their once bright colors muted by the wear of seasons and neglect. Imagine the cracked surfaces of ceramic pots and bowls, glazed in faded hues and dusted with the soft patina of age. Here and there, scattered remnants of coins catch the moon's light, hinting at hurried exchanges frozen in time. The towering stone buildings loom over the square, their walls etched with the gentle erosion of countless years. Imagine ivy creeping relentlessly upward, weaving its delicate tendrils through cracks and crevices, softening the hard edges with its green embrace. Balconies with rusted wrought iron railings stand empty, the echoes of laughter and whispered conversations swallowed by the night. The marketplace is alive with subtle sounds, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures moving cautiously through the underbrush, and the soft sigh of the wind weaving through narrow alleys. Imagine the gentle flutter of leaves stirred by a passing breeze, carrying with it the faintest trace of jasmine and wild herbs, scents that once filled the market air with warmth and vitality. Beneath this quiet canopy, the marketplace seems suspended between worlds, a place where past and present meet in a delicate balance of memory and silence. Imagine the weight of history held gently in the worn stones and faded signs, each a silent witness to the lives and stories woven through this timeless place. As you breathe slowly and let the gentle stillness wrap around you like a soft cloak, allow the story of the marketplace where time stood still to guide you gently into a restful, peaceful sleep. Feel the intertwining of light and shadow, presence and absence, memory and calm, carrying you softly toward dreams filled with quiet beauty and serene grace. As the night continues to deepen, the marketplace lies beneath a sky that shimmers with the soft twinkle of distant stars, casting a silvery glow over the silent, empty streets. Imagine the moonlight filtering gently through the skeletal remains of awnings, their faded fabric fluttering softly in the cool night breeze. The shadows dance slowly across the weathered cobblestones, weaving intricate patterns that tell stories of days long gone. The air is crisp and carries the faint scent of jasmine and damp earth, mingling with the subtle, lingering aroma of aged wood and cracked pottery. Imagine the delicate touch of the breeze as it stirs the fallen leaves, scattering them in gentle swirls that drift lazily along narrow alleys and through the forgotten corners of the marketplace. The gentle rustle of these leaves is accompanied by the soft, distant call of an owl, its haunting song echoing through the quiet night. Among the silent stalls, the remnants of life are scattered, a basket tipped over, spilling dried herbs and cracked nuts onto the dusty ground, a half-open crate revealing fragile glass bottles, their contents long evaporated, but still carrying the ghost of fragrance. Imagine the quiet dignity of these forgotten objects, each one a tangible echo of a moment frozen in time, a story waiting to be remembered. The towering stone buildings that frame the square stand steadfast, their walls softened by the embrace of ivy and moss that climb slowly, reclaiming their hold. Imagine the play of moonlight on cracked window panes, the subtle shimmer of dust motes dancing in the air, and the gentle creak of ancient wood swaying in the breeze. Balconies stand empty, draped with faded curtains that flutter like ghosts in the night. As you breathe deeply, let the serene stillness of the marketplace, where time stood still, wash over you like a gentle tide. Feel the delicate balance of memory and silence, light and shadow, presence and absence enfolding you softly. Allow the story's quiet beauty and timeless calm to guide you gently into deep, restorative sleep, wrapped in the soothing embrace of history and peace. As the quiet hours of the night linger on, the marketplace remains a silent witness to the passage of countless seasons and centuries. Imagine the soft glow of a waning moon casting pale silver light across the worn cobblestones, their uneven surfaces etched with the footprints of generations long past. The air is still, carrying a cool freshness that mingles with the lingering scent of dried herbs and the faint musk of old leather and wood. The stalls, weathered and fragile, stand as silent sentinels to a time when the marketplace buzzed with life. Imagine faded fabrics fluttering softly in the gentle night breeze, their colors muted, but still hinting at vibrant patterns once woven with care. The broken pottery scattered on the ground tells stories of hurried exchanges and cherished possessions now left behind like echoes in the dust. Surrounding the square, the stone buildings rise tall and quiet, their facades softened by creeping ivy and moss that weave a tapestry of green over the weathered stone. Imagine shuttered windows framed by cracked wooden beams, some hanging loosely, others sealed tight against the quiet night. Balconies stand empty, their rusted iron railings casting delicate shadows that stretch across the silent streets. The sounds of the night are subtle, a distant owl's call, the soft rustle of small creatures moving cautiously among the underbrush, and the whisper of leaves stirred by a passing breeze. Imagine the cool night air wrapping gently around the marketplace, carrying with it the faint, sweet scent of jasmine and wildflowers growing in the forgotten corners. In this stillness, the marketplace seems suspended between worlds, a place where memory and silence entwine, and time holds its breath. Imagine the weight of history resting softly in every stone and shadow, a silent testament to the lives once lived and the moments now forever still. As you breathe deeply and let the serene quiet wash over you, allow the story of the marketplace where time stood still to guide you softly toward a deep, peaceful, and restorative sleep. Feel the gentle balance of presence and absence, light and shadow, memory and calm, carrying you softly into dreams filled with quiet beauty and gentle grace. As the first pale light of dawn begins to creep across the sky, the marketplace, still and silent throughout the night, starts to stir with the promise of a new day. Imagine the soft glow of early morning sun filtering through the broken awnings, casting long, gentle shadows over the worn cobblestones and faded stalls. The air is fresh and cool, tinged with the subtle fragrance of dew-soaked earth, blooming wildflowers, and the faintest trace of jasmine lingering from the night before. The marketplace, though empty of bustling crowds, holds a quiet dignity, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Imagine the weathered wooden carts and stone steps bathed in soft light, their surfaces glowing warmly, revealing the textures and imperfections carved by centuries of use. The faded banners that hang limply from rusted iron poles catch the gentle breeze, fluttering softly like whispered echoes of celebrations long past. Surrounding the square, the tall stone buildings stand proud yet softened by the gentle caress of moss and creeping ivy. Imagine the cracked window panes catching the sun's early rays, sparkling faintly as tiny motes of dust dance lazily in the golden light. The balconies, once filled with laughter and chatter, now sit in peaceful quiet, draped with faded fabrics that sway gently in the morning breeze. As the day unfolds, the marketplace seems to hold its breath, a suspended moment between past and future. Imagine the faint sound of birdsong beginning to echo softly through the alleys, weaving a gentle melody that fills the cool morning air. The scent of fresh earth and blooming flowers mingles with the warm warmth of the sun, promising renewal and hope despite the stillness that remains. As you breathe deeply, let the serene beauty and tender melancholy of the marketplace where time stood still wash over you. Feel the intertwining of history and silence, shadow and light, memory and peace guiding you softly toward a calm, restorative sleep filled with gentle dreams and quiet grace. I'm sure by now you've drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, while my gentle whispers continue softly beside you, guiding you into even deeper rest. Now let us quietly journey onward to the next story in our Boring History for Sleep series, The Secret Gardens of Silent Emperors. Relax, stay still, and let the soothing tale carry you gently deeper into calm and restful sleep. Imagine stepping through the heavy, ornate gates of an ancient imperial garden, hidden away from the bustling world beyond. The air here is thick with the scent of blooming jasmine and delicate orchids, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones and freshly turned soil. Picture a vast expanse of meticulously tended greenery, where towering cypress trees stand like silent sentinels, their dark needles whispering secrets in the soft breeze. The garden is a sanctuary of stillness, a place where time seems to slow, and even the slightest sound is softened beneath a canopy of lush leaves and fragrant blossoms. Imagine winding stone pathways, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, leading past serene koi ponds, whose glassy surfaces mirror the sky and the delicate petals drifting slowly on the water's surface. Small pagodas and carved stone lanterns punctuate the landscape, their presence a quiet reminder of the emperors who once sought solace here in solitude and reflection. Every corner of the garden holds a story, ancient statues partially hidden beneath ivy, their features softened by time, but still emanating a dignified grace. Delicate bridges arching gracefully over gentle streams that trickle through the landscape like whispered lullabies. The soft hum of dragonflies flitting among the reeds and the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves create a natural symphony that calms the spirit and soothes the mind. Imagine the garden's colors muted yet rich, the deep greens of ancient foliage, the subtle blush of cherry blossoms, and the soft grays of weathered stone blending harmoniously to create a timeless palette of tranquility. The light filters softly through the trees, casting dappled shadows that dance slowly across the mossy ground, inviting quiet contemplation and gentle rest. As you breathe deeply and allow your senses to settle into this serene world, let the story of the secret gardens of silent emperors carry you gently toward peaceful, restorative sleep. Feel the delicate balance of nature and history, silence and reflection, guiding you softly into dreams filled with calm and quiet beauty. As you wander deeper into the secret gardens, the sense of tranquility deepens, wrapping around you like a gentle embrace. Imagine the winding pathways leading you through groves of ancient bamboo, their slender stalks swaying softly in the breeze, creating a whispering chorus that fills the quiet air. The ground beneath is soft and mossy, cushioning your footsteps as you move slowly, each step deliberate and unhurried, inviting calm and presence. Around you, delicate petals drift lazily from cherry blossom trees, carpeting the earth in soft pinks and whites that contrast beautifully with the deep greens of fern and evergreen shrubs. The air is fragrant with the mingling scents of lotus flowers, fresh rain, and rich, fertile soil, grounding you in the present moment and soothing your mind. Imagine passing serene ponds filled with brightly colored koi, their graceful movements casting shimmering reflections on the water's surface. Dragonflies dart above, their iridescent wings catching the filtered sunlight, while the gentle ripple of water over smooth stones adds a soothing rhythm to the peaceful symphony of the garden. Hidden among the foliage are ancient stone statues of emperors and wise scholars, their expressions calm and contemplative, worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. Each statue seems to watch over the garden with quiet dignity, guardians of secrets and memories long forgotten by the outside world. Imagine the way the soft light filters through the leaves, casting delicate patterns on the statues' weathered faces, highlighting the artistry and reverence imbued in every carved detail. Small wooden bridges arch gracefully over narrow streams that weave their way through the garden like silver ribbons, inviting you to pause and reflect on the gentle flow of water and time. The subtle sound of flowing water mingles with the distant call of birds and the rustle of leaves, creating a soothing melody that quiets the mind and invites rest. As you breathe deeply and let your senses drink in the calm beauty of the secret gardens of silent emperors. Allow yourself to be carried gently toward a deep and peaceful sleep. Feel the harmony of nature, history, and silence wrapping around you like a soft, comforting cloak, guiding you softly into dreams filled with serenity and grace. As you continue your slow journey through the secret gardens, the world around you feels even more alive with quiet wonders, inviting a deep sense of peace and reflection. Imagine the path winding gently through clusters of ancient pines, their twisted branches reaching out like protective arms, casting intricate shadows that shift softly with the passing breeze. The air here is cool and fragrant, tinged with the fresh scent of cedar and the faint whisper of distant rain falling softly on leaves. The garden's delicate balance of light and shadow creates a mesmerizing dance, sunbeams filtering through the dense canopy, illuminating patches of vibrant moss that carpet the ground like a plush, emerald velvet. Tiny wildflowers peek shyly from beneath the foliage, their petals kissed by dew, sparkling like precious gems in the morning light. The gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional flutter of bird wings compose a subtle symphony, soothing your thoughts and inviting your mind to wander into tranquil stillness. Along the way, you come upon a serene lotus pond, its calm surface broken only by the occasional ripple from a drifting breeze or a koi breaking the water's surface. Imagine the vibrant colors of the fish, a tapestry of reds, whites, and golds, gliding gracefully beneath large, round lily pads dotted with delicate blossoms. The reflection of the sky and surrounding trees in the water creates a perfect mirror, blurring the boundaries between reality and dream, encouraging you to lose yourself in the garden's gentle embrace. Nearby, a stone pagoda rises quietly among the trees, its weathered surfaces covered with patches of soft moss and lichen, telling tales of centuries gone by. Imagine the pagoda's tiers, casting long, soft shadows across the garden floor, each level a step deeper into history and serenity. At its base, a small wooden bench invites you to sit and pause, to breathe in the garden's stillness, and let your thoughts drift like petals on a gentle stream. The silence here is profound yet comforting, a sacred space where the weight of the outside world fades away, replaced by a soothing calm that settles deep within. The garden's timeless beauty invites you to linger, to absorb its healing presence, and to find refuge in its quiet wisdom. As you breathe deeply, allowing the peaceful rhythms of the secret gardens of silent emperors to wash over you, feel yourself being gently guided toward restful, restorative sleep. Let the garden's harmony, history, and stillness cradle you softly, wrapping you in a tender embrace of serenity and grace. As the gentle journey through the secret gardens unfolds, the air becomes even more infused with an ancient, serene magic that seems to touch every leaf, stone, and breath of wind. Imagine the pathway leading you beneath a grand archway of intertwined branches, woven together by nature's quiet artistry, where sunlight filters softly through the delicate lattice of leaves, casting intricate shadows that ripple slowly over the mossy ground. Around you, the garden reveals hidden alcoves filled with delicate orchids and camellias, their petals soft and vibrant, yet fragile, a reminder of life's fleeting beauty. Imagine the colors, rich reds, gentle pinks, and pristine whites, standing in gentle contrast against the lush greenery that surrounds them. The subtle fragrance of these blossoms mingles with the fresh scent of wet earth and ancient bark, creating a sensory tapestry that calms the mind and eases the spirit. Beyond the flowers, a serene stone pathway winds past quiet pools of water, still and clear like polished glass. Imagine koi fish gliding beneath the surface, their graceful movements stirring delicate ripples that catch the light and shimmer like liquid jewels. The gentle sound of water trickling over smooth stones adds a soothing melody to the garden's quiet symphony, blending harmoniously with the soft rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. Near the heart of the garden, ancient stone lanterns stand sentinel, weathered by time, their surfaces mottled with patches of moss and lichen. Imagine the way the soft light of the setting sun brushes across their carved details, highlighting the delicate craftsmanship and silent stories they hold. These lanterns, once lit to guide the emperors through moonlit strolls, now bask in peaceful stillness, symbols of light and hope enduring through the ages. In a secluded corner, a small pavilion offers a place for quiet reflection. Imagine the smooth wooden floor beneath your feet, polished by countless footsteps, and the delicate latticework that filters the soft evening light. Here, the gentle breeze carries the faint melody of a distant flute, its notes weaving through the garden like a whispered lullaby, inviting the heart to rest and the mind to drift into gentle reverie. As twilight deepens and the stars begin to emerge, the garden's timeless tranquility wraps around you like a comforting shawl. Imagine the sky overhead, a deep velvet canvas dotted with shimmering constellations, casting a serene glow that mingles with the subtle scents and soft sounds of the secret garden. As you breathe deeply and let the story of the secret gardens of silent emperors envelop you, allow yourself to be carried softly into peaceful, restorative sleep. Feel the gentle embrace of nature, history, and silence guiding you into dreams filled with calm, beauty, and quiet grace. The evening deepens, and the secret gardens embrace a tranquil stillness that seems to reach into the very soul of anyone wandering its ancient paths. Imagine the soft rustling of leaves as a gentle breeze weaves through the towering trees and delicate flowering shrubs, carrying with it the mingled scents of jasmine, honeysuckle, and the earthy richness of damp moss. This fragrant breeze wraps around you like a tender whisper, soothing your mind and calming your spirit. As you wander further, the stone pathways lead you past carefully tended beds of chrysanthemums and peonies, their petals glowing softly in the dimming light. Imagine the delicate textures of these blossoms, their velvety softness, the subtle curves of each petal, inviting a sense of reverence for nature's quiet artistry. The garden's palette shifts as twilight deepens, with muted greens and pale pinks blending seamlessly into the encroaching shadows. Near a tranquil reflecting pool, the surface mirrors the darkening sky, interrupted only by the occasional ripple caused by a passing breeze or a koi gliding beneath the water's surface. Imagine the vivid colors of the fish, shimmering reds, whites, and golds, moving with effortless grace beneath floating lotus blossoms. The gentle lap of water against the stone edges adds a soothing rhythm to the garden's ambient symphony, harmonizing with the distant chirping of crickets and the soft crooning of night birds settling in for the evening. Amidst this serene beauty, ancient stone statues stand quietly, their surfaces worn smooth by the passage of countless seasons. Imagine these figures, emperors, sages, and mythical creatures, carved with exquisite detail, embodying the wisdom, strength, and tranquility that have defined this sacred place. Draped in delicate moss and framed by creeping ivy, they seem to watch over the garden with eternal calm, their silent presence a comforting reminder of the past's enduring embrace. In the distance, a small wooden pavilion beckons, its open sides revealing a glimpse of delicate silk curtains swaying gently in the evening breeze. Imagine stepping inside to find a simple wooden bench, polished smooth by generations of visitors seeking solace and quiet contemplation. The faint scent of incense lingers here, mingling with the natural fragrances of the garden and adding a sacred dimension to the peaceful atmosphere. As stars begin to pierce the darkening sky, their soft light mingling with the last hues of twilight, the garden wraps itself in a blanket of serene beauty. Imagine the gentle cadence of your breath syncing with the subtle sounds of the night, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the whisper of the wind, inviting your body and mind to surrender fully to rest. As you breathe deeply and allow the soothing story of the secret gardens of silent emperors to enfold you, let yourself drift gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. Feel the harmonious blend of nature, history, and quiet grace guiding you softly into dreams filled with calm and gentle wonder. As the night deepens around the secret gardens, a hushed tranquility settles over every leaf and stone, inviting a profound sense of peace and reflection. Imagine the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the dense canopy above, casting silver patterns that dance slowly across the mossy paths and ancient stone lanterns. The air is cool and crisp, filled with the delicate scents of jasmine, damp earth, and the faint lingering aroma of incense from a distant shrine. The garden is alive with subtle nocturnal sounds, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a whispering breeze, the distant call of an owl echoing softly through the trees, and the faint chirping of crickets hidden among the undergrowth. Imagine the way these sounds weave together into a soothing symphony, wrapping around you like a comforting embrace that quiets the mind and calms the spirit. And along the winding paths, the ancient stone statues stand silently, their features softened by centuries of weather and moss. Imagine the way the moonlight highlights the gentle curves and intricate carvings, revealing the serene expressions of emperors and sages who once sought refuge and wisdom in these gardens. Each statue seems to hold a story, a quiet testament to the enduring strength and calm that this sacred place embodies. Near a tranquil pond, the surface glistens like liquid glass, reflecting the star-studded sky above and the delicate silhouettes of swaying bamboo. Imagine the koi fish swimming gracefully beneath the water's surface, their colorful scales shimmering with every movement, as if carrying the light of the stars themselves within them. The soft ripple of water mingles with the natural chorus of the night, creating a melody that soothes the soul. Imagine stepping onto a small wooden bridge, arching gently over a babbling stream, its smooth planks worn by countless footsteps. The cool night air brushes softly against your skin, carrying the faint fragrance of lotus blossoms and pine. As you pause on the bridge, you feel a deep connection to the timeless beauty surrounding you, the harmony of nature and history, silence and gentle movement. As you breathe deeply and let the calming essence of the secret gardens of silent emperors wash over you, allow yourself to be carried gently into a restful, restorative sleep. Feel the gentle embrace of moonlight, the soft sounds of the night, and the serene strength of this ancient sanctuary, guiding you softly into dreams filled with peace and quiet grace. As the night unfolds further, the secret gardens reveal even more of their serene splendor, inviting a profound sense of calm and introspection. Imagine the soft rustling of bamboo leaves as they sway gently in the cool night breeze, their slender stalks creating a delicate whisper that seems to carry ancient secrets. The garden's pathways meander through a landscape rich with layers of history, winding past carefully tended flower beds, over smooth stones polished by centuries of footsteps, and beneath arching branches heavy with fragrant blossoms. The air is thick with the mingling scents of night-blooming jasmine, sweet osmanthus, and the subtle earthiness of damp moss. Imagine these fragrances enveloping you like a comforting shawl, calming your mind and grounding your thoughts in the present moment. The garden feels alive yet peaceful, a sanctuary where time slows and the burdens of the day gently dissolve. Along the softly lit paths, delicate lanterns hang from ancient wooden posts, their gentle flames flickering in rhythm with the night breeze. Imagine the warm glow of these lanterns casting shifting shadows on the stone pathways and illuminating the intricate carvings on nearby pagodas and statues. The light reveals the weathered faces of stone emperors and sages, their expressions serene and timeless, as if watching over the garden's quiet inhabitants with a protective gaze. Nearby, a tranquil pond mirrors the starry sky above, its surface disturbed only by the occasional ripple of a koi fish gliding gracefully beneath floating lotus leaves. Imagine the vibrant colors of the fish, a mosaic of reds, whites, and golds, dancing beneath the water, their movements slow and graceful, embodying the harmony and balance that define this sacred place. The soft murmur of water flowing over smooth stones blends seamlessly with the nocturnal chorus of crickets and distant birdsong, creating a soothing melody that invites deep relaxation. As you breathe deeply, feeling the cool night air fill your lungs, allow the stillness and beauty of the secret gardens of silent emperors to settle gently over your heart and mind. Let the garden's timeless serenity carry you softly into peaceful, restorative sleep, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's quiet grace and ancient wisdom. The garden's nocturnal serenity deepens as the hours slip quietly by, enveloping every leaf, stone, and ripple of water in a soft, velvety darkness. Imagine the cool night air settling gently over the ancient grounds, carrying with it the delicate scents of pine, damp earth, and the subtle sweetness of blooming night flowers. The faint glow of fireflies flickers intermittently, their tiny lights weaving through the dark like scattered stars fallen to earth, adding an otherworldly sparkle to the shadowed paths. The winding stone walkways, smoothed by countless footsteps through the ages, now lie quiet beneath a canopy of whispering bamboo and towering cypress. Imagine the cool touch of moss-covered stones lining the paths, inviting a moment of pause and grounding, while the subtle rustle of leaves creates a soothing, natural symphony that calms the mind and heart alike. Soft lantern light spills from wooden pagodas tucked among the trees, casting gentle pools of amber warmth that contrast with the cool, silvery moonlight. Imagine the intricate carvings on these structures, illuminated softly, dragons curling protectively around pillars, delicate floral motifs, and ancient calligraphy etched with reverence. These symbols of faith and artistry stand as timeless guardians of the garden's tranquil spirit. Near a still reflective pond, the water's surface mirrors the twinkling night sky, broken only by the occasional ripple as koi glide gracefully beneath floating lotus flowers. Their shimmering scales catch the lantern light, casting fleeting patterns of color and light across the water. Imagine the peaceful glide of these fish, embodying patience and grace, moving in harmony with the rhythms of the garden. The distant hoot of an owl, the gentle chirping of crickets, and the soft murmur of a hidden stream weave together into a gentle nocturnal melody. Imagine the garden as a living lullaby, each sound a note of calm, soothing the spirit and inviting deep rest. As you breathe deeply and feel the stillness wash over you, allow the story of the secret gardens of silent emperors to carry you gently into a deep, restorative sleep. Let the harmony of nature's nighttime embrace and the garden's enduring peace envelop you softly, guiding you into dreams filled with calm, beauty, and timeless grace. As the night deepens toward its quietest hours, the secret gardens transform into a realm of shadows and whispered memories, each corner alive with the gentle pulse of history and nature entwined. Imagine the air heavy with the soothing scents of damp earth, blooming night flowers, and the faintest trace of incense lingering from a distant shrine. The garden's pathways, lined with soft moss and ancient stones, seem to glow faintly under the silver light of a full moon, creating a serene and mystical atmosphere. The towering cypress and bamboo trees sway slowly in the gentle night breeze, their leaves whispering soft secrets carried from centuries past. Imagine the delicate sound of leaves brushing against one another, mingling with the distant call of night birds and the subtle trickle of a hidden stream winding its way through the garden's heart. This natural symphony wraps the space in a calm that penetrates deep within, inviting every breath to slow and every thought to soften. Near the edge of a tranquil pond, moonlight shimmers on the water's glassy surface, broken only by the occasional ripple of koi fish gliding with effortless grace beneath floating lotus blossoms. Imagine the vibrant colors of the fish, reds, whites, and golds, glowing softly in the dim light, their slow, rhythmic movements a living meditation. Nearby, weathered stone statues, their features softened by time and moss, stand in quiet vigil, embodying the enduring spirit and wisdom of the emperors who once sought solace here. Winding through the garden are narrow stone bridges arching gently over flowing streams, inviting quiet pauses and moments of reflection. Imagine the cool touch of worn stone beneath your hands as you lean lightly on the railing, gazing down into the clear water where fish dart among smooth pebbles and fallen leaves. The peaceful flow of water sings a gentle lullaby, harmonizing with the sounds of the night to cradle the garden in a tender embrace. The garden's timeless beauty invites a deep surrender to stillness, a letting go of the day's cares and an opening to profound rest. Imagine the softness of moss underfoot, the gentle caress of night air on your skin, and the slow unfolding of calm within your heart. Here, wrapped in the gentle arms of nature and history, peace settles deeply, guiding you toward a night of restorative, dream-filled sleep. As you breathe slowly and deeply, allow the story of the secret gardens of silent emperors to envelop you fully. Feel the harmony of moonlight and shadow, water and stone, silence and song, carrying you softly into dreams of serene grace and quiet wonder. As the night gradually gives way to the first soft hues of dawn, the secret gardens bask in the gentle glow of early morning light, a quiet farewell to the stillness of night. Imagine the pale pink and lavender sky stretching endlessly above, casting a tender light that filters through the ancient canopy, awakening the delicate petals of flowers and illuminating the dew-kissed leaves. The air is crisp and fresh, filled with the mingling scents of earth, blooming jasmine, and the faint trace of incense that lingers like a gentle memory. The gardens slowly come alive with the subtle sounds of morning, the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, the distant song of birds greeting the new day, and the faint trickle of water flowing over smooth stones and hidden streams. Imagine the tranquil ponds reflecting the awakening sky, koi fish gliding gracefully beneath the shimmering surface, their vibrant colors catching the soft light like living jewels. Stone lanterns stand quietly along the winding paths, their surfaces glowing warmly in the morning light, moss and ivy retreating beneath the sun's gentle caress. Imagine the intricate carvings, dragons, blossoms, and sacred symbols, bathed in soft illumination, their stories whispered softly on the breeze. The wooden pavilions, once shadowed in night, now glow with the promise of a new day, inviting gentle footsteps to wander through their serene spaces. Amidst this quiet renewal, the garden seems to breathe with a timeless rhythm, its beauty a bridge between past and present, memory and hope. Imagine the delicate balance of light and shadow playing across the ancient stones, the soft colors of blossoms swaying gently in the morning breeze, and the peaceful harmony that fills the air, inviting calm and restoration. As you breathe deeply and allow the peaceful essence of the secret gardens of silent emperors to settle within you, let yourself be carried gently into a deep, restorative sleep, or if morning has arrived for you, into a day filled with calm, clarity, and quiet grace. Feel the garden's timeless embrace, guiding you softly through the cycles of rest and awakening, wrapped in nature's gentle arms and the enduring peace of history. You have listened through the entire story, and now let us quietly move on to the next tale in the boring history. For Sleep Series, The Chapel Bells Buried in Snow. Rest easy, stay still, and let this new story gently carry you deeper into calm and peaceful sleep. Imagine a small, secluded chapel nestled high in the mountains, surrounded by towering evergreens heavy with freshly fallen snow. The air is crisp and biting, filled with the pure scent of pine mingled with the cold, clean essence of winter. Picture the chapel's stone walls, weathered and frosted with icy crystals, standing resilient against the harsh elements, their ancient surfaces telling stories of centuries past. The world here is a silent, white expanse, blanketed in snow so thick that it muffles all sound, creating a serene stillness that feels almost sacred. Imagine the soft crunch of footsteps on fresh snow as you approach the chapel's heavy wooden doors, their iron hinges cold to the touch, yet somehow comforting in their steadfastness. The windows are frosted over, casting a dim, ethereal light inside, hinting at warmth and life beyond the cold exterior. Surrounding the chapel, tall fir trees stand like silent sentinels, their branches weighed down by the weight of snow, bending gently in the whispering wind. Imagine the delicate flakes drifting slowly through the air, swirling in graceful patterns before settling softly on the ground, each one unique and fleeting, a silent witness to the passage of time. In the distance, faint sounds echo through the stillness, the soft ringing of chapel bells carried on the winter breeze, a haunting melody that seems both mournful and hopeful. Imagine these bells, long silenced beneath the snow's heavy embrace, once calling villagers to worship, celebration, and solace, now lying buried beneath the cold white silence. As you breathe deeply, letting the crisp mountain air fill your lungs, allow the story of the chapel bells buried in snow to gently wrap around you. Feel the quiet strength and serene beauty of this winter sanctuary, guiding you softly toward peaceful, restorative sleep. As the morning light struggles to pierce through the thick blanket of clouds, the mountain chapel remains cloaked in a hush that only deep winter can bring. Imagine the landscape around the chapel, a vast expanse of snow-covered hills rolling gently into the distance, their smooth white surfaces broken only by the dark silhouettes of fir trees standing tall against the pale sky. The air is sharp and still, each breath visible as a fleeting mist, and the silence so profound that even the softest footsteps seem magnified in the cold. The chapel itself, though small and solitary, holds a majestic, quiet dignity. Its stone walls, rough and worn by countless winters, are dusted with frost that glimmers faintly in the dim light. The heavy wooden doors are weather-beaten but sturdy, adorned with ironwork that tells tales of skilled hands long gone. Imagine the frost etching delicate patterns on the windows, like nature's own lacework, softly diffusing the weak sunlight and bathing the chapel's interior in a muted silver glow. Around the chapel's base, the snow piles deep and thick, rising like gentle hills that cradle the building in a soft, white embrace. Imagine the quiet tracks left by mountain hares and birds, their delicate imprints telling stories of life that continues in this frozen stillness. The wind stirs occasionally, sending a whisper through the trees, and carrying with it the faint scent of pine resin and cold earth, mingling with the faint, lingering smell of wood smoke from a distant hearth. Inside, the chapel's warmth is a sharp contrast to the biting cold outside. Imagine the flickering glow of candles casting dancing shadows on the stone walls, illuminating ancient wooden pews worn smooth by generations of worshippers. The air is heavy with the scent of beeswax and old parchment, mingled with the faint fragrance of dried herbs and incense, remnants of rituals performed long ago. Though the chapel is empty now, its silence speaks volumes, echoing with the prayers, hymns, and whispered hopes of those who once gathered here. Outside, the bells that once rang clear and true now lie silent, buried beneath thick drifts of snow. Imagine the heavy weight of the snow pressing down, muffling their sound and quieting their call. Yet beneath this frozen stillness, the memory of their ringing persists, a symbol of community, faith, and resilience in the face of harsh winters. As you breathe deeply, letting the crisp, cold air mingle with the warmth of this quiet sanctuary, allow the story of the chapel bells buried in snow to soothe your mind and guide you gently toward restful, peaceful sleep. As the day slowly wanes, the mountain chapel becomes enveloped in a soft twilight that blends seamlessly with the snowy landscape. Imagine the sky shifting to a muted palette of pale blues and gentle grays, with heavy clouds hanging low as if to shield the world from the chill of the approaching night. The snow, untouched and pristine, glistens faintly beneath the fading light, each crystal sparkling like a tiny gem forged by winter's breath. Around the chapel, the silence deepens, broken only by the occasional creak of frost-laden branches swaying in the subtle breeze. Imagine the whisper of the wind as it slips through the dense evergreens, carrying with it the faint, distant sound of a woodpecker tapping rhythmically against a tree trunk. The air feels thick with quiet expectation, as if the landscape itself is holding its breath, waiting for the darkness to fully descend. The chapel's sturdy stone walls absorb the cool light, their rough surfaces etched with frost that twinkles softly like scattered stars. Imagine the weathered wooden door, its iron hinges creaking faintly, as the cold causes them to contract and release, adding a subtle, haunting music to the stillness. The snow drifts against the base of the walls, piling high in soft mounds that seem to cradle the building in a protective embrace. Inside, the atmosphere is hushed and sacred. Imagine the flickering flames of oil lamps casting a warm, golden glow across the wooden pews and stone altar, the light dancing and flickering as if breathing life into the ancient space. The scent of burning tallow mingles with the lingering aroma of old wood and cold stone, creating a comforting cocoon against the bitter cold beyond the doors. The bells, once so vibrant and full of life, remain silent beneath the heavy snow. Yet in the stillness, their presence is felt as a gentle heartbeat beneath the frozen earth, a reminder of the lives and faith that once animated this remote sanctuary. Imagine the way the memory of their chimes echoes softly in the mind, a soothing refrain that speaks of hope, resilience, and the passage of time. As you breathe deeply, allow the serene beauty and solemn quiet of the chapel bells buried in snow to fill your senses and calm your mind. Let the tranquil imagery and gentle rhythms carry you softly into a peaceful, restorative sleep, wrapped in the quiet embrace of winter's timeless hush. As the night deepens over the snow-covered mountains, the chapel stands quietly, beneath a sky thick with heavy clouds, the pale moonlight barely filtering through the dense winter veil. Imagine the snow continuing to fall softly, each flake a delicate whisper settling gently upon the frozen landscape, blanketing the earth in a serene, untouched white. The air is crisp and still, the cold seeping through layers of stone and wood, yet within the chapel's walls, a quiet warmth seems to persist, a beacon against the encroaching chill. Outside, the towering evergreens stand like solemn guardians, their branches heavy with snow, bowing gracefully as if in reverence to the silent night. Imagine the way the weight of the snow softens every sound, the muffled crunch of a distant animal's footsteps, the faint rustle of branches swaying gently in the breeze. The world feels hushed, suspended in a delicate balance between motion and stillness, light and shadow. The chapel's windows, frosted and opaque, glow faintly from within, casting a soft amber light that spills out in gentle pools onto the snow-covered ground. Imagine the flicker of candle flames moving with the slightest draft, their warm glow creating a comforting refuge in the heart of the winter wilderness. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of burning pine and beeswax, mingling with the faint, lingering aroma of aged wood and ancient stone. Within the chapel, rows of wooden pews stretch quietly toward the altar, their surfaces worn smooth by countless hands over centuries. Imagine the gentle creak of the wooden floorboards underfoot, the soft rustle of fabric as a solitary figure moves silently through the space, their breath forming tiny clouds in the cold air. The atmosphere is one of solemn peace, a sanctuary where time slows and the soul finds quiet respite. Though the chapel bells remain buried beneath the thick blanket of snow outside, their presence is felt deeply, a silent song echoing through the stillness, a reminder of faith and hope enduring despite the harshness of winter. Imagine the weight of this quiet strength, the resilience carved into stone and spirit alike, a testament to those who came before and the stories they left behind. As you breathe deeply and let the serene beauty and gentle quiet of the chapel bells buried in snow envelop you, allow yourself to drift softly into peaceful, restorative sleep. Feel the calm embrace of the winter night, the warmth of the flickering candles, and the enduring spirit of this secluded sanctuary, guiding you gently into dreams of stillness and grace. The night wears on, deepening the stillness that wraps the mountain chapel like a soft, frosted veil. Imagine the thick snow continuing to fall gently, each flake drifting slowly, settling upon the worn stone steps and wooden beams with a quiet grace. The air is cold and pure, carrying the faint, crisp scent of pine, mingled with the subtle sweetness of frozen earth. The landscape outside lies dormant beneath the heavy blanket of white, every contour softened and hushed, as if the world itself is holding its breath. The chapel's silhouette stands stark against the dark sky, its ancient stone walls frosted with ice crystals that shimmer faintly in the pale moonlight. Imagine the way the snow gathers in delicate drifts along the roofline, pooling in corners and crevices, creating patterns as intricate as lace. The heavy wooden door, reinforced with wrought iron, bears the marks of countless winters, scars of frost and wear that tell tales of endurance and resilience. Inside, a faint glow emanates from the flickering candlelight, casting warm, dancing shadows that breathe life into the quiet stone chamber. Imagine the delicate play of light on the weathered altar, the smooth wooden pews, and the faded tapestries hanging silently on the walls. The scent of beeswax and aged wood mingles with the cool mountain air that seeps gently through the cracks, creating a comforting contrast between warmth and chill. The chapel's bells, though silent beneath the thick snow, seem to resonate still in the heart of the sanctuary, a deep, steady echo that vibrates through the stones and into the soul. Imagine the memory of their ringing, once clear and joyous, now softened and muffled by winter's embrace, yet persistent as a heartbeat beneath the silence. Outside, the evergreen trees stand tall and proud, their branches heavy with snow that sparkles like diamonds in the starlight. Imagine the way the wind stirs the boughs, sending a cascade of snowflakes drifting gently to the ground like a shower of silent blessings. The mountain air is crisp and invigorating, filling your lungs with each breath and carrying with it the profound stillness of a world untouched and serene. As you breathe deeply and let the quiet strength and beauty of the chapel bells buried in snow envelop you, allow yourself to drift into a deep, peaceful, and restorative sleep. Feel the gentle embrace of winter's hush, the warmth of candlelight flickering softly within, and the enduring spirit of the chapel guiding you gently into dreams of calm and grace. The deep night wraps the mountain chapel in an embrace of stillness and shadow, where time itself seems to slow, allowing every whispered breath and subtle movement to be savored in serene silence. Imagine the world outside cloaked in moonlit snow, the soft glow casting ethereal silver across the frozen landscape. Every branch, every stone, is transformed into a delicate sculpture of frost, glistening softly as if dusted with tiny diamonds. The air is crisp and sharp, yet strangely comforting, carrying with it the subtle fragrances of pine resin and cold earth, mingled with the faintest hint of smoke from a distant hearth. The chapel stands firm amid this quiet majesty, its stone walls a steadfast shelter against the elements. Imagine the aged timbers of the roof creaking gently under the weight of the snow, a rhythmic, soothing sound that blends harmoniously with the faint whisper of the wind weaving through the evergreens. The heavy wooden doors, darkened by age and weather, Remain closed but inviting, guarding the warmth and sacred peace within. Inside, the soft flicker of candlelight dances across the ancient stone and polished wood, casting long, gentle shadows that ripple with a life of their own. Imagine the worn pews, smooth from centuries of use, their grain glowing softly in the golden light. The scent of beeswax mingles with the lingering traces of incense, the air thick with quiet reverence and the palpable presence of history. The altar stands as a silent sentinel, adorned with faded tapestries and delicate carvings that speak of devotion and hope carried through generations. Outside, the snow continues to fall, a quiet lullaby that muffles the world into peaceful stillness. Imagine the delicate flurry settling on the windowsills and ledges, each flake a unique, fragile masterpiece that glimmers briefly before melting into the cold stone. The chapel bells, though silent beneath the heavy drifts, seem to resonate softly within the soul of the sanctuary, an eternal echo of faith and resilience that transcends the silence. The forest surrounding the chapel breathes softly in the night, the tall evergreens swaying gently, their snow-laden branches whispering ancient lullabies. Imagine the occasional flicker of distant stars peeking through gaps in the clouded sky, casting faint light on the untouched snow that blankets the earth in shimmering quiet. This is a place suspended between worlds, where history and nature, silence and spirit, meet in harmonious stillness. As you breathe deeply, feeling the profound peace and gentle strength of the chapel bells buried in snow enfolding you, allow yourself to drift softly into a restful, restorative sleep. Let the quiet beauty and enduring spirit of this winter sanctuary guide you gently into dreams filled with calm, grace, and timeless serenity. As the night lingers on, the mountain chapel stands wrapped in a deep, tranquil silence that feels timeless, as if it has witnessed countless winters and will endure through many more. Imagine the sky above, an endless expanse of soft, muted gray clouds, occasionally parted by slender slivers of silver moonlight that reach down like gentle fingers, caressing the frosted peaks and casting a cool glow over the snow-laden forest. The snow continues to fall, each flake descending slowly, dancing in the crisp air before settling softly on the chapel's roof, the ancient stone walls, and the thick blanket that covers the surrounding earth. Imagine the delicate patterns formed by the snow on the wooden beams of the chapel's entrance, the intricate ice crystals that cling to window panes, and the quiet weight that presses down on every surface, muffling sound and creating a cocoon of calm. The evergreens stand like steadfast guardians, their branches bowed gracefully under the snow's weight, occasionally shedding cascades of white that drift gently to the ground like feathers from a silent bird. The wind, when it stirs, moves slowly and purposefully, carrying with it the faintest sense of pine resin and cold stone, weaving through the trees and whispering forgotten stories of the mountain and its solitary chapel. Inside, the chapel's warmth is a quiet refuge from the biting cold outside. Imagine the flicker of candle flames casting long, wavering shadows that dance softly on the stone walls and polished wooden pews. The scent of beeswax mingles with the gentle fragrance of incense smoke, curling in lazy spirals toward the vaulted ceiling, imbuing the space with a sense of sacred stillness and reverence. The altar, adorned with delicate carvings and faded tapestries, stands as a silent witness to centuries of prayer, hope, and solace. Imagine the worn edges of the fabric, the faint glimmer of gold thread catching the candlelight, and the smooth stone beneath, cool to the touch, yet holding the warmth of countless hands that have reached out in faith. Though the chapel bells remain silent beneath the heavy snow outside, their spirit endures within these walls and in the hearts of those who once heard their call. Imagine the echo of their peals resonating softly through memory and time, a reminder of resilience, community, and the enduring light of faith even in the darkest winters. As you breathe deeply and let the serene beauty and profound stillness of the chapel bells buried in snow envelop you, allow yourself to be gently carried into a deep, peaceful sleep. Feel the quiet strength, the warm glow, and the timeless embrace of this winter sanctuary, guiding you softly into dreams filled with calm, comfort, and enduring grace. The quiet of the deep winter night surrounds the mountain chapel like a soft, enveloping blanket, and the world beyond is muted to a gentle hush. Imagine the snow continuing to fall, each flake drifting slowly and silently, settling upon the frozen earth and resting like delicate feathers on the chapel's ancient stonework. The landscape is a study in contrasts, the bright white of the snow softened by the dark silhouettes of towering evergreens, their branches heavy and bowed beneath the winter's weight. The cold air is crisp and clear, carrying the faintest scent of pine needles, resin, and the lingering aroma of wood smoke from distant hearths hidden among the trees. Imagine the way this scent weaves through the stillness, a subtle reminder of life continuing quietly, even in the heart of winter's embrace. The occasional distant howl of a lone wolf echoes softly through the valleys, a haunting sound that blends seamlessly with the whisper of the wind as it slips through the branches. Around the chapel, the snow forms soft drifts that cradle the building in a silent embrace. Imagine the way the moonlight glistens on the icy crystals, casting shimmering patterns across the stone steps and wooden door frames. The windows, frosted with delicate lace-like patterns, reflect the soft glow of the candles burning steadily within, their flames dancing gently and casting a warm golden light that pushes back the cold shadows. Inside, the chapel's atmosphere is steeped in quiet reverence. Imagine the stillness broken only by the soft crackle of the candle flames and the faint rustling of the heavy tapestries hanging along the walls. The scent of beeswax mingles with hints of aged wood and incense, filling the air with a sacred aroma that seems to still time itself. The worn wooden pews, polished smooth by centuries of devotion, invite a sense of calm and comfort, their surfaces reflecting the soft candlelight in gentle pools. The altar, carved from ancient stone and adorned with faded symbols of faith, stands as a silent witness to countless prayers and hopes whispered into the cold mountain air. Imagine the way the flickering light brings out the intricate details of the carvings, revealing stories of devotion, struggle, and resilience passed down through generations. The chapel bells, though silent outside beneath the snow, seem to resonate within the heart of the sacred space, a quiet echo of a past vibrancy held tenderly in memory. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the tranquil beauty and profound stillness of the chapel bells buried in snow surround you like a gentle embrace. Allow the serene imagery and soft rhythms to guide you softly into a deep, restful sleep, wrapped in the enduring peace and quiet grace of this winter sanctuary. As the night stretches deeper into its quiet embrace, the mountain chapel remains a steadfast sanctuary amid the vast, snow-covered wilderness. Imagine the heavy snow continuing to fall softly, blanketing the landscape in thick layers of pure white, muffling all sound and turning the world into a serene, undisturbed silence. Each flake drifts down gracefully, settling gently on frosted rooftops, ancient stone walls, and the towering evergreens that stand like sentinels around the chapel. The cold night air is crisp and invigorating, filled with the subtle sense of pine, cold earth, and the faint lingering aroma of burning wood from distant fires. Imagine how these fragrances mingle in the stillness, carrying with them the quiet life of the mountain wilderness, even in the heart of winter's deep sleep. The occasional distant howl of a lone wolf, or the soft rustle of an animal moving through the underbrush punctuate the silence, weaving into the natural symphony of the night. Around the chapel, the snow forms gentle drifts that cradle the building in a soft, white embrace, transforming it into a timeless beacon of hope and resilience. Imagine the moonlight glinting on the icy crystals, casting silvery patterns across the worn stone steps and wooden beams, and the way shadows dance softly in the flickering glow of candlelight within. The chapel windows, frosted with delicate, intricate patterns, glow faintly, hinting at the warmth and sacred peace held inside. Inside, the chapel breathes a quiet reverence. Imagine the soft flicker of candles casting a warm, golden light over the smooth, worn wooden pews and the ancient stone altar. The scent of beeswax and incense lingers in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of aged wood and cold stone. The chapel feels alive with the silent prayers and hopes whispered over centuries, a sacred space suspended between past and present. Though the bells remain silent beneath the heavy snow outside, their spirit lingers, echoing through the sanctuary's walls and the hearts of those who once heard their call. Imagine the memory of their clear, resonant tones weaving softly through the stillness, a comforting song of faith, community, and endurance. As you breathe deeply and let the peaceful imagery and profound stillness of the chapel bells buried in snow settle around you, allow yourself to drift gently into a restorative, peaceful sleep. Feel the warm glow, the quiet strength, and the timeless embrace of this winter sanctuary, guiding you softly into dreams filled with calm and grace. As the first light of dawn slowly begins to break over the snow-covered mountain peaks, the quiet chapel stands as a timeless witness to the passage of night into day. Imagine the sky painted in soft hues of pale pink, lavender, and gentle gold, the colors spilling gently across the horizon and casting a warm glow that begins to melt the icy frost clinging to the chapel's ancient stone walls. The snow, still thick but glistening in the early light, sparkles like 1,000 tiny diamonds scattered across the landscape. The world around the chapel awakens slowly, the deep silence giving way to the soft sounds of morning, the faint chirping of birds hidden among the evergreens, the gentle rustle of wind stirring the branches, and the distant murmur of a mountain stream beginning its journey down the slopes. Imagine the crisp, cold air filling your lungs, carrying with it the fresh scents of pine needles, damp earth, and the faintest hint of melting snow mingling with the delicate fragrance of blooming wildflowers. Inside the chapel, the warm glow of candlelight is now joined by the gentle touch of dawn's first rays, filtering through the frosted windows. Imagine the interplay of light and shadow as the room slowly fills with soft, natural illumination, revealing the smooth wood of the pews, the intricate carvings on the stone altar, and the delicate, faded tapestries hanging quietly on the walls. The scent of beeswax and aged wood blends with the fresh morning air, creating a comforting atmosphere steeped in history and quiet reverence. The heavy wooden doors, still frosted at their edges, stand open to welcome the new day, inviting gentle footsteps to cross the threshold and bring life back to this secluded sanctuary. Imagine the chapel bells, long silent beneath the snow, now waiting to ring once again, their echoes ready to fill the crisp mountain air with joyous sound, calling the faithful to gather and celebrate. As you breathe deeply and allow the serene beauty and profound stillness of the chapel bells buried in snow to fill your senses, let yourself be gently carried into a restful awakening, or if you are still resting, into a deep, restorative sleep. Feel the enduring spirit, the gentle warmth, and the timeless peace of this winter sanctuary, guiding you softly through the cycle of night and day, wrapped in nature's loving embrace and the quiet grace of history. Before we begin the next story, I hope you're feeling calm and rested, perhaps already drifting gently between waking and sleep. Now, let's quietly step into the mysterious world of the passageways beneath ancient palaces. Another tale from our Boring History for Sleep series. Lie still, close your eyes, and allow this gentle journey to carry you deeper into peace and restful slumber. Imagine stepping into a shadowy labyrinth hidden deep beneath the grand palaces of ancient kings and emperors. These passageways, carved from cold, solid stone, stretch far beneath the bustling courts and magnificent halls above. The air here is cool and heavy, filled with the faint scent of damp earth, aged stone, and whispers of centuries past. As you move slowly through these dimly lit corridors, the flicker of torches casts long, wavering shadows on the rough-hewn walls, revealing intricate carvings and faded frescoes that hint at forgotten stories and secret ceremonies. The floors beneath your feet are worn smooth by countless footsteps, silent echoes of servants, guards, and nobles who once hurried through these hidden paths. The passageways twist and turn like a living maze, some leading to hidden chambers where treasures and ancient relics were once stored, others descending into mysterious crypts and vaults long sealed. Imagine the cool dampness settling on your skin, the distant drip of water echoing softly, and the faint rustle of unseen creatures moving in the darkness. Though these tunnels were built for secrecy and protection, they also hold a quiet beauty, a solemn stillness that speaks of forgotten power and enduring mystery. The faint glow of bioluminescent moss clings to the walls in places, casting a soft, ethereal light that dances gently with the flickering flames of torches. As you breathe deeply, letting the cool, quiet air fill your lungs, allow the story of the passageways beneath ancient palaces to draw you gently into its ancient embrace. Feel the weight of history, mystery, and quiet wonder guiding you softly toward restful, peaceful sleep. As you delve deeper into the labyrinthine passageways beneath the ancient palaces, the silence grows heavier, wrapping around you like a soft, shadowy cloak. Imagine the air here, cool and damp, thick with the scent of moss and aged stone, mixed faintly with the subtle aroma of old incense that lingers from long-forgotten rituals. The walls close in, carved with intricate bas-reliefs depicting scenes of royal life, mythic beasts, and sacred ceremonies, their details worn by time, but still whispering secrets to those who listen. The floor beneath your feet is smooth yet uneven, worn by the countless footsteps of courtiers and servants who hurried through these hidden corridors, carrying messages, treasures, or guarded whispers. The faint sound of dripping water echoes distantly, a rhythmic, soothing presence in the cavernous silence, while tiny pools reflect flickering torchlight, shimmering like fragments of lost stars caught in the darkness. As you move cautiously, the passageways open into small chambers, each with its own mysterious purpose. Imagine one room filled with ancient chests, their surfaces carved with ornate designs, once holding precious jewels, royal documents, and sacred artifacts now lost to history. Another chamber might have been a secret meeting place, its walls etched with symbols of power and protection, where trusted advisors whispered strategies under the cover of stone. The coolness of the air intensifies as the tunnels descend further, and a faint luminescence from bioluminescent fungi casts an eerie, gentle glow on the rough walls, bathing the passage in a pale greenish light. Imagine this subtle illumination revealing hidden inscriptions, symbols carved with reverence and secrecy, stories waiting to be rediscovered after centuries of silence. The passageways twist and branch endlessly, a maze built to conceal, protect, and awe. Imagine the weight of history pressing gently upon you, the quiet reverence of a place that has witnessed triumphs and betrayals, celebrations and sorrows, all buried beneath the grand facades of kings and emperors. The hush of this subterranean world invites you to slow your breath, quiet your thoughts, and sink into the peaceful stillness of these ancient stones. As you breathe deeply, let the cool, mysterious air and the gentle flicker of torchlight carry you softly into a restful, tranquil sleep. Allow the story of the passageways beneath ancient palaces to enfold you in its timeless embrace, guiding you gently toward dreams of quiet wonder and deep calm. Venturing even further into the depths of these ancient passageways, the atmosphere thickens with the weight of countless untold stories. Imagine the narrow corridors twisting and turning beneath the grand palaces, their walls lined with faded tapestries once vibrant with royal symbolism, now tattered and muted by the passage of time. The air is cooler here, tinged with the faint smell of damp stone and forgotten memories, while your footsteps echo softly against the cold, uneven floor. As you move quietly through this hidden labyrinth, you notice faint carvings etched into the walls, delicate scrollwork, depictions of mythic creatures, and cryptic symbols believed to offer protection or convey secret messages. Imagine tracing your fingers lightly over the worn stone, feeling the textures shaped by hands long gone, each mark a silent whisper from the past. The dim glow of flickering torches reveals alcoves tucked away behind archways, some concealing relics wrapped in faded cloth, others holding old clay pots and iron keys whose purpose is lost to time. Occasionally, the passage widens into small chambers where dust motes dance lazily in shafts of torchlight. Imagine the remains of old wooden furniture, perhaps a writing desk with scattered parchment fragments, or a carved chest, its hinges rusted yet still strong, guarding treasures from an era when emperors walked above in their regal splendor. The air here feels heavy with the silence of centuries, thick with reverence and mystery. A distant sound reaches your ears, the soft drip of water echoing in the vast underground space, mingling with the faint, irregular scratching of small creatures seeking shelter in the cracks and crevices. Imagine these subtle noises weaving into a natural symphony of the subterranean world, a quiet melody that lulls your senses and eases your mind into peaceful contemplation. Further down the corridors, the walls narrow again, the ceilings low and arching, carved from single blocks of stone that have stood firm through the ages. Imagine the cool touch of these ancient stones, smooth yet sturdy, as you run your hand along their surface, feeling the coldness seep into your skin, grounding you in the present moment even as your thoughts drift softly into the past. As you breathe deeply, the silence of the passageways, the faint flicker of torchlight, and the echo of ancient footsteps wrap around you like a gentle cloak. Let the story of the passageways beneath ancient palaces carry you deeper into a state of calm and restfulness, guiding you gently toward a night of serene, restorative sleep. As you continue to wander through the shadowed depths of the ancient palace's passageways, the atmosphere grows thick with history and quiet wonder, each step drawing you further into a world hidden beneath the grandeur above. Imagine the air here, cool and slightly damp, carrying a faint earthy aroma mingled with the scent of aged wood and flickering candle wax. The walls close in gently, their rough-hewn stones telling tales carved by time, each one a fragment of stories long since faded from the sunlight. The corridors twist and branch endlessly like the veins of a sleeping giant, some narrowing to tight squeezes, others opening into spacious chambers that seem to breathe with the echoes of centuries. Imagine entering one such chamber, its vaulted ceiling arching high above, supported by sturdy columns adorned with intricate reliefs, depictions of fierce guardians, swirling clouds, and sacred rituals meant to protect the palace and its secrets. The flickering torchlight plays across these carvings, casting shadows that dance slowly on the walls, bringing these ancient images briefly to life. The floor beneath your feet is cold and worn smooth by the passage of countless feet, royal messengers, secretive courtiers, and diligent servants who once hurried through these tunnels with purpose and urgency. Imagine the faintest traces of worn tapestries, lying forgotten in a corner, their threads faded but still hinting at the rich colors and elaborate designs that once graced the palace halls above. The faint rustle of loose stones and the occasional drip of water echo softly, adding a natural rhythm to the solemn stillness. In the distance, you glimpse a narrow stairway spiraling downward, its steps carved from solid stone and softened by the touch of time. Imagine descending this staircase slowly, the walls growing colder and the air heavier with the scent of earth and ancient secrets. Each step brings you deeper into the heart of the palace's hidden world, where shadows linger and mysteries await discovery. The faint glow of bioluminescent moss clings to the damp walls, casting an ethereal greenish light that mingles with the warm flicker of torches, illuminating hidden alcoves and forgotten passageways. Imagine the delicate patterns the light creates, an intricate lacework of shadow and color that seems almost magical, inviting quiet awe and gentle reverence. As you breathe slowly, feeling the cool air fill your lungs and the soft echoes of the passageways surround you, allow the timeless story of the passageways beneath ancient palaces to guide you gently into deep rest. Let the mystery, the history, and the quiet beauty of this subterranean world carry you softly toward peaceful, restorative sleep. As you journey further into the depths of the palace's ancient passageways, the air grows cooler and the silence deepens, enveloping you in a cocoon of quiet solitude. Imagine the stone walls, damp with the breath of centuries, their surfaces etched with delicate cracks and mottled with patches of soft moss and lichen that thrive in the cool shadows. The scent of aged stone mingles with faint hints of incense smoke, lingering from rituals long past, weaving a subtle tapestry of history and mystery that wraps around your senses. The corridors wind endlessly before you, some narrowing into tight tunnels barely wide enough to pass through, others opening into spacious chambers where echoes seem to hold the whispers of forgotten conversations. Imagine stepping into one such chamber, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into darkness above, supported by massive stone pillars adorned with worn carvings, mythical beasts entwined with intricate floral patterns, their details softened by time, yet still vivid enough to inspire awe. Beneath your feet, the flagstones are smooth and cool, worn down by the hurried steps of countless feet over centuries. Imagine the faintest traces of dust disturbed by your passage, and the soft, steady drip of water echoing from somewhere deep within the labyrinth, creating a gentle rhythm that accompanies your slow, deliberate steps. The faint flicker of torchlight from wall sconces casts dancing shadows, painting the walls with a shifting mosaic of light and dark. In one corner, you notice an ancient wooden chest, its iron fittings rusted but still strong, guarding treasures long forgotten. Imagine the texture of its worn wood, scarred by time and use, and the faint scent of aged parchment and dried herbs that seems to seep from within. Nearby, faded tapestries hang limply, their once vibrant colors muted and frayed, yet still telling silent stories of grandeur and ritual. The passageways seem to breathe with a quiet life of their own, the soft murmurs of the past intertwining with the present moment. Imagine the gentle caress of a cool breeze brushing past, carrying with it the scent of wet stone and earth, as well as the faint, ghostly echoes of footsteps and whispered prayers that linger like a delicate refrain in the stillness. As you breathe deeply, letting the cool air fill your lungs and the soothing sounds of this subterranean sanctuary envelop you, allow the story of the passageways beneath ancient palaces to carry you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. Feel the weight of history, the mystery of hidden realms, and the quiet beauty of this ancient world, guiding you softly into dreams filled with calm and wonder. As you continue deeper into the heart of the palace's hidden passageways, the air grows cooler still, carrying with it an ancient chill that seems to seep from the very stones themselves. Imagine the narrow corridors winding like veins beneath the grand halls above, their walls carved from solid rock and softened by centuries of moss and moisture. The scent of damp earth mingles with the faint trace of old incense and forgotten spices, evoking memories of sacred rituals and secret ceremonies long since past. The flickering torchlight casts gentle, wavering shadows that dance along the rough-hewn walls, illuminating intricate carvings of mythical creatures, celestial symbols, and royal insignias that tell stories of power, protection, and devotion. Imagine running your fingers lightly over the cool stone, tracing the delicate lines worn smooth by countless hands, an intimate connection to the countless souls who once walked these hidden paths. The floor beneath your feet is uneven, made of flagstones set with care, yet softened by time and wear. Imagine the faint echo of your footsteps, accompanied by the occasional distant drip of water falling from unseen crevices, creating a slow, rhythmic melody that echoes through the silent tunnels. Small alcoves appear sporadically along the way, some housing crumbling statues, others filled with dusty relics wrapped in decaying cloth. In one shadowed niche, a worn wooden table stands, its surface scarred with the marks of countless scribes who may have used it to record secret messages or map out plans hidden from prying eyes. Imagine the faint smell of parchment and ink lingering in the air, the scent mingling with the cool dampness to create an atmosphere heavy with mystery and reverence. The passageways open briefly into a larger chamber where the ceiling arches high overhead, supported by grand pillars carved with images of dragons and phoenixes, symbols of imperial strength and renewal. Imagine the quiet majesty of this space, where the faintest breeze stirs the dust and the shadows seem to whisper secrets just beyond the edge of hearing. As you breathe deeply, feeling the cool air and the weight of history settling around you, allow yourself to be enveloped by the profound stillness and ancient beauty of the passageways beneath ancient palaces. Let the quiet rhythms and rich textures guide you gently into deep, restorative sleep, cradled by the enduring mystery and calm of this hidden world. As you journey deeper into the mysterious labyrinth beneath the ancient palaces, the passageways seem to stretch endlessly, winding through the silent underworld like the hidden veins of a forgotten giant. Imagine the cool stone walls closing in softly around you, their surfaces etched with faint cracks and delicate patterns of moss and lichen, the dampness seeping slowly into the very air you breathe. The scent of earth, old stone, and lingering incense weaves a quiet symphony that calms your senses and stills your thoughts. Along these twisting corridors, the faint flicker of torchlight plays upon faded murals and bas-reliefs, their images of gods, mythical beasts, and ancient emperors telling silent stories of power and devotion. Imagine the intricate details, the curve of a dragon's claw, the flowing robes of a dignitary, the delicate petals of a sacred lotus, each carved with such care and reverence that even now, centuries later, they seem to hold a whisper of the divine. The floor beneath you is uneven and worn, the stones polished smooth by the countless footsteps of messengers, priests, and palace servants who once hurried through these secret paths. Imagine your footsteps echoing softly in the cool silence, mingling with the distant drip of water from hidden springs and the faint rustle of small creatures that call this underground realm home. The air is cool and still, and as you walk, you feel a growing sense of reverence for the space, a place designed not only for secrecy, but also for sanctuary, reflection, and protection. Imagine narrow alcoves carved into the walls, some housing statues of serene figures whose eyes seem to follow you quietly, others filled with ancient relics wrapped in cloth. fragile reminders of a time when the palace thrived with life above. In the distance, you catch sight of a stairway spiraling upward, worn smooth by centuries of use, its stone steps leading back toward the light of the palace above. Yet the allure of the passageway's cool shadows calls you onward, inviting deeper exploration into the hidden heart of this ancient world. As you breathe deeply, allowing the rich history and serene mystery of the passageways beneath ancient palaces to enfold you, feel yourself gently carried toward peaceful, restorative sleep. Let the quiet beauty, the soft flicker of torchlight, and the whispering echoes of the past guide you softly into dreams filled with calm and wonder. Deeper into the heart of the palace's labyrinthine passageways, the silence becomes profound, and the air grows heavy with the whispers of centuries past. Imagine the winding tunnels narrowing, their ceilings arching lower, carved from massive blocks of stone that have stood steadfast through countless winters. The coolness here is more pronounced, seeping gently into your skin, while the faint earthy scent of damp stone and ancient timber lingers in the stillness. The flickering torchlight you carry reveals more of the intricate craftsmanship that adorns these hidden halls. Imagine the delicate bas-reliefs decorating the walls, depictions of mythic dragons winding around blossoming vines, celestial phoenixes in graceful flight, and regal emperors adorned with flowing robes and ornate crowns. Each carving is a testament to a culture rich in symbolism, faith, and artistry, telling stories both grand and intimate. Along the way, you pass through chambers filled with relics and remnants of a bygone era. Imagine dusty chests bound in iron, their surfaces etched with elaborate patterns, waiting silently to reveal the treasures they once held. Nearby, faded silk banners hang limp, their vibrant reds and golds dulled but still whispering of royal ceremonies and ancient festivals. The scent of aged paper and faint traces of incense float in the air, lending a sacred quality to the space. As you continue, the passageways become a maze of twists and turns, each corner offering new mysteries. The subtle sound of dripping water echoes in the distance, mingling with the occasional scurrying of unseen creatures that have made these tunnels their home. Imagine the cool stone floor beneath your feet, worn smooth by the countless travelers who sought refuge or passage through the subterranean realm. Despite the darkness and isolation, there is a serene beauty here, a quiet majesty born of endurance and timelessness. The weight of history presses gently upon you, inviting contemplation and reverence. Imagine the soft glow of bioluminescent moss clinging to cracks in the walls, casting an otherworldly light that flickers softly, guiding your way through the deepening shadows. As you breathe deeply, feeling the cool, still air fill your lungs and the gentle flicker of torchlight soothe your senses, allow the story of the passageways beneath ancient palaces to carry you softly toward a deep, peaceful sleep. Let the rich textures, ancient echoes, and quiet mystery of this hidden world cradle you gently into dreams of calm and wonder. The passageways wind deeper into the heart of the ancient palace, the silence growing ever more profound, as if the very stones themselves hold their breath in reverence. Imagine the narrow corridors stretching endlessly ahead, their surfaces carved from cold, weathered stone, softened by centuries of moss, lichen, and the faint traces of dampness that cling stubbornly in hidden crevices. The air is cool and still, carrying with it the subtle sense of earth, aged wood, and the delicate lingering aroma of incense, remnants of rituals and prayers whispered long ago. As you tread carefully along the uneven flagstone floor, worn smooth by countless footsteps, the soft flicker of your torchlight reveals more of the intricate artistry that adorns these hidden halls. Imagine bas-reliefs of dragons, phoenixes, and celestial patterns intertwining with royal insignias and symbols of power, each telling silent stories of glory, sacrifice, and divine protection. The walls seem to breathe history, inviting you to listen closely to their ancient whispers. Here and there, the passageway opens into small alcoves and chambers, some filled with relics wrapped in faded cloth, others housing crumbling statues, whose serene faces have weathered the passage of time. Imagine the fragile beauty of these remnants, fragments of a world once vibrant and alive, now resting quietly in the shadows. The scent of old parchment and the faintest trace of incense mingle with the cool air, weaving a tapestry of sacred memory and mystery. The distant rhythmic drip of water echoes softly through the labyrinth, mingling with the occasional scurry of small creatures that have found refuge in the deep recesses of the tunnels. Imagine the gentle sound as a comforting lullaby, a natural cadence that soothes your thoughts and deepens your sense of calm. As you progress, the walls narrow and the ceiling lowers, carved with delicate patterns and inscriptions, their meanings lost to time, but still echoing with the reverence of those who created them. Imagine the cool touch of stone beneath your fingertips as you trace these ancient marks, feeling a profound connection to the countless souls who have passed this way before you. The passageways seem endless, a maze of shadow and light, history and silence, inviting you to slow your breath and quiet your mind. As you breathe deeply, let the story of the passageways beneath ancient palaces enfold you in its timeless embrace. Allow the rich textures, ancient echoes, and serene mystery to guide you softly into a night of restorative, peaceful sleep. As the labyrinthine passageways beneath the ancient palaces stretch ever onward, the stillness of the night reaches its deepest point, enveloping every stone and shadow in a tranquil hush. Imagine the cool, dense air thick with the scent of damp earth, ancient timber, and faint traces of incense that linger like a soft echo of forgotten prayers. The torchlight you carry flickers gently, casting long, wavering shadows that dance across walls, etched with centuries-old carvings of dragons, phoenixes, and emperors. Silent witnesses to the passage of time and the secrets held within these hidden halls. The floor beneath your feet is worn smooth by countless footsteps, each stone a testament to the many who have walked these corridors, messengers hurrying with urgent tidings, trusted advisors whispering secrets, and servants carrying precious relics through the darkness. Imagine the sensation of your footsteps softened by layers of dust, the faintest echo accompanying your deliberate, measured pace as you delve deeper into this mysterious world. The passageways widen briefly into grand chambers, their vaulted ceilings soaring high above, supported by columns carved with intricate patterns and regal symbols. Imagine the faint ethereal glow of bioluminescent moss clinging to the damp walls, casting a ghostly light that mingles with the warm flicker of your torch. Here, relics of a bygone era rest silently, ancient chests bound in iron, their contents a mystery, faded tapestries that once adorned grand halls, now fragile whispers of color and story, and carved statues whose faces, worn by time, still hold the calm dignity of their creators. A gentle drip of water echoes from deep within the tunnels, mingling with the faint scurrying of creatures that have made this underground realm their home. Imagine the soft rustle of small wings and the fleeting shadows cast by unseen animals, adding a subtle, living pulse to the stillness that surrounds you. As you breathe deeply, feeling the cool air fill your lungs and the quiet strength of this ancient sanctuary surround you, allow yourself to be carried gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. Let the story of the passageways beneath ancient palaces enfold you in its timeless embrace, guiding you softly through dreams woven with mystery, calm, and the enduring beauty of history hidden deep beneath the surface. Hello, dear friend. I hope you're feeling calm and ready to drift gently into rest. If your mind is still wandering or your eyes haven't quite closed yet, just settle into a comfortable position. Let your body relax and breathe slowly and deeply. Tonight, I'd like to take you on a quiet journey far away along the ancient trade routes known as the Silk Road, where once there were beautiful gardens, now forgotten by time. As you listen, let the peaceful story of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road carry you softly toward a deep and restful sleep. So close your eyes gently and let the calm begin. Imagine a vast stretch of land spanning thousands of miles, a tapestry of deserts, mountains, and oases, where the legendary Silk Road once wove its intricate path between east and west. Along this ancient network of trade routes, caravans laden with silk, spices, precious stones, and countless other treasures slowly made their way through harsh and varied landscapes. But beyond the bustling bazaars and crowded caravanserais, there were quiet places of unexpected beauty, hidden gardens that flourished amidst the arid wilderness. Picture one such garden, nestled in a remote oasis surrounded by endless golden dunes. Here, palm trees swayed gently in the warm desert breeze, their fronds casting cool shadows over pools of clear, shimmering water. Imagine fragrant blossoms, roses, jasmine, and lotus, blooming in delicate clusters, their soft petals releasing subtle scents that mingle with the dry, warm air. These gardens were carefully tended refuges of peace and life, a sharp contrast to the stark desert around them. The garden paths were lined with smooth stones worn by the footsteps of travelers seeking rest and respite from their long, arduous journeys. Imagine intricate mosaics beneath your feet, faded yet still beautiful, telling stories of ancient cultures that came together in these serene sanctuaries. The sound of gently flowing water from stone fountains and small canals filled the air with a soothing melody, inviting weary souls to pause and breathe deeply. Within these forgotten gardens, shade was offered by pavilions carved from sun-warmed sandstone, their columns adorned with delicate floral motifs and calligraphy, reflecting the artistry and spirituality of the cultures that nurtured them. Imagine the soft rustling of silk curtains, stirred by the breeze, framing views of lush greenery and the endless horizon beyond. In the quiet corners of the garden, ancient trees stood tall and proud, their gnarled branches heavy with fruit or delicate blossoms. Imagine sitting beneath their canopy, feeling the coolness of their shade, and hearing the faint chirping of birds hidden among the leaves. An oasis of calm amidst a world of constant movement. As you breathe deeply, let the tranquil beauty of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road enfold you. Feel the gentle warmth of the desert sun softened by the shade, the coolness of water, and the timeless peace that once filled these secret places. Allow this serene story to carry you gently toward restful, peaceful sleep. As the caravan journeys continued along the Silk Road, these hidden gardens became precious sanctuaries for weary travelers and traders from distant lands. Imagine the caravan's camels trudging wearily through the endless desert, their footsteps stirring clouds of fine sand that shimmer in the golden sunlight. The air is dry and heavy with heat, yet just beyond the dunes, the promise of shade and water in these forgotten gardens offers a welcome relief. The gardens themselves were marvels of ingenuity, carved out of the harsh desert by skilled hands who understood the delicate balance of life in such an unforgiving environment. Imagine ancient irrigation channels, narrow stone canals carefully engineered to divert water from hidden springs and mountain streams, meandering gently through the garden beds, nurturing the lush foliage and vibrant blossoms. These channels shimmered with the cool clarity of fresh water, their gentle murmur blending with the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional bird call. Within the gardens, vibrant flowers bloomed in radiant colors, deep reds of pomegranate blossoms, soft pinks of almond flowers, and brilliant blues of rare desert irises. Imagine the heady perfume of these blooms filling the air, mingling with the earthy scent of rich soil and the faint salty tang carried by the desert breeze. Here, spices like saffron and cumin might have grown alongside fragrant herbs such as mint and basil, their leaves whispering stories of ancient culinary traditions. The garden paths, paved with smooth river stones, wound in peaceful loops, inviting visitors to stroll slowly and reflect. Imagine the sensation of warm sun on your skin, softened by the dappled shade of fig and olive trees, whose branches hung heavy with ripe fruit. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would stir the air, causing lanterns hung from wooden pergolas to sway softly, casting flickering shadows that danced upon the ancient stone walls. In the center of these gardens stood small pavilions, cool retreats from the desert heat, where travelers might rest on embroidered cushions and share stories over cups of fragrant tea. Imagine the sound of soft conversation blending with the distant calls of merchants and the rhythmic clip-clop of horses' hooves echoing faintly from the nearby caravanserai. These forgotten gardens were more than just oases. They were places of cultural exchange, spiritual reflection, and moments of peace amid the relentless pace of trade and travel. As you breathe deeply and feel the quiet calm of this desert sanctuary, allow the story of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road to carry you gently toward restful sleep, wrapped in the timeless beauty of a world where nature and human ingenuity met in harmony. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the endless dunes, the forgotten gardens along the Silk Road took on an almost magical quality. Imagine the way the soft evening breeze stirred the fragrant blossoms, carrying their sweet scents far across the desert, a gentle reminder of life thriving amidst the vast expanse of sand. The sky above shifted from bright blue to hues of soft pink and deep purple, blending with the cool shadows that began to stretch across the garden paths. In the heart of the garden, small pools of water reflected the changing sky like mirrors, their surfaces disturbed only by the occasional ripple of a desert bird landing to drink. Imagine the coolness of the water, a refreshing contrast to the warm air, inviting weary travelers to pause and restore their strength. Around these pools, reeds and lotus flowers swayed gently, their delicate forms silhouetted against the twilight. The ancient trees that had stood for centuries here offered shelter not only from the harsh sun, but also from the solitude of the desert. Imagine their thick trunks gnarled with age, their branches spreading wide like protective arms. Beneath them, soft carpets of grass and moss cushioned the ground, providing a rare softness in an otherwise unforgiving landscape. The subtle sounds of nocturnal insects and the occasional call of a night bird added a soothing soundtrack to the evening. The garden's architecture blended seamlessly with nature, a fusion of carved stone pavilions, lattice screens, and low benches made from sun-baked clay and timber. Imagine sitting quietly on one of these benches, feeling the cool stone beneath your fingers, the textured surface worn smooth by countless visitors who had found solace here over the centuries. Lanterns hung from pergolas, their flickering flames casting warm, golden pools of light that mingled with the gathering twilight. As dusk settled, the garden became a place of gentle reflection and quiet conversation. Traders from far-flung lands might share tales of their journeys, their voices soft and low as the day's heat halfway to the cool desert night. Imagine the mingling of languages and accents, the clink of teacups, and the soft laughter that rose and fell like a gentle wave, a reminder of the human connections forged in these peaceful enclaves. The forgotten gardens were more than just resting places. They were living symbols of endurance, culture, and harmony between humans and nature. As you breathe slowly and deeply, allow the tranquil beauty of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road to envelop you, guiding you softly into a peaceful, restorative sleep filled with calm and serenity. As night fully embraces the desert, the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road transform into an oasis of quiet magic and gentle stillness. Imagine the sky above, a vast canvas of deep indigo, studded with countless shimmering stars, their soft light twinkling like distant lanterns hung by unseen hands. The moon, a glowing crescent, casts a silvery glow over the sands, illuminating the gardens and gardens in a dreamlike haze. The air has cooled, carrying with it the faint but intoxicating fragrance of night-blooming flowers, delicate jasmine, fragrant lilies, and sweet honeysuckle that release their scents only under the cover of darkness. Imagine the gentle rustle of leaves as a soft breeze meanders through the garden, whispering through the branches of date palms and fig trees, sending a cascade of shimmering shadows across the stone pathways. Around you, the water features become a symphony of soothing sounds. The gentle trickle of a small fountain, the soft lapping of water against the edges of stone basins, and the faint splash as a fish disturbs the surface of a quiet pond. Imagine the cool moisture hanging in the air, settling softly on your skin, offering a refreshing contrast to the dry desert heat of the day. The pavilions, carved with exquisite detail and built from warm sandstone, stand quietly, their latticed windows casting intricate patterns of moonlight and shadow inside. Imagine sitting beneath one of these pavilions, the smooth stone bench cool beneath you, as you gaze out over the tranquil garden, a sanctuary of calm and beauty amidst the endless desert. Fireflies begin to emerge, their tiny bodies glowing softly in the night, weaving delicate patterns of light among the flowers and trees. Imagine watching these silent dancers flicker in and out of view, their glow mirroring the stars above, creating a bridge between the earth and the heavens. In this peaceful solitude, the gardens serve not just as a place of rest for weary travelers, but as a sacred space for contemplation, prayer, and connection. Imagine the gentle murmur of voices rising in quiet chants or whispered blessings, the rustle of silk robes as monks or pilgrims move softly among the pathways, and the sense of timelessness that pervades every stone and leaf. As you breathe deeply and let the cool night air fill your lungs, allow the serene beauty and quiet mystery of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road to wrap around you like a gentle embrace. Let this tranquil tale carry you softly into a deep, restorative sleep, where dreams bloom like the night flowers beneath a velvet sky. The stillness of the night in the forgotten gardens deepens, wrapping the oasis in a comforting embrace that seems to pause time itself. Imagine the cool desert air settling gently around you, carrying the subtle mingling scents of damp earth, blooming night flowers, and distant cedarwood smoke from a nearby hearth. The sky above is a vast tapestry of stars, each one twinkling softly, their light reflecting in the calm pools scattered throughout the garden like scattered diamonds on velvet. The paths wind lazily beneath ancient trees, whose gnarled branches reach wide as if cradling the very sky. Imagine the delicate rustling of leaves in the faint breeze, a whispering lullaby that soothes the soul. Among the trees, clusters of fragrant jasmine and night-blooming cereus release their scents in slow, gentle waves, filling the air with a peaceful perfume that invites stillness and rest. Fountains carved from sun-warmed sandstone spill cool, clear water into stone basins, the gentle sound of flowing water weaving a soft melody that blends harmoniously with the chorus of distant night creatures. Imagine the tiny frog's croaks, the fluttering wings of moths seeking nectar, and the occasional hoot of an owl, each sound a tender note in the garden's nighttime symphony. The stone benches, worn smooth by countless travelers who once sought refuge here, invite you to sit and rest. Imagine the cool, solid surface beneath your fingertips, the lingering warmth from the day, slowly fading into the night chill. Lanterns hung from wooden pergolas cast pools of soft golden light, their flames flickering gently, creating moving patterns of shadow that dance slowly across the ancient mosaic floors. In quiet corners, small altars adorned with offerings of fruit, flowers, and candles speak of prayers whispered through the ages, hope for safe journeys, health, and prosperity. Imagine the soft glow of candlelight illuminating delicate carvings on the altar stones, the flickering shadows creating a sacred space where the past and present meet in reverence. The gardens, though forgotten by time, remain alive in their silent beauty, a testament to human resilience and the eternal desire for peace amidst life's journeys. As you breathe deeply, let the serene sights and sounds of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road carry you softly into restful sleep. Feel the gentle rhythm of flowing water, the sweet fragrance of night blossoms, and the cool embrace of ancient stones guiding you into dreams, filled with calm and grace. As the deep night settles firmly over the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road, the world seems to pause in a moment of perfect stillness, where every sound and scent becomes a gentle thread, weaving through the quiet tapestry of night. Imagine the sky overhead, a vast dome of infinite black velvet, pierced by the silver shimmer of countless stars, their cold light reflected in the still waters of the garden's ancient pools. The moon hangs low, a soft guardian casting a pale, luminous glow that filters through the leaves and bathes the garden in ethereal light. The air is cool and fragrant, carrying the delicate perfume of night-blooming flowers, mingled with the subtle, earthy scent of moist soil and ancient stone. Imagine walking slowly along the winding garden paths, your footsteps softened by carpets of moss and fallen petals, the texture cool beneath your feet. The leaves of the towering date palms whisper softly in the breeze, their fronds creating a gentle rustling that seems to echo the timeless stories held by this hidden sanctuary. Nearby, stone fountains murmur quietly, their water flowing steadily from carved spouts shaped like mythical creatures, dragons with curling tails, phoenixes rising in eternal flight, each one a symbol of strength and renewal. Imagine the soothing rhythm of water tapping gently against the stone basins, a soft melody that fills the cool night air with calming harmony. The pavilions, sculpted with exquisite detail from sun-warmed sandstone, stand like silent sentinels throughout the garden. Their latticed windows and delicately carved pillars frame views of the lush greenery, inviting quiet reflection. Imagine resting on a cool stone bench beneath one of these graceful structures, feeling the smoothness of the ancient stone against your skin as your gaze drifts upward to the star-studded sky beyond. As the night deepens, the garden seems to breathe in unison with the earth, a living sanctuary where time folds softly upon itself. Imagine the subtle flicker of lanterns hung from wooden pergolas, their warm light casting shifting patterns of gold and shadow across the mosaic paths and flowering vines. The gentle hum of night insects and the occasional distant call of a desert owl complete the peaceful soundscape, creating a lullaby woven from nature's own melodies. In this serene stillness, the forgotten gardens become more than just a refuge from the desert. They are a timeless space of healing, contemplation, and gentle connection across centuries. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the tranquil beauty and profound calm of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road envelop you. Allow this gentle tale to carry you softly into a deep, restorative sleep, cradled by the enduring peace and mystery of these hidden oases. The night deepens around the forgotten gardens, the tranquil sanctuary hidden amidst the vast expanse of the Silk Road's ancient path. Imagine the way the cool desert air settles like a soft blanket, caressing every leaf and petal, carrying with it the faint hum of nocturnal life, the delicate flutter of moths seeking the gentle glow of lanterns, the soft chirping of crickets hidden among the grasses, and the occasional distant call of a desert nightbird echoing faintly across the dunes. The garden itself seems alive in this quiet hour, each tree and shrub holding memories of countless travelers who found rest and renewal within its protective embrace. Imagine the gnarled olive trees, their twisted branches heavy with fruit, standing silently as sentinels over the still waters of a nearby reflecting pool. The surface of the water is glassy and smooth, mirroring the stars above, and the silhouettes of date palms gently swaying in the breeze. Winding stone pathways, worn smooth by the footsteps of centuries, invite slow, mindful wandering. Imagine the sensation of your feet against these ancient stones, the coolness grounding you as you follow the gentle curves that lead deeper into the garden's heart. Along the path, fragrant herbs, mint, rosemary, and lavender, grow in neatly tended beds, their aromas mingling softly in the night air, weaving a calming tapestry that soothes both mind and body. Nestled among the foliage, small alcoves offer intimate spaces for quiet reflection or whispered conversation. Imagine a carved stone bench shaded by flowering vines, where travelers once shared stories, dreams, and hopes beneath the canopy of night. The flickering light of oil lamps hung from pergolas cast dancing shadows that bring the garden's textures and colors to life in the dim glow. In one secluded corner, a small stone fountain bubbles gently, its crystal clear water flowing over smooth pebbles, creating a soothing melody that blends harmoniously with the natural sounds of the night. Imagine leaning close to listen, feeling the gentle rhythm ease your thoughts and slow your breath, inviting a deep sense of peace. This hidden garden, though forgotten by time, remains a sacred space, a testament to the resilience of life and the enduring human need for beauty, rest, and connection. As you breathe deeply, let the serene imagery and gentle sounds of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road envelop you. Allow yourself to be carried softly into a restful, peaceful sleep, wrapped in the calm and quiet grace of this timeless oasis. As the night drifts on, the forgotten gardens beneath the stars become a sanctuary of silence and gentle motion, alive with the subtle pulse of nature's nocturnal rhythm. Imagine the garden paths, now bathed in the soft, silvery glow of moonlight filtering through the latticework of palm fronds and delicate vines. The shadows cast by the flickering lanterns sway lightly with the breeze, creating a slow dance of light and dark upon the ancient stones and lush greenery. The air is cool and refreshing, carrying with it the mingled scents of blooming night flowers, jasmine, moonflower, and evening primrose, all releasing their intoxicating perfumes into the tranquil night. Imagine inhaling this fragrant air deeply, letting it fill your lungs and calm your racing thoughts, inviting a deep sense of peace to settle within your heart. Among the twisted trunks of ancient olive and pomegranate trees, the garden's wildlife stirs softly. Imagine the gentle rustle of small mammals moving cautiously through the underbrush, the delicate flutter of moths as they brush past flower petals, and the faint melodic calls of nightbirds echoing across the distant dunes. These quiet sounds form a natural lullaby, soothing and steady, guiding your mind toward restful stillness. The water features in the garden, small pools, trickling fountains, and winding canals, reflect the moonlight like liquid silver. Imagine the cool touch of water droplets that sometimes drift in the air, the subtle calming sounds of flowing streams, blending seamlessly with the nighttime chorus. The gentle ripples in the water catch the light, sparkling softly, a mesmerizing reminder of life's quiet persistence, even in the most unexpected places. The ancient stone pavilions stand in serene contrast to the soft, natural elements, their weathered carvings bathed in gentle moonlight. Imagine the tactile feel of the cool sandstone beneath your fingertips, the intricate patterns of vines and flowers, etched with loving care by hands long gone. These structures, once gathering places for travelers and thinkers, now offer a quiet refuge for the spirit, a place to pause and breathe deeply. As you walk slowly through these forgotten gardens, the cool night air envelops you like a soothing balm, and the gentle harmony of nature's night song lulls your mind toward tranquility. Let the peaceful story of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road wrap around you like a soft cloak, carrying you gently toward a deep, restorative sleep filled with calm and quiet wonder. As the night deepens further, the forgotten gardens along the Silk Road seem to breathe softly in the cool desert air, cradled beneath the vast expanse of stars. Imagine the soft whisper of the wind weaving through the tall date palms and olive trees, their leaves rustling like a gentle lullaby. The garden's fragrance intensifies, a delicate blend of night-blooming jasmine, rich earth, and the faint smoky trace of distant campfires, carried on the breeze from travelers resting beyond the oasis. The water features glisten quietly in the moonlight, their surfaces calm and reflective, like mirrors capturing the shimmering constellations above. Imagine the gentle ripple of a small fountain, its rhythmic trickle blending with the distant call of a nightbird and the occasional soft flutter of moth wings. These subtle sounds create a symphony of serenity that fills the garden's hidden corners, soothing the mind and easing the breath. The winding stone pathways, softened by moss and fallen petals, invite slow, meditative steps. Imagine feeling the coolness of the stones beneath your feet, worn smooth by centuries of travel and time. Along the way, clusters of herbs, thyme, sage, and lavender, release calming scents, their leaves brushing gently against one another as a soft breeze passes through, enveloping you in a natural aromatherapy. The ancient trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled by centuries of growth, stand as silent witnesses to countless sunsets and dawns. Imagine resting against the sturdy bark of an old olive tree, feeling the rough texture beneath your fingertips and the steady pulse of life that persists through time and change. Around you, the garden's soft sounds and scents mingle with the profound stillness of the desert night, creating a sacred space of peace and renewal. In quiet alcoves, stone benches offer places for reflection and rest. Imagine sitting down, the cool stones soothing your weary body, your gaze lifted toward the starry sky framed by delicate latticework and gently swaying branches. Lanterns hang quietly nearby, their soft glow flickering in harmony with the night's rhythm, casting warm pools of light that mingle with the silvery moonlight. As you breathe deeply, allowing the peaceful beauty and rich textures of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road to envelop your senses, let yourself drift gently into a restful sleep. Feel the calm embrace of nature's nocturnal symphony, the cool desert air, and the timeless serenity of these hidden oases, guiding you softly into dreams filled with quiet wonder and gentle grace. As the first pale light of dawn begins to touch the horizon, the forgotten gardens along the Silk Road gently awaken from their tranquil night. Imagine the soft hues of pink and lavender spreading slowly across the sky, melting into the deep blue of the departing night. The cool desert air begins to warm, carrying with it the faint scent of sun-warmed earth and blooming flowers that had rested quietly through the night. The garden, still wrapped in the delicate embrace of morning mist, seems to shimmer with a new kind of life. Imagine the dewdrops clinging to fragrant jasmine and rose petals, sparkling like tiny jewels in the soft early light. The ancient trees, olive, fig, and pomegranate, stretch their branches slowly toward the sun, their leaves glistening with fresh moisture as birds begin to stir and sing their first gentle melodies. Along the winding stone paths, the faint sound of flowing water from the garden's fountains and canals mingles with the awakening chorus of insects and birds. Imagine the soothing splash of water as it spills softly over moss-covered stones, inviting travelers to pause and drink in the peacefulness of the new day. The air is alive with gentle warmth and quiet promise. The stone pavilions, weathered by centuries, stand proudly against the growing light. Their carved pillars and latticed windows glow softly, framing views of the vibrant garden now bathed in morning brilliance. Imagine sitting quietly on one of the cool stone benches beneath these pavilions, feeling the smoothness of the ancient stone beneath your fingertips, and watching the garden come alive with color and light. The forgotten gardens, once a refuge for traders and travelers on the Silk Road, remain a timeless symbol of beauty, resilience, and peace amidst the vast desert. Imagine the stories held within every leaf, every stone, and every ripple of water, whispers of a world long past, yet still alive in the gentle embrace of nature. As you breathe deeply, and let the serene awakening of the forgotten gardens of the Silk Road fill your senses, allow yourself to be gently carried into a restful, restorative sleep, or a peaceful awakening. Feel the calm, the grace, and the timeless beauty of this hidden oasis, guiding you softly through the cycle of night and day, wrapped in the quiet magic of history and nature. You've listened through the story, and now it's time to gently drift into the next tale. Next up in our Boring History for Sleep series is Lost Libraries of the Ancient World. So settle in comfortably, close your eyes, and let this new journey quietly carry you deeper into peaceful rest. Imagine a time long ago when knowledge was treasured like gold, and ancient libraries stood as sacred gateways to the wisdom of the world. These libraries, scattered across distant lands, were marvels of human endeavor, vast halls filled with scrolls and tablets, carefully collected by scholars, kings, and philosophers. Yet many of these repositories of knowledge have vanished over time, their secrets lost beneath layers of history, leaving only whispers and ruins behind. Picture one such library, nestled within a bustling ancient city, its massive stone walls rising high, guarded by carved statues of mythic creatures. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of aged parchment, ink, and polished wood. Imagine rows upon rows of shelves, stacked with scrolls wrapped in delicate silk, their surfaces inscribed with characters and symbols from forgotten tongues. The soft glow of oil lamps illuminates the quiet halls, casting flickering shadows that dance along the walls. Scholars move silently through the aisles, their robes brushing softly against the stone floors. Imagine the murmur of whispered conversations, discussions about philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and poetry, echoing gently in the vast spaces. The library is a place of reverence and discovery, where knowledge flows like a living river, connecting minds across time and space. Beyond the grand reading rooms, secret chambers hold rare manuscripts and treasured texts, protected by layers of stone and guarded jealously by learned custodians. Imagine the delicate care taken to preserve these works, the slow turning of fragile pages, and the soft scratching of quills as scribes copy and translate texts for future generations. But despite the reverence and care, these great libraries were vulnerable, caught in the tides of war, fire, and natural disasters. Imagine the devastating moment when flames licked through wooden beams, turning priceless scrolls to ash, or when invading armies ransacked these temples of knowledge, scattering their treasures to the winds. As you breathe deeply and let the quiet grandeur of lost libraries of the ancient world unfold around you, allow yourself to be transported to these halls of wisdom and mystery. Let the gentle rhythm of ancient pages turning and whispered knowledge soothe you into a calm, restful sleep. As the sun rises over ancient cities that once flourished with learning, the great libraries within their walls stood as beacons of culture and wisdom. Imagine walking through the grand stone gateways of one such library, perhaps in Alexandria, where towering columns line the entrance and intricate mosaics tell stories of gods, philosophers, and the stars above. The scent of papyrus and ink mingles with the warm Mediterranean breeze, inviting scholars and seekers alike into a sanctuary of knowledge. Inside, the vast halls stretch endlessly, filled with towering shelves made from rich cedar wood, polished smooth by centuries of hands, carefully placing scrolls and manuscripts. Imagine the hushed atmosphere, where the only sounds are the soft footsteps on marble floors, the rustle of parchment, and the quiet murmur of students debating the ideas of Aristotle, Euclid, and Ptolemy. Light filters through stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic patterns that shimmer over ancient texts and worn desks. In secluded study rooms, scholars pore over scrolls, translating texts from distant lands, Sanskrit from India, hieroglyphs from Egypt, and cuneiform from Mesopotamia. Imagine the dedication it takes to painstakingly copy these works by hand, preserving the wisdom of generations, knowing that their efforts may one day enlighten those yet to come. Beyond the central library, hidden chambers hold rare manuscripts, some written in languages now lost to time. Imagine the careful preservation methods. scrolls wrapped in linen, stored in clay jars, to protect them from moisture and pests. Guardians of knowledge, often cloaked in robes, protect these treasures fiercely, understanding that the survival of culture depends on their vigilance. But despite such care, these repositories were fragile. Imagine a sudden invasion, soldiers storming through, fires ignited with reckless abandon. The crackling flames consume centuries of knowledge, the heat warping the walls and turning delicate scrolls to ash. The smoke rises, carrying with it the cries of scholars and the silence of a library lost forever. The loss is not just physical but spiritual, a severing of the link between past and future. As you breathe slowly and let the rich imagery of lost libraries of the ancient world wash over you, feel the weight of history and the gentle sadness of loss mingle with the awe of human achievement. Allow this quiet story to lull you deeper into peaceful, restorative sleep. Imagine now a morning mist rising softly over the ruins of an ancient library, long forgotten, its once magnificent halls now swallowed by time and nature. The stones, worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain, hold silent witness to the knowledge that was once kept within. Ivy creeps along crumbling walls, and wildflowers bloom in places where scholars once walked, their presence a quiet reminder of life's persistence amid loss. Picture the worn steps leading up to the library's grand entrance, carved with inscriptions in scripts that few now understand. Imagine the faint echo of footsteps, ghostly remnants of eager students and learned masters who once sought wisdom here. The scent of old parchment lingers in the air, mingling with the fresh earth and the subtle aroma of damp stone. Inside, the remnants of wooden shelves stand crooked and broken, their surfaces scarred by fire and time. Imagine bundles of tattered scrolls and fragmented tablets scattered on the floor, some still bearing faint markings, mathematical formulas, poetic verses, and astronomical charts, all glimpses into a world that thrived on curiosity and learning. Sunlight filters through holes in the collapsed roof, illuminating dust motes that dance slowly in the still air, adding a sense of fragile beauty to the ruins. The once vibrant center of scholarship now lies silent, but imagine the stories that still echo through these empty corridors, tales of passionate debates in candlelit rooms, of scholars who dedicated lifetimes to preserving the thoughts of their ancestors, and of the delicate balance between knowledge and power. Imagine the quiet sorrow of knowledge lost, yet the enduring hope that fragments of this wisdom might someday be rediscovered. Beyond the library walls, imagine the bustling city that once thrived around it, a place where merchants, artists, and philosophers mingled, their voices blending into a vibrant tapestry of culture. The library was the heart of the city's soul, a place where ideas were born, challenged, and shared across generations. As you breathe deeply, let the evocative imagery of lost libraries of the ancient world fill your senses. Feel the weight of centuries, the delicate dance between light and shadow, loss and hope, guiding you gently toward a restful sleep filled with calm and reflection. As twilight descends on the forgotten cities that once housed these magnificent libraries, the ruins take on a mysterious and almost sacred aura. Imagine the fading light casting long, soft shadows across broken columns and toppled statues, the air thick with the scent of ancient stone warmed by the day's sun. The ruins whisper of grandeur and loss, each crack and crevice telling stories of wisdom gathered and treasures lost. Picture the remnants of reading rooms where once the flicker of oil lamps revealed scrolls inscribed with the knowledge of civilizations. Imagine the quiet corners where scholars huddled together, their voices low and serious, exchanging ideas on philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and art. The rich tapestries that once adorned the walls have long since crumbled, yet the energy of intellectual pursuit lingers like a delicate perfume, faint but enduring. In the shadowed courtyards, overgrown with wild herbs and flowers, imagine the footsteps of wanderers tracing paths once traveled by great minds. The air hums softly with the memory of endless study and contemplation, the passing of pages, and the scratch of quills on parchment. Here, in the silence, you can almost hear the gentle rustle of ancient robes and the whispered murmur of timeless conversations carried on the wind. Beyond the walls, the ancient city stretches out in ruins, with its markets, temples, and homes slowly being reclaimed by nature. Imagine vines creeping over stone arches, trees growing through cracked pavements, and birds nesting in the hollowed-out shells of grand buildings. The city, like the libraries, tells a tale of rise and fall, of knowledge gained and forgotten, and of the impermanence of human endeavor. As you breathe deeply, the serene imagery of lost libraries of the ancient world surrounds you, inviting you to reflect on the fleeting yet profound nature of knowledge and human legacy. Let this gentle story carry you softly into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the quiet dignity of history's silent witnesses. As the night deepens around the ruins of these once great libraries, the stillness holds a profound kind of reverence. Imagine the cool air, tinged with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone, wrapping softly around you like a comforting shawl. The sky above is an endless sea of stars, their silver light reflecting faintly on scattered shards of broken pottery and crumbled walls, remnants of a civilization's pursuit of knowledge. Within the shadows of these lost sanctuaries, imagine the scattered remnants of scrolls and tablets, some cracked and faded, others surprisingly well preserved, their fragile scripts whispering the wisdom of ages. The delicate texture of papyrus, the brittle curl of parchment, and the smooth hardness of inscribed clay create a tactile memory of the painstaking efforts of scholars who dedicated their lives to preserving and sharing knowledge. Imagine the echoes of voices long gone, philosophers debating the nature of the cosmos, mathematicians calculating the movements of stars, poets composing verses that captured the human soul. Though these voices have faded into silence, their ideas ripple through time, influencing generations far beyond their own. The ruins themselves, with their towering arches and fallen columns, speak of resilience amid decay. Imagine wildflowers blooming among the stones, their colors vibrant against the gray backdrop, a living reminder that life endures even where memory fades. The soft hum of nocturnal insects and the distant call of owls add a gentle soundtrack to this sacred place, blending nature with history in a quiet symphony. Beyond the immediate ruins, imagine the once bustling city that surrounded these libraries, its streets now silent, but still etched with the footprints of countless seekers of wisdom. The marketplace, where ideas were exchanged as eagerly as goods, the temples, where knowledge was honored alongside faith, the schools, where students leaned eagerly over texts, their eyes bright with curiosity. As you breathe deeply, let the rich, textured world of lost libraries of the ancient world enfold you. Allow the calm reverence, the gentle echoes of past wisdom, and the enduring beauty of human endeavor to guide you softly into peaceful, restorative sleep. As you wander further through the shadows of these lost libraries, the weight of history settles around you like a gentle, comforting cloak. Imagine the worn stone floors beneath your feet, smoothed by countless footsteps of scholars and seekers who once passed through these halls, each step echoing faintly in the stillness. The grand arches above, though cracked and weathered, still hold traces of their former majesty, carved with delicate motifs that speak of reverence for knowledge and the divine. The air is cool and still, carrying with it the faint, lingering scent of ink, parchment, and aged wood, a sensory bridge that connects you to the many generations who dedicated their lives to the pursuit of wisdom. Imagine the flicker of an unseen candle, its soft glow casting shadows that dance gently along the walls, illuminating faded frescoes that depict scenes of scholars debating, scribes copying texts, and students lost in contemplation. Among the scattered ruins lie fragments of scrolls, some carefully rolled and tied with faded ribbons, others torn and fragile, yet all bearing the marks of human thought and creativity. Imagine running your fingers lightly over the delicate script, feeling the texture of papyrus and vellum, each letter a whisper from the past, a glimpse into minds that grappled with the mysteries of the universe. The library's once grand reading rooms now stand empty, yet you can almost hear the quiet rustle of pages turning and the soft murmur of voices sharing knowledge. Imagine alcoves filled with ancient manuscripts, their contents a treasure trove of philosophy, science, literature, and art, painstakingly preserved and passed down through the ages. Outside the library, the city's heartbeat slows as night falls, its streets lined with humble homes, bustling markets, and sacred temples. Imagine the distant glow of lanterns flickering in narrow alleys and the gentle murmur of prayers rising from places of worship, blending with the peaceful silence of the library's resting place. As you breathe deeply and let the rich textures, scents, and echoes of lost libraries of the ancient world envelop you, allow yourself to be carried gently into a deep, restful sleep, Let the reverence for knowledge and the quiet beauty of history's silent guardians soothe your mind and calm your spirit. As the night deepens within the quiet ruins of the ancient libraries, the air thickens with the profound stillness of a world long past but never forgotten. Imagine the way the cool stone walls absorb the subtle sounds of nature, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle rustling of night winds through crumbled archways, and the soft flutter of moth wings brushing against faded manuscripts left behind. The silence here is not empty, but filled with the weight of countless stories and the invisible presence of seekers who once roamed these halls in search of truth. The ancient shelves, now half collapsed and overtaken by time, still cradle fragile scrolls and weathered tablets, each bearing the marks of scholars' hands and the ink of knowledge passed from generation to generation. Imagine tracing your fingers lightly over the delicate surfaces, feeling the rough papyrus and smooth clay, each symbol a whispered secret from civilizations long gone. The fading inscriptions tell tales of science and poetry, medicine and philosophy, mysteries of the cosmos and reflections on human nature. Outside the crumbling walls, wildflowers bloom defiantly amid the stones, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the gray ruins. Imagine the delicate petals of desert roses and lavender swaying gently in the cool breeze, their fragrance mingling with the earthy scent of ancient soil and fallen leaves. These flowers are the silent heirs to a world that cherished beauty as much as knowledge. In a quiet alcove, the remnants of a once grand study table lie beneath a broken fresco, its surface scarred by centuries, but still showing faint traces of ink and sketches. Imagine the scholars who sat here, their faces illuminated by flickering oil lamps as they copied texts or penned new ideas, unaware that their efforts would one day be lost to time, yet dreaming that their work might one day inspire future generations. As the moonlight filters through gaps in the crumbling ceiling, casting ethereal beams onto the mosaic floors, the garden outside the library whispers with life. The soft murmur of a distant stream, the gentle stirrings of nocturnal creatures, and the rustle of leaves dancing in the night breeze. Imagine the timeless harmony between the ruins and the natural world, each embracing the other in quiet coexistence. As you breathe deeply, let the serene atmosphere and the lingering echoes of wisdom fill your senses. Allow the story of lost libraries of the ancient world to cradle you gently, guiding you softly into a deep, peaceful sleep where dreams are woven from the threads of history and quiet wonder. As the night continues to deepen, the forgotten libraries rest beneath a velvet sky dusted with stars, their ruins entwined with the soft embrace of nature reclaiming its space. Imagine the gentle caress of a cool breeze flowing through the open arches and shattered windows, carrying with it the faint scent of jasmine and wild thyme that bloom nearby. The air is filled with a hushed reverence, as if the stones themselves are holding their breath in memory of the knowledge they once guarded. The shattered shelves and fallen scrolls lie scattered like scattered stars fallen to earth, each one a fragile fragment of human wisdom, painstakingly recorded and passionately preserved. Imagine the delicate fibers of ancient papyrus, the brittle edges of vellum, and the smooth surfaces of inscribed clay tablets, each telling a unique story from a world long vanished. The faded ink and worn characters evoke the touch of countless hands, scribes, scholars, and philosophers who poured their hearts and minds into these texts. Among the ruins, patches of wildflowers and creeping vines thread through cracks in the stone, their vibrant colors a living testament to nature's resilience and the cyclical dance between creation and decay. Imagine the delicate petals brushing gently against the remnants of a marble column, and the soft rustle of leaves as nocturnal creatures stir quietly in the underbrush. The garden beyond the library walls hums softly with life, a natural chorus that blends seamlessly with the echoes of the past. The dim glow of fireflies flickers through the darkness, their tiny bodies illuminating shadowed corners and forgotten pathways with fleeting points of light. Imagine these gentle dancers weaving through the ruins, their presence like tiny sparks of hope and renewal, bridging the past and present in silent harmony. In the cool stillness, the library's grand reading halls lie empty, yet the weight of centuries fills the air. Imagine the soft echoes of footfalls and whispered conversations, ghostly traces of passionate debate and quiet study that seem to linger in the cool stone. The carved motifs on the walls, though weathered, still convey the reverence and awe that knowledge inspired, reflecting the devotion of those who came seeking truth. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the gentle imagery and timeless spirit of lost libraries of the ancient world enfold you. Allow the quiet majesty of this sacred space and the enduring beauty of human curiosity to guide you softly into a deep, peaceful sleep where the wisdom of ages can soothe your mind and calm your soul. As the night deepens and the world outside quiets, the forgotten libraries stand as solemn guardians of a lost era, their ruins whispering the weight of countless stories beneath the star-studded sky. Imagine the cool night air thick with the mingled scents of ancient parchment, earth, and blooming desert flowers, wrapping around you like a soft, comforting shawl. The gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a night bird create a peaceful symphony, blending with the quiet breath of history that fills the air. Walking slowly among the broken columns and shattered stone steps, imagine tracing your fingertips over the delicate carvings etched into the walls, symbols of wisdom, protection, and enlightenment. The faded paint and worn inscriptions speak of a reverence for knowledge that transcends time, a silent testament to the scholars who once dedicated their lives to learning and teaching within these sacred halls. The scattered remains of scrolls and tablets lie partially buried beneath the dust and debris, their fragile surfaces etched with characters from forgotten languages. Imagine the painstaking care with which these texts were crafted, each stroke of ink or carving a deliberate act of preservation, meant to carry wisdom across generations. Though torn and fragile, these remnants pulse with life, carrying echoes of ancient voices and timeless ideas. In the stillness, the ruins seem to breathe with a quiet energy, a blend of memory and mystery. Imagine the soft flicker of a distant lantern, its light casting dancing shadows that breathe life into the cracked walls and fallen stones. The library, though abandoned, remains a living monument to human curiosity and resilience, its spirit lingering long after the last page was turned. Beyond the walls, the surrounding landscape stretches into darkness, rolling hills, twisted trees, and open skies that remind us of the vastness of both the world and human knowledge. Imagine the stars above as silent witnesses, their light crossing centuries to shine upon these sacred ruins, linking past and present in a silent embrace. As you breathe deeply and let the timeless beauty of lost libraries of the ancient world wash over you, allow yourself to be carried gently into restful sleep. Feel the quiet majesty and enduring mystery of this place soothe your mind and cradle your dreams, guiding you softly toward peace and renewal. As the first light of dawn gently brushes the horizon, the forgotten libraries bask in the soft glow of a new day awakening. Imagine the ruins bathed in hues of warm amber and soft rose, the stones that were once cold and silent now touched by the tender warmth of morning sunbeams. The garden surrounding the library stirs quietly, delicate flowers begin to unfurl their petals, and the sweet scent of blooming jasmine mingles with the crisp freshness of the early air. The broken columns and scattered fragments of ancient texts reflect the dawn's light like scattered jewels, their surfaces catching the sun's rays and shimmering with a subtle brilliance. Imagine the gentle rustling of leaves as a morning breeze flows softly through the trees, carrying the faint melodies of birdsong that gradually fill the air with life and hope. The cool dew glistens on blades of grass and delicate petals, each drop sparkling like a tiny prism, catching the first light. Within the ruins, the soft echo of history seems to awaken as well, ghostly footsteps of scholars long gone, the hushed turning of fragile pages, and whispered conversations about philosophy, art, and the mysteries of the universe. Imagine sitting quietly on a worn stone bench, the smooth surface warmed by the sun, feeling the weight of centuries settle gently around you. Here, in this place where knowledge once flourished, there is a profound sense of peace and continuity, a bridge between past and present. The garden's irrigation channels, now silent for centuries, catch the sunlight as pools of water glimmer between stones, reflecting the vast, clear sky above. Imagine the coolness of the water, a reminder of life's persistence, nourishing the land and the memories held within it. The intertwined roots of ancient trees spread beneath the earth like veins, connecting this sacred place to the world beyond. As you breathe deeply, absorbing the serene beauty and enduring spirit of lost libraries of the ancient world, let this tranquil story cradle you gently. Allow the harmony of history, nature, and the quiet dawn to guide you softly into a restful, restorative sleep, or a peaceful awakening ready to face the day with calm and clarity. Hello, dear friend. I hope you're feeling calm and ready to drift gently into rest. If your mind is still restless or your eyes remain open, settle comfortably and breathe slowly, deeply, allowing your body to relax fully. Tonight, I invite you to journey with me to a remote, icy wilderness, the site of the silent siege of the Arctic fort. Amidst biting winds and endless snow, this forgotten chapter of history unfolds quietly but powerfully. As you listen, let the cold stillness and the echoes of frozen time lull you toward deep, peaceful sleep. Close your eyes gently and let the quiet begin. Imagine a fortress standing alone on the edge of the world, surrounded by endless ice and snow. The Arctic wind howls relentlessly, sweeping across vast frozen plains, carrying sharp flakes that sting like tiny needles against exposed skin. This fort, built from weathered stone and reinforced with heavy timber, stands as a solitary sentinel against the unforgiving wilderness. Picture the gray sky overhead, heavy with low-hanging clouds that threaten to unleash a blizzard at any moment. The light is dim, filtered through thick layers of mist and swirling snow, casting a pale, cold glow on the frozen landscape. Around the fort, jagged icebergs drift slowly in the icy waters, their massive forms looming like silent giants. Inside the fortress walls, soldiers move cautiously, their breath visible in the frigid air. Imagine their heavy woolen cloaks, lined with fur, shielding them from the biting cold, their faces weathered and pale from months of exposure. The silence is broken only by the crunch of boots on ice and the occasional crack of frozen timber settling under the weight of snow. The siege has been long and quiet. No roaring cannon fire or shouting commands, just a persistent presence against the isolated stronghold. Outside, the enemy is hidden beneath layers of snow and ice, their movements slow but deliberate, waiting for the fort to weaken under the relentless Arctic conditions. Inside, the soldiers endure the harsh cold and dwindling supplies with quiet determination. Imagine the dimly lit barracks, flickering candlelight casting long shadows on rough stone walls, as men huddle together for warmth and solace. The distant howl of the wind through narrow slits and battlements serves as a constant reminder of the fierce environment beyond. As you breathe deeply, feel the stark beauty and solemn endurance of the silent siege of the Arctic fort. Let the cold stillness and the strength of those who endured it soothe you gently into peaceful sleep. As the endless Arctic night stretches on, the cold tightens its grip around the fortress, wrapping the stone walls and timber roofs in a frozen embrace. Imagine the bitter wind howling relentlessly, cutting through layers of thick wool and fur, as swirling snowflakes dance like restless spirits in the dim, gray twilight. The sky is a vast, pale canvas, often obscured by swirling clouds that blot out even the faintest hint of sunlight, casting the world in a muted, monochrome hush. Outside the fortress, the land is a vast expanse of ice and snow, broken only by jagged ridges and frozen fjords, where colossal glaciers groan and shift imperceptibly. Imagine the sharp crack of ice fracturing somewhere far off in the distance, a haunting reminder of nature's slow but unstoppable power. The frozen sea laps quietly at the base of the cliffs, its surface sometimes glimmering faintly beneath the thick layer of ice, like a hidden mirror reflecting the cold sky. Within the fortress walls, life is a careful balance between endurance and quiet hope. Picture the soldiers, faces etched with fatigue and frostbite, their eyes keen and watchful despite the weariness. They move through narrow stone corridors lined with wooden beams, blackened by soot from countless fires. The air is thick with the scent of burning pine and damp wool, mingling with the faint metallic tang of cold steel weapons stored carefully nearby. In the dimly lit mess hall, a small group gathers around a low fire, sharing thin stew made from salted meat and whatever rations remain. Imagine the soft murmur of voices, hushed and steady, speaking of home, memories of warmer days, and dreams of spring's return. Laughter is rare but treasured, fragile as the flickering flames that dance in the hearth. The siege itself is silent and patient. No grand battles or loud clashes disturb the cold stillness, only the ceaseless pressure of the Arctic elements wearing down the fort's defenses and the resolve of those inside. Imagine the ever-present crunch of footsteps on packed snow beyond the walls, the soft whisper of wind carrying faint, ghostly echoes of distant movements. Enemy scouts, cloaked in white, blend seamlessly with the landscape, their presence a constant shadow on the soldiers' nerves. At night, when the cold becomes most unforgiving, the men huddle together for warmth, their breath misting in the frozen air as they share stories and songs passed down through generations. Imagine the solace found in these moments of camaraderie, the shared humanity that defies the isolation and harshness of their surroundings. As you breathe deeply, allow the stark, haunting beauty and quiet resilience of the silent siege of the Arctic fort to fill your mind. Let the cold stillness and the unwavering spirit of those who endured it gently guide you toward calm, restorative sleep. The days blur together in a slow rhythm beneath the endless Arctic sky, where time seems to stretch and fold upon itself in the icy silence. Imagine the fortress walls encased in thick frost, their surfaces shimmering under the faint glow of a low sun struggling to rise above the horizon. The heavy clouds drift lazily, sometimes revealing glimpses of pale blue before swallowing the light once more. Inside the fortress, the soldiers' lives are a careful balance of routine and vigilance. Picture the early morning chill that seeps through even the thickest layers of clothing as men stir from their restless sleep. The wooden floors creak softly beneath heavy boots as they prepare for another day of quiet endurance, checking weapons, tending fires, and rationing scarce supplies with practiced precision. The cold, relentless Arctic wind whistles through narrow slits in the stone walls, carrying with it a biting sharpness that numbs exposed skin and sharpens the senses. Imagine the quiet moments when a soldier leans close to the fire, warming frozen fingers while staring into the flickering flames, thoughts drifting homeward to loved ones far away, faces blurred by distance but vivid in memory. Outside, the frozen landscape stretches vast and unyielding, a sea of white punctuated by jagged ice formations that rise like ancient sentinels guarding the silent wilderness. Imagine the subtle shifts and groans of ice as glaciers creep slowly forward, relentless and indifferent to the human struggle below. The snow reflects the muted light, casting a pale, ghostly glow over the terrain, and the distant silhouette of an enemy scout disappears into the blizzard's veil. Within the fortress's cramped quarters, camaraderie becomes a vital shield against despair. Imagine whispered conversations in the dim glow of candlelight, stories shared of past glories, whispered hopes for the future, and quiet prayers for survival. The scent of smoked meat and pine smoke lingers, mingling with the cold air to create a strange comfort amid the harshness. The siege, silent and patient, wears on both body and spirit. Imagine the slow erosion of strength, the quiet tension that tightens with each passing day, and the flicker of determination in tired eyes. Yet amidst the hardship, moments of unexpected beauty arise. A rare clear night where stars blaze fiercely overhead, or the soft, surreal light of the northern aurora shimmering like curtains of color across the sky. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the cold stillness and enduring spirit of the silent siege of the Arctic fort soothe your mind. Allow the serene images of frost and fire, endurance and hope to carry you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. As the siege continues, the fort stands like a lone island in an ocean of ice, its stone walls bearing silent witness to the slow passage of time and the harshness of the Arctic wilderness. Imagine the fort's towers rising starkly against a sky heavy with swirling snow, their outlines blurred and softened by the relentless blizzard that sweeps across the frozen landscape. The cold is a living force here, biting, unyielding, seeping into every crack and crevice, into the bones of those who endure its grip. Inside, the soldiers move with quiet purpose through dimly lit corridors, their faces pale and drawn, eyes shadowed with fatigue yet shining with steadfast resolve. Picture the thick layers of clothing they wear, heavy wool, fur-lined boots, and leather gloves, all essential armor against the unforgiving chill. The scent of burning pine and the faint metallic tang of weapons fill the air, mingling with the cold breath that drifts in clouds from their lips. The fort's interior is a patchwork of warmth and cold, with flickering oil lamps casting dancing shadows on stone walls that have weathered centuries of storms and conflict. Imagine the hearth fires in the common rooms, small but fiercely guarded sources of heat where soldiers gather, their conversations low and steady, voices weaving stories of home and distant lands, memories that offer solace and strength. Outside the walls, the siege unfolds, not with thunderous battle, but through the relentless pressure of nature and silence. Imagine the enemy, hidden figures cloaked in white, moving stealthily across the snowdrifts, their presence barely perceptible except for the faint crunch of snow underfoot or the occasional shimmer of movement against the white landscape. They wait patiently, knowing the Arctic itself is their greatest weapon, a slow and inexorable force that will wear down all who dare resist. The long nights are punctuated by moments of eerie beauty. Imagine the aurora borealis painting the sky with swirling ribbons of green and violet, a celestial dance that seems to mock the earthly struggle below. The soldiers watch in silent awe, their breath visible in the frosty air, finding brief respite in the shimmering light that crowns the frozen world. Yet, amid the harshness and isolation, the human spirit flickers stubbornly like the lamps in the fort's windows. Imagine the quiet acts of kindness, a shared blanket, a whispered word of encouragement, the passing of a warm cup of broth, small gestures that carry the weight of hope and resilience. As you breathe deeply, let the vivid imagery and profound stillness of the silent siege of the Arctic fort wrap around you. Allow the stark beauty, the enduring courage, and the whispered strength of those who endured to guide you gently into a deep, peaceful sleep. The days and nights blend into an endless rhythm beneath the Arctic sky, where time seems to slow and the cold becomes a constant companion. Imagine the fort's stone walls coated in layers of ice, sparkling faintly in the weak light, while snowdrifts pile against the gates like silent sentinels guarding the fortress from the outside world. The howling wind sweeps relentlessly across the barren landscape, carrying with it a biting chill that seeps into the bones of every soul inside. Within the fort, the soldiers carry on their duties with quiet determination, their breath forming misty clouds in the frigid air. Picture the dimly lit corridors, the rough-hewn wooden doors, and the patchwork of furs and blankets that line the walls, offering whatever comfort they can in the unyielding cold. The scent of burning wood mingles with the sharp tang of metal and the faint aroma of dried herbs used to stave off illness. Amidst this harsh existence, moments of humanity shine through. Imagine a small group gathered near a flickering fire, sharing stories and songs from distant lands, tales of home, of family, of warmth and laughter long since left behind. Their voices, though low and tired, carry a thread of hope and connection, weaving a fragile tapestry of resilience against the isolation. Outside, the siege continues not with gunfire or clashing swords, but through the slow and steady pressure of the environment itself. The enemy waits beyond the snowdrifts, patient and unseen, knowing that the Arctic's merciless grip is the most unforgiving foe of all. Imagine their figures moving silently, blending seamlessly with the white landscape, shadows among shadows in the endless winter. As the darkness deepens, the fort's occupants retreat to their quarters, seeking refuge from the cold and the creeping fatigue. Imagine the quiet murmur of whispered prayers, the soft rustling of blankets, and the steady rhythm of slow, measured breathing as men succumb to restless sleep, their dreams drifting across frozen seas and snowy peaks. Yet even in the depths of winter's grasp, life persists. Imagine the first faint stirrings of dawn, a pale glow on the horizon signaling the promise of another day. The frozen world is harsh and unyielding, but within the fortress walls burns a quiet fire of endurance, courage, and hope, a beacon against the cold silence of the Arctic night. As you breathe deeply, allow the vivid, evocative imagery of the silent siege of the Arctic fort to envelop you. Let the stark beauty, quiet strength, and enduring spirit of those who withstood the siege guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The bitter Arctic winter stretches on, wrapping the fort in an icy shroud of solitude and endurance. Imagine the relentless snowstorms, with swirling flurries that blind and batter, sculpting the landscape into ever-shifting drifts and frozen sculptures. The wind roars like a distant beast, its howls slipping through cracks in the fortress walls, reminding all within of nature's fierce dominion over this remote place. Inside, the soldier's world is one of careful routine and muted resilience. Picture the flickering light of oil lamps casting trembling shadows on rough stone walls, illuminating the faces of men etched with exhaustion and determination. Their breath rises in white clouds, mingling with the smoky scent of burning pine, as they gather around the meager warmth of hearth fires, seeking comfort in shared presence. Imagine the quiet rhythm of daily life within the fortress, checking weapons for frostbite, repairing clothing stiffened by ice, rationing precious supplies of salted meat and hard bread. The harsh environment forces every task to be deliberate and slow, a constant negotiation between survival and spirit. Conversations are sparse but meaningful, carrying whispered hopes of spring's return and reunions with loved ones far beyond the ice. Outside, the enemy remains unseen but ever present, cloaked in white and moving like ghosts across the endless, frozen expanse. Imagine the silent tension that pervades the air, the knowledge that the siege is as much a battle against the elements as it is against human foes. The enemy's strategy relies on patience and the Arctic's merciless grip, waiting for weariness and cold to break the fortress's resolve. In the stillness of the long Arctic night, moments of quiet beauty emerge. Imagine the shimmering aurora borealis unfurling across the sky, casting ghostly greens and purples over the frozen landscape. This celestial ballet offers a fleeting glimpse of wonder and light, a reminder of the world's enduring mysteries beyond the harsh reality of siege and survival. Within the fortress walls, camaraderie and quiet acts of kindness provide fragile light amid the darkness. Imagine a shared blanket passed between shivering hands, a comforting word spoken softly in the chill, the steady beat of a worn drum accompanying a muted song to soothe weary hearts. These moments weave a delicate fabric of hope, binding the men together in their common struggle. As you breathe deeply, allow the vivid imagery and profound stillness of the silent siege of the Arctic fort to enfold you. Let the stark beauty, enduring courage, and whispered strength of those who faced the frozen siege guide you gently into a deep, peaceful sleep. The Arctic night stretches endlessly, its vast silence broken only by the whisper of snow against stone and the distant crackle of ice shifting under the weight of winter. Imagine the fortress standing as a solitary beacon in this frozen wilderness, its weathered walls etched with frost, resilient against the merciless elements. The relentless cold presses in, a heavy presence that seems to slow time itself, wrapping the world in a muted, monochrome stillness. Inside the fort, the soldiers move with weary purpose, their faces pale and eyes shadowed from sleepless nights spent battling both the enemy and the biting cold. Picture their heavy cloaks draped over broad shoulders, the thick fur-lined boots crunching softly on icy floors. The flickering light of lanterns casts a warm golden glow, fighting back the chill and painting long shadows that stretch like silent sentinels along the ancient stone corridors. In the cramped quarters, camaraderie is a fragile but vital thread. Imagine the quiet murmurs of shared stories and whispered memories, tales of distant homes, loved ones left behind, and dreams of spring's warm embrace. The air is thick with the scent of pine smoke, stale bread, and the faint aroma of tea brewed from dried herbs, offering small comforts amid hardship. Beyond the walls, the Arctic landscape extends in an unbroken sheet of white, broken only by jagged ice formations and dark frozen fjords. Imagine the haunting groan of glaciers, shifting imperceptibly, a slow reminder of the Earth's ancient power. Occasionally, the faint outline of enemy scouts appears on the horizon, their movements ghost-like and silent as they blend seamlessly into the snow and mist. The siege is not a battle of explosions and gunfire, but a war of endurance against cold, isolation, and time. Imagine the slow erosion of morale, the tightening grip of fatigue, and the flickering flame of hope that refuses to be extinguished. At night, the soldiers huddle close to the fire, their breath rising in white clouds as they find warmth in shared presence and whispered prayers. As the aurora borealis dances overhead, painting the sky with shimmering curtains of green and violet, the fortress and its inhabitants are momentarily touched by a beauty that transcends hardship. Imagine the quiet awe that fills the cold air, a fleeting connection to something vast and timeless amidst the harshness of their daily struggle. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the serene yet somber world of the silent siege of the Arctic fort envelop you. Allow the quiet strength, enduring spirit, and stark beauty of this frozen chapter to guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The frigid Arctic night deepens, wrapping the fortress in a silent embrace, where every breath hangs like a ghost in the icy air. Imagine the endless expanse of snow and ice beyond the thick stone walls, a world of stark beauty and unforgiving cold that seems to stretch into infinity. The distant howl of the wind threads through narrow battlements, carrying with it the whispers of countless storms that have tested the fort's endurance through the ages. Inside, the soldiers' lives are a delicate balance between vigilance and survival. Picture their routine movements through shadowed corridors, heavy boots muffled by layers of worn rugs and snow-tracked stone. Their fur-lined garments offer some defense, but the chill seeps into bones and marrow, a persistent ache that only shared warmth and willpower can ease. The fortress hearths flicker softly, casting a warm amber glow on faces drawn tight with fatigue and determination. Imagine small groups gathered close to the fire, sharing what little food remains, a thin stew, hard biscuits, and bitter tea, finding comfort in each other's presence amid the relentless cold and uncertainty. The low murmur of conversation weaves stories of home, distant memories of laughter and light, and quiet hopes for an end to the siege. Outside, the enemy remains a shadowy force, hidden beneath white cloaks that blend seamlessly with the snow. Imagine their silent movements, ghost-like figures navigating the frozen wasteland with patient precision, their watchful eyes always seeking a weakness. The siege is not marked by the thunder of cannons, but by the slow, grinding pressure of nature and time. In the coldest hours, when the wind howls fiercest and the darkness feels most absolute, the soldiers find strength in small rituals. Imagine a shared song rising softly from worn voices, a whispered prayer uttered with trembling hope, or the gentle passing of a worn keepsake, a piece of cloth, a carved token from one hand to another. These acts of humanity knit a fragile fabric of resilience, a beacon against despair. As the aurora borealis unfurls above, its shimmering curtains of green and purple light dance silently across the sky. Imagine the soldiers stepping outside, eyes lifted toward the celestial display, finding momentary awe and wonder amid the frozen desolation. The light seems to promise that even in the harshest conditions, beauty and hope endure. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the profound stillness and enduring courage of the silent siege of the Arctic fort enfold you. Allow the stark, haunting beauty and the quiet strength of this frozen chapter to guide you gently into restful, restorative sleep. The Arctic night stretches on, vast and unyielding, cloaking the frozen fortress in a shroud of icy stillness. Imagine the pale light of distant stars glimmering faintly through the swirling snow, casting ghostly shadows across the frost-covered battlements and snowdrifts piled high against the thick stone walls. The wind carries a mournful song, weaving through cracks and crevices, echoing the long struggle of those who stand vigilant within. Inside the fortress, life continues in its harsh, measured rhythm. Picture the soldiers moving slowly through dim corridors, their heavy boots crunching softly on packed snow and ice. Faces are etched with weariness, pale cheeks drawn tight against the relentless cold, eyes reflecting a fierce determination mixed with the fatigue of long endurance. Thick furs and layered garments offer some defense, but the chill lingers deep within, seeping into bones and dreams alike. The hearth fires burn low, their amber glow flickering against stone walls, casting dancing shadows that seem to whisper of stories long past. Imagine small groups gathered around these fires, their voices hushed as they share memories of warmer days and distant homes. Soft laughter mingles with whispered prayers, a fragile thread of humanity weaving through the frozen silence. Beyond the walls, the enemy remains a specter, cloaked in white and moving with the silent patience of the Arctic itself. Imagine the slow crunch of footsteps on fresh snow, the faint glimmer of watchful eyes beneath hoods, and the ghostly outlines blending seamlessly into the landscape. The siege is a battle not of fire and steel, but of endurance, a war waged in the unyielding grasp of winter's embrace. Amidst this struggle, moments of profound beauty break through the harshness. Imagine the sky alive with the ethereal dance of the northern lights, ribbons of green, violet, and pink undulating silently above the fortress, a celestial symphony that offers hope and wonder. The soldiers, faces turned upward, find brief respite in this otherworldly display, their spirits lifted by the silent promise of dawn and renewal. As you breathe deeply, allow the stark, haunting beauty and enduring courage of the silent siege of the Arctic fort to enfold you. Let the quiet strength and timeless mystery of this frozen chapter guide you softly into a deep, peaceful sleep, where dreams drift gently like snowflakes across a silent winter night. As the pale light of dawn slowly edges over the frozen horizon, the Arctic fortress basks in the gentle glow of a new day. Imagine the soft hues of pink and gold spilling across the vast expanse of snow and ice, transforming the stark landscape into a realm of quiet beauty. The walls of the fortress, frosted with delicate crystals, glisten softly in the early light, standing resilient against the endless cold. Inside, the air remains crisp and cool, filled with the lingering scent of burning pine and worn leather. Picture the soldiers stirring from their rest, faces still marked by the long night of hardship, but softened by the promise of daylight. The low murmur of waking voices blends with the gentle crackling of fires rekindled to chase away the chill, casting a warm, comforting glow upon the rough stone walls. Beyond the walls, the frozen wilderness stretches endlessly, a sea of white punctuated by jagged ice formations and distant snow-covered peaks. Imagine the serene stillness of the Arctic morning, broken only by the faint, rhythmic sound of ice shifting and the soft whisper of a breeze stirring the snowflakes. The sky above is a canvas painted with soft pastels, while far overhead, the lingering trails of the fading aurora borealis gently fade into daylight. Within the fortress, the day begins anew with quiet purpose. Imagine the soldiers moving with deliberate care, checking supplies, repairing gear stiffened by frost, and sharing brief moments of warmth and companionship amidst the harsh surroundings. The weight of the siege remains heavy, but so does the quiet strength forged through endurance and shared struggle. As you breathe deeply, let the tranquil beauty and enduring spirit of the silent siege of the Arctic fort wash over you. Allow the serene awakening, the fragile hope of dawn, and the timeless resilience of those who endured to guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep, or a calm, focused awakening. You've journeyed through the silent Arctic siege, and now it's time to softly turn the page to a new story. Next, in our Boring History for Sleep series, we explore the disappearing villages of the medieval era. So settle in, close your eyes gently, and let this quiet tale guide you deeper into restful sleep. Imagine a time long ago in the heart of medieval Europe, when villages thrived amid rolling hills, dense forests, and winding rivers. These villages were vibrant centers of life, where families lived close to the land, farming fields that stretched toward the horizon, and raising livestock beneath open skies. Picture narrow dirt paths weaving between thatched cottages, smoke curling gently from chimneys into the crisp air, and the sounds of daily life, the chatter of villagers, the clatter of wooden wheels, and the distant ringing of church bells. Yet, beneath this lively surface, many of these communities faced unseen challenges that would eventually lead to their disappearance. Imagine the soil slowly losing its fertility after years of tilling, the fields becoming less productive, and the harsh winters growing colder and longer. Villagers worked tirelessly, but nature's balance was shifting, and with it, the very foundation of their way of life. Surrounding the villages, dense forests loomed, dark and mysterious, harboring both bounty and danger. Imagine hunters venturing into the woods, their eyes alert for game, while others feared the shadows where wild animals and bandits might lurk. The forest was both protector and threat, a place of shelter and uncertainty. Social life centered around the village green, a place where festivals, markets, and gatherings brought the community together. Imagine the colorful banners fluttering in the breeze, the scent of fresh bread and roasting meats filling the air, and the laughter of children chasing one another beneath ancient oak trees. Yet this joyful scene was fragile, balanced on the edge of change and decline. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the quiet rhythms and rich textures of the disappearing villages of the medieval era unfold around you. Allow yourself to be carried gently into a restful sleep by the soft whispers of a world long past, full of life, mystery, and fading echoes. As seasons turned and years slipped quietly by, the once thriving medieval villages began to feel the weight of hardship pressing in from all sides. Imagine the fields, once lush and generous, slowly yielding less and less as repeated planting and harvesting drained the soil's nutrients. The rich earth, now tired and thin, struggled to support the crops that sustained the villagers. Picture farmers working dawn to dusk, their hands cracked and calloused, faces etched with lines of worry as they tended to their diminishing harvests. The changing climate added its own harsh note to this quiet decline. Winters grew longer, harsher, snow lingering deep and cold, well into spring. Imagine the villagers huddled by fires, wrapped in coarse woolen cloaks, their breath visible in the frosty air as they prayed for the return of warmth and sun. The cold made travel difficult, isolating communities and making it harder to trade or seek help beyond their shrinking borders. Around the villages, the forests seemed to grow thicker and more ominous. Imagine dark trees crowding closer to the edges of fields and homes, their shadows lengthening as fewer hands cleared the land. The forest's wildness encroached, bringing with it not only shelter for wildlife, but also dangers. Wolves prowled near the outskirts, and the fear of bandits grew with each passing year. Villagers fortified their homes with heavier doors and sharpened stakes, but unease lingered like a constant chill. Social gatherings on the village green became less frequent as the community's energy waned. Imagine the once lively festivals replaced by somber meetings where villagers discussed the challenges they faced: poor harvests, illness, and the loss of young men to wars or famine. The laughter that once filled the air now gave way to quiet conversations and heavy sighs. Life in these villages became a delicate balance of hope and hardship. Imagine mothers soothing children with whispered tales of better days, elders sharing stories of the village's founding, and neighbors supporting one another through the slow, steady unraveling of their world. As you breathe deeply, let the gentle unfolding of the disappearing villages of the medieval era surround you, drawing you softly into a restful sleep, filled with the echoes of a time when life was both beautiful and fragile. The slow unraveling of the medieval villages continued, weaving a tapestry of quiet desperation beneath the shifting skies. Imagine the once bustling village square now marked by fewer footsteps and quieter voices. The cobblestones, worn smooth by generations of feet, seem to hold memories of laughter and song that now feel distant, almost like a fading dream. The market stalls that once overflowed with fresh produce and handcrafted goods stand empty or abandoned, their wooden frames creaking softly in the wind. The homes themselves, built with care from timber and stone, begin to show signs of neglect. Imagine roofs sagging under the weight of winter snow, thatch worn thin and patchy, walls cracked from years of weather. Some cottages sit vacant, their doors hanging ajar, windows dark and lifeless, swallowed slowly by creeping vines and wild grasses. The hearths, once the heart of family life, grow cold as smoke ceases to rise, signaling the absence of those who once gathered there. The people who remain cling to their routines, even as the village life grows fragile. Imagine the slow, heavy footsteps of farmers trudging to fields that no longer yield, their hands rough and cracked from toil. Women move silently through empty streets, carrying water from distant wells, their faces tired but resolute. Children, fewer in number, play quietly beneath the skeletal branches of ancient trees, their laughter soft and infrequent. The church, a central pillar of medieval community life, stands solemn and silent. Imagine the towering spire piercing the gray sky, its bells long since quiet, the wooden doors shut tight against the cold and neglect. Inside, faded frescoes and cracked stone altars tell stories of faith and hope that still flicker in the hearts of a dwindling congregation. The parish priest walks slowly through the empty pews, offering prayers not just for the living, but for the village itself. Beyond the village, the natural world continues its slow reclamation. Imagine fields once tilled by human hands, now overgrown with wildflowers and tall grasses, forests advancing cautiously toward the edges of abandoned land. Animals return to roam where once they had been driven away. Deer graze peacefully in forgotten meadows, birds nest in crumbling rooftops, and foxes dart through shadowed lanes. Yet, even in the midst of decline, there are moments of quiet beauty and enduring spirit. Imagine a sunset casting warm, golden light over the empty village square, illuminating the peeling paint on weathered doors and the soft moss growing between stones. The wind carries the faint scent of wild herbs and distant wood smoke, whispering of lives once lived and memories that refuse to fade completely. As you breathe deeply, let the delicate sadness and gentle resilience of the disappearing villages of the medieval era surround you. Allow the soft textures and muted colors of this fading world to lull you gently into a restful, peaceful sleep. As the seasons changed, the once lively villages slowly faded into memory, their streets growing quieter and homes standing lonelier with each passing year. Imagine the chill of early morning mist weaving through narrow lanes lined with crumbling stone walls, where wildflowers and ivy creep silently, reclaiming what once was. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and fading wood smoke, a reminder of lives that once thrived here. Picture the village church, now shuttered and weathered by rain and wind, its steeple leaning slightly as if bowing to the inevitable passage of time. The heavy wooden doors, once flung wide for celebrations and prayers, hang ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. Inside, shafts of muted light filter through cracked stained glass, casting fractured colors over faded frescoes and worn pews, still bearing the faint scent of incense and whispered prayers. The surrounding fields, once tilled with care and hope, have been left fallow, their furrows softening under a blanket of wild grasses and blooming heather. Imagine the occasional rustle of small creatures darting through the underbrush, rabbits, foxes, and birds reclaiming their place amid the ruins of human endeavor. The landscape itself seems to breathe a quiet sigh, a gentle acceptance of change and renewal. In the shadow of the village's remnants, the forest edges creep closer each year. Imagine towering trees, their trunks gnarled and weathered, casting long shadows over the empty homes and silent paths. Their branches whisper softly in the wind, telling tales of time's slow march and nature's quiet triumph. The wildflowers that bloom beneath these trees, a delicate mix of bluebells, primroses, and wild roses, offer a subtle splash of color amid the muted tones of stone and wood. Though the village is fading, the echoes of community remain. Imagine the soft murmur of imagined voices, the laughter of children playing near the well, the chatter of neighbors sharing news, the solemn toll of the church bell marking the passage of days. These memories linger in the cool air, weaving a tapestry of human presence that refuses to be fully erased. As you breathe deeply, let the gentle melancholy and quiet beauty of the disappearing villages of the medieval era enfold you. Allow the soft sounds, textures, and colors of this fading world to soothe your mind and guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The passage of time flows slowly over the medieval villages, turning bustling homes into quiet relics of the past. Imagine wandering through the overgrown streets, where the stones beneath your feet are softened by moss and the air hums with the whispers of forgotten lives. The sun filters weakly through a canopy of leaves now heavy with morning dew, casting dappled shadows on crumbling walls and empty doorways. The village well, once the heart of daily gathering, stands silent and still. Picture the rough-hewn stones encircling the deep, dark water, now covered with creeping ivy and wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. The laughter and chatter of villagers who once gathered here feel like a distant echo, carried softly on the wind, a fading melody in the quiet. Nearby, the remnants of a marketplace tell stories of trade and exchange. Weathered stalls and faded signs stand as silent witnesses to the goods that once passed through eager hands. Imagine the scent of fresh bread and herbs mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil and aged timber, conjuring images of lively barter and shared meals beneath the open sky. The homes, though empty, hold traces of lives once lived, flickers of warmth and love now only memories. Imagine the cracked hearthstones, where fires once blazed bright, now cold and covered in ash. The faint scent of smoke and wood lingers, mingling with the sweet fragrance of blooming wild roses growing untended around doorways. Inside, tattered curtains flutter in the breeze through broken windows, and worn wooden floors creak softly beneath your footsteps. Beyond the village, the landscape stretches wide and wild. Rolling hills dotted with ancient oak trees, meadows sprinkled with wildflowers, and quiet streams that sparkle beneath the sun. Imagine the gentle hum of bees moving from blossom to blossom, the soft rustle of leaves in the wind, and the distant call of songbirds weaving a peaceful chorus that fills the air with life and renewal. Amidst this tranquil decay, the spirit of the medieval villages endures. Imagine the stories etched into the stones, the dreams whispered beneath the stars, and the unspoken hope that even as these places fade, their memory will live on, carried softly by the wind and the hearts of those who remember. As you breathe deeply, let the rich textures, gentle sounds, and quiet beauty of the disappearing villages of the medieval era envelop you. Allow this tender story of loss and resilience to lull you softly into a peaceful, restorative sleep. As the seasons weave their slow dance over the deserted villages, nature reclaims its ancient dominion with patient grace. Imagine the crisp morning air tinged with the scent of pine and damp earth, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a soft breeze that carries whispered memories across the empty streets. The sun filters through the canopy of towering oaks and beeches, casting mottled shadows on cracked stone walls and the moss-covered remains of once vibrant homes. Picture the village chapel, its stone facade weathered and worn, standing solemnly amidst a clearing where wildflowers bloom unchecked. The wooden cross atop its steeple leans slightly, silhouetted against a sky painted with the soft pastels of dawn. Inside, shards of stained glass catch the light, casting fractured rainbows onto the dusty floor. The faint scent of incense lingers still, a ghost of the prayers once uttered within its walls. Beyond the village, the fields lie fallow and wild, the furrows softened by grasses swaying gently in the wind. Imagine the subtle symphony of crickets and birdsong filling the air, mingling with the distant murmur of a stream winding lazily through the valley. The land breathes quietly, alive with the promise of renewal, even as it holds the traces of lives past. Wandering deeper into the overgrown lanes, envision ancient wells and forgotten fountains, their stone basins cracked and moss-clad, where once children played and villagers gathered water. Vines creep along the edges, flowers nodding softly in the breeze, as if nature herself mourns and honors the lives intertwined with this land. The air is alive with the delicate dance of light and shadow, where beams of sun pierce through the leafy canopy to illuminate hidden corners and delicate blossoms. Imagine the gentle flutter of butterfly wings and the quiet hum of bees gathering nectar, tiny harbingers of life amid the echoes of the past. Yet amidst this tranquil reclamation, the spirit of the medieval villages endures, woven into the very fabric of the landscape. Imagine the faintest echoes of footsteps on mossy stones, the soft murmur of voices carried by the wind, and the enduring hope that these vanished places remain alive in memory and nature's embrace. As you breathe deeply, allow the rich tapestry of sights, sounds, and scents from the disappearing villages of the medieval era to enfold you. Let this serene story of change, loss, and quiet beauty carry you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The gentle passage of time continues to weave its quiet story across the deserted medieval villages, where nature and memory intertwine in a delicate balance. Imagine wandering through these forgotten places as a soft mist rises from the earth, blanketing the ruins in a silvery haze that muffles sound and softens the outlines of crumbling walls and tangled gardens. The air is cool and damp, filled with the subtle scent of moss, wildflowers, and ancient stone warmed faintly by the morning sun. Picture the remnants of a village street lined with weathered cobblestones, worn smooth by countless footsteps long past. Alongside the path, wild thyme and rosemary spill over cracked walls, their delicate blossoms attracting bees that hum softly in the stillness. Here and there, the broken frame of a wooden cart leans against a vine-clad shed, and the rusted remnants of iron tools lie half-buried beneath leaves and soil, silent witnesses to the labor of generations. Imagine the small cottages, some partially collapsed, others standing stubbornly against time, with their thatched roofs heavy with dew and moss. In that, the faint traces of hearths remain, blackened stones telling stories of warmth and gatherings long gone. The scent of damp wood and earth mingles with the faint aroma of wild herbs growing unchecked in the overgrown gardens where vegetables and flowers once thrived under the care of village hands. Beyond the homes, the village pond glistens quietly, its still waters reflecting the soft light of dawn and the delicate flutter of dragonflies skimming the surface. Frogs croak gently in the reeds, adding a subtle melody to the peaceful morning. Nearby, the ancient oak that once shaded the village green stands tall and proud, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky, a silent guardian over the memories of community celebrations, markets, and festivals. The quiet beauty of these scenes is tinged with a gentle melancholy, a sense of lives paused, stories unfinished, and a world slowly slipping into history. Yet in this stillness, there is also a profound resilience. Imagine the wildflowers blooming defiantly amidst the ruins, the steady growth of trees reclaiming their space, and the quiet hum of life continuing in a new form shaped by time and nature's gentle hand. As you breathe deeply, let the rich tapestry of the disappearing villages of the medieval era surround you, a story woven from the delicate threads of memory, nature, and time. Allow yourself to be carried softly into a restful, peaceful sleep, cradled by the quiet beauty and enduring spirit of these vanished worlds. As twilight descends upon the abandoned medieval villages, a soft hush settles over the land, wrapping the ruins in a gentle cloak of dusk. Imagine the fading light casting long, wavering shadows across moss-covered stones and crumbling walls. As the sky shifts from soft lavender to deep indigo, the air grows cooler, carrying the faint scent of earth and wildflowers mingled with the distant, comforting aroma of pine forests surrounding the once thriving communities. Picture the remnants of the village paths, now winding trails lined with wild grasses swaying gently in the evening breeze. Along these lanes, the delicate sound of a nightingale's song drifts softly through the trees, a haunting melody that seems to carry the echoes of long-forgotten celebrations and whispered promises beneath the stars. Fireflies begin to flicker among the shrubs, their tiny lights weaving a slow, mesmerizing dance, inviting a sense of wonder and calm. Imagine the silhouette of a ruined chapel standing quietly atop a gentle rise, its broken windows framing the last glow of daylight. The stone steps, worn smooth by countless pilgrims, lead up to a wooden door that creaks softly in the breeze. Inside, the shadows deepen, and the faint outlines of faded murals hint at sacred stories and prayers whispered through centuries. A solitary candle, flickering with a pale flame, casts a warm, gentle glow on the worn altar, reminding us of the faith and hope that once filled these hallowed halls. Beyond the village boundaries, the fields stretch out like a patchwork quilt of wildflowers, grasses, and scattered trees, each swaying gently as twilight deepens into night. Imagine the occasional rustle of a small animal in the underbrush, the soft padding of foxes, or the flutter of owls taking flight. The natural world moves quietly, embracing the ruins with a tender, unyielding patience that mirrors the slow passage of human history. As darkness settles, the stars begin to shimmer in the vast sky above, their light twinkling like distant beacons over the silent village. Imagine the constellations that guided travelers and inspired stories for centuries, ancient patterns woven across the heavens, unchanged amid the fleeting lives below. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the tranquil beauty and quiet melancholy of the disappearing villages of the medieval era enfold you. Allow the soft sounds, gentle shadows, and enduring spirit of these vanished places to soothe your mind and carry you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The night deepens over the silent villages, shrouding the ruins in a velvety darkness pierced only by the shimmering stars above. Imagine the cool night air, filled with the faint scent of pine and damp earth, the soft rustle of leaves stirring gently in the breeze. The remnants of stone walls and broken rooftops lie quietly beneath the moonlight, casting long shadows that dance softly across fields, now reclaimed by wildflowers and grasses. Picture the village well, its weathered stones slick with dew, standing as a solitary sentinel in the quiet. The water within reflects the pale light of the moon, rippling gently with the touch of a passing night breeze. Nearby, the skeletal branches of ancient trees reach skyward, their limbs silhouetted against the star-studded sky, whispering secrets of generations long past. The air is alive with subtle sounds, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft chirping of crickets hidden among the grass, and the occasional flutter of a nightbird taking flight. Imagine these gentle noises weaving a peaceful symphony that soothes the soul, inviting quiet contemplation and calm. Along a forgotten path, wild herbs release their faint fragrance into the cool air, lavender, thyme, and sage mingling softly, carrying the whispers of healing and comfort. Imagine the delicate touch of their scent wrapping around you like a gentle embrace, grounding you in the stillness of the night. Beyond the village, the forest breathes with quiet life. Shadows stretch long and deep beneath towering trees, where the soft rustling of small animals moves through the undergrowth. Imagine foxes padding silently on moss-covered ground, rabbits nestled in hidden burrows, and the gentle sway of ferns under a light breeze. Amidst this serene nightscape, the echoes of the past linger, a tapestry of memories woven into the earth, stone, and air. Imagine the faintest trace of laughter, the soft murmur of voices carried on the wind, and the enduring spirit of communities that, though vanished, remain forever a part of the land. As you breathe deeply, let the quiet beauty, gentle sounds, and timeless presence of the disappearing villages of the medieval era envelop you. Allow this soothing story of loss, renewal, and enduring memory to guide you softly into a peaceful, restorative sleep. As the first light of dawn slowly breaks over the horizon, the deserted medieval villages bathe in a soft golden glow that gently awakens the sleeping earth. Imagine the warm fingers of sunlight filtering through a canopy of ancient trees, casting delicate patterns of light and shadow on moss-covered stones and crumbling walls. The air is crisp and cool, carrying the fresh scent of dew-kissed wildflowers and the faint aroma of damp earth, a promise of new beginnings amid the quiet remnants of the past. Picture the once lively village square now bathed in the gentle glow of morning, its worn cobblestones sparkling with moisture as a light mist rises and drifts lazily over empty streets. The skeletal frames of wooden carts and abandoned market stalls stand as silent witnesses to lives once filled with bustling activity and shared joy. Nearby, wildflowers bloom boldly, their vivid colors contrasting beautifully against the muted tones of weathered stone and aged timber. The village chapel, weathered but resilient, stands quietly at the edge of the settlement. Imagine the soft light illuminating faded frescoes and cracked stained glass, revealing the intricate artistry that once inspired faith and hope. Inside, dust motes dance in the gentle breeze that slips through broken windows, and the faint scent of old incense lingers, a subtle reminder of prayers offered and blessings received. Beyond the village boundaries, nature continues its quiet reclamation. Imagine the gentle murmur of a stream winding through fields now lush with wild grasses and flowers, the soft flutter of butterfly wings, and the distant call of songbirds greeting the dawn. The landscape breathes with life, a harmonious blend of past and present, decay and renewal. Despite the stillness and silence, the spirit of these disappearing villages endures, a tapestry woven from memory, resilience, and the unspoken hope that even as time moves forward, the stories and souls of these places remain forever etched in the land. Imagine the whispers of the wind carrying tales of laughter, sorrow, and quiet strength, connecting the past to the present in a gentle, eternal embrace. As you breathe deeply, let the rich textures, subtle scents, and serene beauty of the disappearing villages of the medieval era envelop you. Allow this tender story of endings and new beginnings to cradle you softly into a restful, peaceful sleep, or a calm, hopeful awakening. You've journeyed through the quiet tales of medieval villages fading away, and now it's time to step softly into a new story. Next, in our Boring History for Sleep series, we explore the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe. So settle comfortably, close your eyes gently, and let this whispered chapter guide you deeper into restful sleep. Imagine wandering through the narrow, winding streets of Renaissance Europe, where the golden light of the setting sun spills between tall, timber-framed buildings. These streets, paved with uneven cobblestones worn smooth by countless footsteps, are alive with the mingling scents of freshly baked bread, fragrant spices, and the faint smoke of distant hearth fires. The air carries the distant murmur of merchants calling out their wares, the clinking of coins, and the soft footsteps of townsfolk wrapped in woolen cloaks as they hurry home before nightfall. But beneath this bustling surface lies a hidden world, the shadow markets. Picture dark alleyways and tucked-away courtyards where traders and buyers meet in secret, their dealings cloaked in whispers and guarded glances. These markets thrive in the twilight, trading goods both exotic and forbidden, silks from distant lands, rare spices, counterfeit coins, and whispered rumors that could change fortunes. Imagine lanterns flickering in the dim light, casting long shadows on the cracked walls as figures barter with cautious urgency. The scent of leather, tobacco, and sharp ink fills the air, mingling with the tension and anticipation of transactions that happen far from the prying eyes of city officials and watchful guards. Here, fortunes are made and lost, alliances forged and broken, all beneath the veneer of Renaissance splendor. The merchants of these shadow markets walk a fine line between legitimacy and secrecy, their faces often half hidden beneath wide-brimmed hats or hooded cloaks. Imagine the glint of gold rings and the subtle exchange of folded notes, the swift passing of coins and goods with practiced hands. The market hums with a quiet energy, a dance of risk, trust, and survival in a world where the light of day reveals only part of the story. As you breathe deeply, allow the rich textures and hidden depths of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe to unfold around you. Let the soft glow of lantern light, the murmur of secret deals, and the tapestry of intrigue guide you gently into a restful, peaceful sleep. As twilight deepens, the shadow markets come alive with a pulse all their own, hidden beneath the grandeur of Renaissance Europe's sunlit squares and bustling fairs. Imagine slipping through narrow, twisting alleys where the cobblestones are slick with evening mist, and the air is heavy with the scent of damp stone, leather, and distant fires burning low. Here, the world slows, and the veiled dealings of merchants and shadowy figures unfold beneath flickering lanterns, casting golden pools of light onto weathered brick walls. Picture the marketplace's secret heart, a courtyard tucked away behind a crumbling archway, where traders gather beneath canopies of faded canvas, their voices low and urgent. The chatter is punctuated by the soft clink of coins and the subtle rustle of silks and parchment. Imagine men and women in rich, though worn garments, faces obscured by hoods and scarves, exchanging rare spices that tingle the nostrils, small bottles of mysterious potions, and artifacts smuggled from distant lands. Each item carries a story, a secret, and a price that might change the fate of a kingdom or destroy a life. Amid the shadows, counterfeiters work meticulously, their tables cluttered with forged seals, ink-stained quills, and freshly pressed documents designed to deceive even the sharpest eyes. Imagine the painstaking detail they invest, each wax stamp carefully pressed, each letter forged with precision, to breathe life into false claims and forged fortunes. Nearby, a trader unfolds a tattered map, its edges curled and ink faded, revealing secret routes and hidden caches, known only to a select few. The air is thick with tension and possibility. Imagine glances exchanged, some filled with suspicion, others with trust, and hands moving quickly yet carefully, aware that a single misstep could lead to ruin. Whispered deals pass between lips barely audible, promises made in hushed tones as the fate of fortunes hangs precariously in the balance. Outside the market's hidden walls, the city pulses with a different energy. Lanterns in grand plazas, music from taverns spilling into cobblestone streets, and the distant toll of church bells marking the passage of time. Yet here, in the shadow markets, the air is thick with secrecy and quiet ambition, a world where power and danger intertwine beneath the veil of night. As you breathe deeply, let the dim lantern light, the murmured deals, and the rich textures of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe envelop you. Allow this quiet, intricate world of intrigue and mystery to guide you softly into a calm, restful sleep. As the night deepens, the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe become a stage for a subtle and intricate dance, one of risk, secrecy, and survival beneath the watchful gaze of a world that could not fully comprehend their existence. Imagine the narrow alleyways bathed in the soft glow of oil lamps, their flickering flames casting trembling shadows that stretch and twist along the uneven walls, lending an air of mystery and suspense to every transaction. Within this hidden world, imagine the characters who populate it: merchants and thieves, spies and informants, artisans and alchemists, each weaving their own story through the quiet hum of the marketplace. Picture a silken-clad trader haggling over a bolt of rare fabric, her eyes sharp and calculating beneath a delicate veil. Nearby, a grizzled man in worn leather examines a collection of strange herbs and powders, his fingers tracing the contours of small glass vials filled with curious contents, whispered to hold miraculous healing properties or deadly poisons. In a shadowed corner, an artisan carefully etches intricate designs into silver coins, forging currency that might buy freedom or destruction. Imagine the meticulous care in his work, the steady hand, the careful attention to detail, the knowledge that one tiny imperfection could unravel the entire scheme. Around him, folded parchments bear the seals of nobles and merchants, counterfeit contracts that could shift the tides of power in distant courts. Beyond the tangible goods, imagine the exchange of secrets, coded messages passed between cloaked figures, the subtle nods and glances that speak volumes to those who know how to read them. The shadow markets are a nexus of information, where whispers of political intrigue, forbidden romances, and clandestine alliances flow as freely as the coins that change hands. The soundscape of this hidden realm is a symphony of muted voices, the soft rustling of silks and papers, and the occasional clink of metal. Outside, the city's grander life continues. Music from lively taverns, the chatter of nobles at their banquets, and the tolling of church bells, unaware of the delicate web being spun in the darkness. As you breathe deeply, let the dim glow of lanterns, the intricate dance of shadowed figures, and the rich tapestry of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe enfold you. Allow this secretive world of intrigue, ambition, and quiet danger to carry you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. As the moon climbs higher into the midnight sky, the shadow markets pulse with a quiet, restless energy that belies the stillness of the night. Imagine the narrow streets alive with whispered negotiations and the soft rustle of heavy cloaks brushing against worn cobblestones. The cool night air carries the mingled scents of tobacco smoke, spiced wine, and damp earth, mingling with the faint aroma of exotic incense burning in hidden corners. Picture a secluded courtyard, dimly lit by a dozen lanterns swaying gently in the evening breeze, their flickering light casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Here, merchants lay out their wares with practiced care, fine silks dyed in rich hues, gleaming trinkets crafted by skilled artisans, and bottles of fragrant oils and mysterious potions that promise everything from healing to enchantment. Each item holds a story, and each buyer a secret desire. Among the crowd, shadowy figures exchange more than goods. Subtle glances and coded gestures communicate alliances and rivalries, trust and suspicion intertwined in an intricate dance. Imagine the wary eyes of a spy watching from a darkened doorway, notebook in hand, cataloging the faces and movements that may one day determine the fate of kingdoms. Nearby, a pickpocket slips silently through the crowd, deft fingers relieving an unsuspecting noble of a heavy purse. The atmosphere hums with a mixture of tension and excitement, every exchange a gamble, every deal a potential turning point. Imagine the merchant who offers a rare map to a hidden treasure, the noble who seeks forbidden knowledge, and the artist whose creations carry messages too dangerous for open speech. In this hidden world, power is wielded not with swords but with secrets, and survival depends on wit, discretion, and timing. Outside the market's shadows, the city's grand squares and palaces gleam under the moonlight, a stark contrast to the secretive dealings that unfold in the alleyways below. Imagine the sound of distant laughter and music drifting faintly through the night, oblivious to the silent schemes weaving beneath the surface. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the rich sights, sounds, and whispered intrigues of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe wrap around you like a soft cloak. Allow the subtle tension, hidden beauty, and quiet mystery of this secret world to guide you gently into a restful, peaceful sleep. The night deepens as the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe continue their subtle dance beneath the moon's watchful eye. Imagine narrow alleys thick with the scent of damp stone and spiced incense, where figures cloaked in midnight hues move silently, their footsteps muffled by centuries-old cobblestones worn smooth from countless journeys. The air hums softly with whispered deals, the faint clink of silver coins, and the delicate rustle of silk and parchment exchanged in secret. Picture a hidden corner where an aged merchant unfolds an ancient manuscript, its brittle pages illuminated by the flickering flame of a single candle. The script, penned in elegant but hurried strokes, hints at forbidden knowledge, recipes for alchemical elixirs, secret codes to unlock distant vaults, or maps charting forgotten routes through shadowed lands. Nearby, a scholar in threadbare robes listens intently, eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and caution. Around them, artisans and craftsmen showcase wares both wondrous and illicit. Imagine jewelers polishing stolen gems that catch the lantern light with fiery brilliance, or potters selling intricately carved vessels rumored to hold magical properties. The air is thick with anticipation, as every trade carries risk and every gesture conceals deeper meanings. The city beyond the market pulses with life. Musicians play lively tunes in taverns, laughter spills from bustling inns, and the distant bells of cathedrals toll the hour. Yet here in the shadowed enclave, time seems to slow, suspended in a world where fortune and fate are decided behind closed doors and guarded whispers. Among the traders, stories and secrets flow as freely as the rare wines pass between friends and foes alike. Imagine conversations woven with veiled threats, promises of protection, and the exchange of information that could topple thrones or save lives. The delicate balance of trust and suspicion defines each encounter, where one misstep could lead to ruin. As you breathe deeply, Let the intricate textures and hidden depths of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe envelop you. Allow the flickering lantern light, the murmur of secret dealings, and the rich tapestry of ambition and intrigue to guide you gently into a calm, restorative sleep. As the night deepens further, the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe thrum with a quiet yet relentless energy that fills every darkened corner and hidden alcove. Imagine the labyrinthine streets winding like veins beneath the city, where lantern light glimmers weakly against slick cobblestones dampened by a recent rain. The air is heavy with the mingling scents of wet stone, tobacco, and exotic spices, cinnamon, cloves, and rare herbs imported from distant lands, each fragrance weaving into the tapestry of secrets that cloaks the marketplace. Picture the marketplace stalls, each a world unto itself, overflowing with curiosities and contraband. Here, delicate lace from Venice lies beside crude furs smuggled through mountain passes. Bottles of oil infused with jasmine and myrrh rest near vials containing powders said to cure ailments or inflict curses. A silversmith's table glints with finely crafted jewelry, some stolen, some forged, their intricate designs catching the lantern light in fleeting flashes. The traders move with practiced grace, faces shadowed beneath wide-brimmed hats and dark cloaks. Imagine the subtle glances exchanged across crowded spaces, signals of trust or warning as deals are struck in hushed tones. A merchant carefully counts freshly minted coins, weighing their worth not only in gold, but in alliances and whispered promises. Nearby, a courier slips through the crowd, clutching a folded parchment sealed with wax, its contents known only to a select few. Amid the swirling mix of commerce and conspiracy, imagine an alchemist's hidden workshop tucked behind a false wall, where strange experiments bubble in brass cauldrons and shelves groan under the weight of ancient tomes. The alchemist, a figure cloaked in mystery, mixes potions with steady hands, aware that each brew carries the potential for salvation or ruin. Outside the marketplace, the city sleeps uneasily beneath the watchful stars. The distant tolling of cathedral bells marks the passing hours, while the murmur of distant revelry from taverns fades into the night. Yet within the shadow markets, time seems suspended, caught in the delicate balance between danger and opportunity. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the rich details, layered scents, and intricate whispers of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe enfold you. Allow this secretive world of intrigue, ambition, and quiet power to guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The shadow markets pulse quietly under the veil of night, their life woven from the threads of secrecy, ambition, and survival. Imagine the narrow alleyways where the cobblestones are slick with moisture, reflecting the soft glow of lanterns hung low on timber beams. The air is thick with a mingling of scents, earthy tobacco, sweet musk of incense, and the faint metallic tang of freshly minted coins, all blending to create a heady atmosphere that is both intoxicating and mysterious. Within this hidden world, merchants and buyers move with guarded steps, their faces partly obscured beneath hoods and wide-brimmed hats, each gesture deliberate and measured. Picture a trader delicately unrolling a tapestry, the rich colors faded but still hinting at the stories woven into its threads, a gift destined for a noble's hidden collection. Nearby, a vendor displays a collection of intricate lockets and rings, each piece a secret waiting to be uncovered, forged in the fires of passion, deception, or loyalty. Listen closely to the quiet murmur of negotiations, soft-spoken words exchanged in a language of half-truths and subtle promises. Imagine the glint of eyes watching for betrayal, the quick hands slipping coins into hidden pockets, and the fleeting smiles that veil motives and intentions. Here, every transaction is a delicate dance, every alliance a fragile thread in a vast web of power and intrigue. The shadows themselves seem alive, stretching and shifting as figures slip through the maze of streets, carrying secrets and messages that could alter the course of kingdoms. Imagine a courier moving swiftly and silently, clutching a sealed letter bound with a crimson ribbon, the contents known only to those brave enough to seek them. Nearby, a pair of conspirators huddle close, their whispered plans a fragile rebellion against the forces that watch from afar. Beyond the secretive exchanges, the night air carries the distant sounds of the city's grander life, music spilling from tavern windows, laughter echoing down wide boulevards, and the solemn toll of cathedral bells marking the passage of time. Yet within these shadowed markets, time seems to hold its breath, caught in the timeless rhythm of whispered deals and hidden desires. As you breathe deeply, let the rich textures, muted lights, and quiet tension of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe envelop you. Allow the intricate dance of shadow and light, trust and suspicion, to lull you gently into a calm, restorative sleep. As the night stretches deeper, the shadow markets become an intricate tapestry of whispered secrets and fleeting moments woven beneath the flickering glow of lanterns that sway gently in the cool evening breeze. Imagine the labyrinthine alleys bathed in muted amber light, where the faintest sound, soft footsteps, a hushed voice, the delicate clink of glass, carries weight and meaning beyond words. The air is thick with the mingling scents of smoked tobacco, spiced wine, and exotic perfumes, all blending into a heady atmosphere that wraps around the senses like a velvet cloak. Picture a hidden courtyard nestled between ancient stone buildings, where merchants and buyers gather beneath weathered awnings, their faces shadowed but eyes gleaming with purpose. Here, rare silks dyed in deep crimsons and midnight blues are unfurled with reverence, their delicate threads whispering tales of distant lands and secret journeys. Nearby, ornate jewelry, crafted with masterful skill, glitters softly, each piece a treasure forged in the fires of ambition and desire. Among the crowd, imagine a young apprentice learning the art of alchemy, carefully measuring powders and liquids under the watchful eye of a seasoned master, whose hands bear the stains of countless experiments. The faint bubbling of glass vials and the subtle scent of herbs fill the air as potions and remedies, some miraculous, others dangerous, are crafted in secrecy, their true power known only to a select few. The conversations here are a dance of subtlety and nuance, whispers exchanged with careful precision, coded phrases masking deeper truths. Imagine the exchange of information that could topple noble houses or save lives, carried on the breath of the night. Every glance, every gesture is laden with meaning, weaving a web of trust and suspicion that defines this hidden world. Beyond the confines of the markets, the city sleeps under a blanket of stars, its grand cathedrals and bustling plazas silenced in the stillness of the night. Yet beneath the surface, the shadow markets pulse with a quiet vitality, a world where ambition, danger, and hope intertwine beneath the cloak of darkness. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the rich textures, whispered secrets, and subtle lights of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe enfold you. Allow the delicate balance of intrigue, beauty, and quiet power to guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The night deepens further, folding the shadow markets into a world where light and darkness intertwine like a whispered secret. Imagine narrow alleys shrouded in fog, the cobblestones slick and glistening beneath lanterns that flicker with a hesitant golden glow. The scents of burning wood, spiced wines, and exotic herbs mingle in the cold air, weaving an invisible tapestry of past and present that lingers like a breath against your skin. Picture a cluster of merchants gathered in a secluded courtyard, their voices low and careful as they trade goods not found in the bustling daytime markets. Fine fabrics dyed in deep, mysterious hues, bottles of rare oils rumored to hold magical properties, and precious artifacts whispered to be stolen from distant lands, all exchanged beneath the watchful eyes of hidden guards. The tension is palpable, every glance and gesture weighted with the knowledge that danger is never far. Among them, an elderly jeweler examines a delicate necklace, its gems catching the lantern light and scattering it in fragmented rainbows across the stone walls. His fingers, aged and steady, trace the intricate patterns of the metalwork, recalling stories of love, betrayal, and survival embedded within its delicate links. Nearby, a shadowed figure counts coins with practiced precision, weighing not just their monetary value, but the secrets and promises they represent. The atmosphere hums with unspoken stories. Coded messages pass between allies, warnings whispered under breath, and plans laid for futures uncertain. Imagine a courier slipping through the maze of streets, clutching a sealed letter tied with a crimson ribbon, its contents carrying the power to shift alliances and alter destinies. In another corner, a conspirator's eyes glint with a mix of hope and fear, as the fragile balance of trust teeters on the edge. Beyond the market, the city's grand cathedrals and palaces remain silent under the night sky, unaware of the quiet revolutions brewing in the shadowed corners below. The distant tolling of bells marks the passage of time, while the secret heart of the city beats on in whispers and hidden deals. As you breathe deeply, let the rich textures, subtle scents, and delicate tensions of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe enfold you. Allow this intricate world of mystery, ambition, and quiet power to carry you softly into a restful, peaceful sleep. As the first pale light of dawn begins to brush the horizon, the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe slowly fade into the quiet hush of morning. Imagine the soft gray light filtering through narrow streets, casting long, gentle shadows over the damp cobblestones that still hold the imprint of the night's secretive footsteps. The air is cool and crisp, tinged with the lingering scent of burnt candles and fragrant herbs, as the city prepares to awaken from its nocturnal slumber. Picture the hidden alcoves and quiet courtyards where the merchants had gathered just hours before, now empty but still humming with the echoes of whispered deals and unseen exchanges. The faded silk banners, once vibrant in the lantern light, hang limp and muted, swaying softly in the gentle morning breeze. Rusted locks and worn leather satchels lie forgotten, their treasures tucked away for another night's dealings. The traders, artisans, and couriers who navigated these shadowy streets retreat to their hidden sanctuaries, blending once again into the tapestry of the waking city. Imagine the worn faces softened by exhaustion and relief, the quiet smiles exchanged between trusted allies who have survived another night in this delicate dance of power and secrecy. In dimly lit chambers and tucked-away workshops, plans are quietly laid for the days to come, promising new ventures, alliances, and the continuation of a shadowed legacy. Beyond the market's reach, the city rises with the morning sun, spires and towers gleaming, the voices of townsfolk filling the air, and the sounds of merchants setting up stalls for the day's trade. But beneath this familiar bustle lies the memory of the night's hidden world, a realm where fortunes were made and lost, where whispered secrets shaped destinies, and where the fragile balance between light and shadow was maintained with cautious care. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the fading glow of lantern light, the rich scents, and the delicate mysteries of the shadow markets of Renaissance Europe wrap around you. Allow the quiet power and enduring intrigue of this hidden world to lull you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep, or a calm, hopeful awakening. You've traveled through the secret alleys of Renaissance Europe's shadow markets, and now it's time to cross into a new story. Next, in our Boring History for Sleep series, we explore the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire. So settle comfortably, close your eyes gently, and let this quiet tale guide you into a deep, restful sleep. Imagine the vast expanse of the Roman Empire, stretching across continents, where mighty rivers carved the landscape and ancient cities thrived along their banks. Picture the gentle murmur of flowing water beneath the towering arches of stone bridges, monuments of engineering that connected distant lands and people. These bridges, built with precise craftsmanship and enduring strength, bore the weight of legions, traders, and travelers, standing as silent witnesses to the empire's grandeur and reach. Visualize the soft light of dawn, spilling over the riverbanks, where fishermen cast their nets in calm waters, and the aroma of fresh bread wafts from nearby bakeries. The streets buzz with the footsteps of citizens, merchants shouting their wares, children chasing each other, and soldiers marching in disciplined formation. Yet, beyond this lively scene, many of the empire's once magnificent bridges have fallen into ruin, hidden beneath layers of earth and time, their stories all but forgotten. Imagine the moss-covered stones of a forgotten bridge, half submerged in the slow current, its arches crumbling yet resilient. Wildflowers and reeds sway gently in the breeze, and the distant call of birds echoes softly across the water. The bridge's worn pathways, once trod by countless feet, now hold only the whispers of history, a quiet reminder of connections lost and journeys paused. Envision the skilled hands of Roman engineers and laborers, their faces etched with determination as they laid each stone with care. The echo of hammer on chisel rings faintly through the ages, a testament to human ingenuity and the desire to unite an empire through stone and mortar. The bridges were more than mere structures. They were lifelines, pathways of commerce, culture, and communication. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the serene beauty and quiet strength of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire surround you. Allow the gentle flow of rivers, the texture of ancient stone, and the echo of vanished footsteps to guide you softly into a peaceful, restorative sleep. As the morning sun climbs higher, the rivers that once carried bustling traffic beneath the arches of Roman bridges continue their timeless flow, weaving through the countryside like silver ribbons. Imagine the soft ripple of water against mossy stones, the gentle splash of fish breaking the surface, and the occasional call of a heron standing patiently at the water's edge. These waters, once the arteries of an empire, now cradle the silent remnants of human ambition and connection. Picture the landscape surrounding a forgotten bridge, rolling hills cloaked in wild grasses and ancient oaks, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. The stone pillars, weathered by centuries of wind and rain, stand stoic against the passage of time. Ivy and flowering vines snake their way across the cracks, softening the harsh lines of the masonry and lending a quiet grace to the ruins. Beneath the arches, the water glimmers dully, reflecting the sky's shifting colors from pale dawn blues to the warm golds of afternoon. Imagine the lives once intertwined with these bridges. Travelers laden with goods, soldiers marching to distant campaigns, merchants eager to trade, and families journeying to new homes. The bridges carried more than feet and carts. They carried hopes, stories, and the pulse of daily life across vast distances. Picture the rhythmic clip-clop of hooves on stone pathways, the laughter of children running alongside elders sharing tales of the empire's glory. Beyond the riverbanks, Roman towns flourished, bustling forums filled with orators, artisans shaping clay and metal, and citizens engaging in lively debate. The bridges stood as gateways, welcoming visitors and linking disparate cultures under the vast Roman banner. Imagine the vibrant markets, the scent of spices and baked goods mingling in the air, and the hum of conversations in multiple tongues, all flowing seamlessly across these stone connections. Yet, as centuries passed, the tides of history shifted. Wars, natural disasters, and the slow retreat of imperial power left many bridges abandoned and forgotten. Imagine the gradual silence settling over these once vibrant crossings, the absence of footsteps, the stillness replacing movement, and the creeping growth of nature reclaiming what human hands once built. As you breathe deeply, let the flowing rivers, weathered stones, and whispered memories of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire enfold you. Allow this peaceful journey through time to gently carry you into a calm, restorative sleep. As you imagine yourself walking along the remnants of these forgotten Roman bridges, the sensation of time stretching endlessly envelops you. Visualize the worn cobblestones beneath your feet, smoothed and rounded by the countless footsteps of travelers over centuries. Each stone tells a story, stories of triumph and despair, of journeys begun and completed, and of the quiet resilience of human endeavor. Picture the bridge's arches rising gracefully above the river, their elegant curves framed by wildflowers and ivy that clings stubbornly to the ancient masonry. The air here is filled with the soft chorus of nature, birdsong weaving through the rustling leaves, the gentle babble of water flowing over smooth stones, and the distant call of a hawk soaring high above. The bridge, though worn and weathered, still holds a silent majesty, a testament to Roman engineering and the timeless passage of life. Imagine the vibrant life that once animated these crossings, the carts laden with goods such as olives, wine, and pottery making their way between towns, soldiers in shining armor marching steadily to defend or expand the empire's borders, and travelers from distant lands sharing stories in languages and accents carried on the wind. The bridge was a place of meeting, exchange, and movement, connecting diverse peoples and cultures under a common sky. Beyond the bridge, the surrounding countryside unfolds in gentle hills, dotted with olive groves and vineyards, their leaves shimmering softly in the warm Mediterranean sun. Imagine the scent of ripe fruit and fresh herbs carried on a light breeze, mingling with the distant sounds of village life, children's laughter, the clatter of hooves, and the rhythmic beat of work songs sung by farmers tending to their fields. Yet, with the decline of the Roman Empire, many of these vital structures were neglected, their upkeep no longer a priority, as political and economic turmoil took hold. Picture the slow encroachment of nature, roots prying apart stones, floods washing away foundations and storms battering the arches. Over time, the bridges that once symbolized connection and strength became monuments to a fading era. As twilight falls, imagine the bridge bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, its stones warm beneath the dying light. The river reflects the sky's fiery hues, creating a scene of serene beauty and quiet melancholy. It is a place suspended between past and present, where memories linger like whispers carried on the evening breeze. As you breathe deeply, let the rich textures, gentle sounds, and timeless spirit of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire surround you. Allow this tranquil journey through history's enduring echoes to guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. As the night settles over the ancient landscape, the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire stand silent and still beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. Imagine the cool evening air tinged with the subtle fragrance of wild herbs and damp earth, carrying the faint sounds of nocturnal creatures stirring in the shadows. The river below glides smoothly, its surface reflecting the soft silver light of the moon and the flicker of distant fireflies. Picture the massive stone arches towering above the water, worn smooth by centuries of wind, rain, and the relentless passage of time. Ivy and moss cling to the crevices, softening the harsh lines and giving the structures a quiet dignity. Beneath the arches, water laps gently against the pillars, creating a soothing rhythm that echoes through the stillness. Visualize the bridge as a crossroads of memories, where countless travelers paused to rest, merchants exchanged stories and goods, and soldiers marched with determined footsteps. Imagine the worn carvings and faded inscriptions etched into the stone, hinting at the names of builders, emperors, and the dreams they sought to realize through these grand constructions. Beyond the bridge, the landscape is cloaked in shadows and mystery. Rolling hills fade into the darkness, punctuated by the faint glimmer of distant villages settling into slumber. Imagine the occasional flicker of candlelight from small cottages, casting a warm glow against the cool night, and the soft rustle of trees swaying gently in the breeze. As the moon traces its path across the sky, imagine the stories of the bridges weaving through time, tales of love and loss, of conquest and peace, of journeys begun and journeys ended. These stones have borne witness to the rise and fall of empires, the ebb and flow of human endeavor, and the eternal dance between nature and civilization. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the serene beauty and quiet strength of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire enfold you. Allow the gentle sounds of flowing water, the cool night air, and the timeless spirit of these ancient monuments to guide you softly into a restful, restorative sleep. The dawn begins to seep gently into the sky, casting a soft, rosy glow over the ancient remains of Roman bridges, long forgotten by time, but not by the earth. Imagine the cool morning mist drifting lazily across the river, curling around the weathered stone arches as they rise stoically above the water, standing resilient despite centuries of neglect. The air is crisp and fresh, carrying the subtle scent of wet stone and blossoming wildflowers that carpet the riverbanks. Picture the slow awakening of the natural world around the bridge, the chirping of birds flitting through the branches of olive and cypress trees, the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by a faint breeze, and the distant lowing of cattle grazing in sun-dappled meadows. The peaceful countryside seems to hold its breath in reverence for the silent witness of these structures, the bridges that once symbolized connection and strength. Visualize the sun's first rays touching the rough-hewn stones, revealing intricate patterns of lichen and moss that paint a tapestry of green and gold upon their surfaces. Each crack and crevice tells a story, of floods that tested their foundations, of hands that shaped each block, and of the countless footsteps that once crossed their spans. The bridges, though worn and partially reclaimed by nature, remain majestic in their quiet endurance. Imagine the river itself, once a bustling thoroughfare carrying ships laden with grain, wine, and olive oil, now flowing calmly and silently beneath the arches. Fishermen cast their nets in the shallows, their boats bobbing gently on the shimmering surface. The water's gentle murmur harmonizes with the soft calls of waterfowl, nesting in reeds along the banks. Beyond the river, the surrounding landscape awakens, rolling fields dotted with wildflowers, ancient ruins half swallowed by earth, and small villages beginning their daily rhythms. The bridges stand as timeless sentinels amidst this evolving scene, reminders of a vast empire's reach and the enduring bond between land and water. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the serene beauty, intricate details, and lasting strength of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire envelop you. Allow this tranquil story of resilience and history to guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The day unfolds slowly along the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire, where the echoes of the past mingle with the gentle rhythms of nature reclaiming its domain. Imagine standing on the crumbling stone pathway, tracing the contours of the worn blocks beneath your fingers, each one etched with the subtle scars of centuries, chip marks from tools, weathering from rain and sun, and the soft patina of moss and lichen that tells of time's steady march. Visualize the river flowing quietly beneath the arches, its waters shimmering with reflections of the sun filtering through the trees. Schools of small fish dart among submerged stones, their movements stirring delicate patterns in the clear water. Dragonflies hover just above the surface, their iridescent wings catching the light as they flit from reed to reed. Along the banks, wildflowers bloom in clusters, violets, daisies, and bright poppies painting the landscape with vibrant splashes of color. Beyond the bridge, the countryside stretches into a patchwork of fields and forests. Picture farmers tending to olive groves and vineyards, their weathered hands skilled in coaxing life from the earth, just as generations before them did, under the watchful eyes of Roman engineers. The air carries the scent of fresh earth and blooming herbs, mingled with distant smoke rising from village hearths as the morning meal is prepared. Imagine the subtle interplay of light and shadow on the bridge's weathered surfaces, the warm glow of sunlight illuminating rough textures, while cool shadows pool in the crevices and beneath the arches. The scene is tranquil, yet alive with history, a place where past and present coexist in quiet harmony. Think of the stories these bridges could tell if stones could speak. Tales of legionaries marching across their spans, merchants haggling over exotic goods, lovers stealing moments away from prying eyes. These structures are silent storytellers, bearing witness to the ebb and flow of empire, the dreams and dramas of countless lives. As you breathe deeply, let the textured stones, flowing waters, and rich scents of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire enfold you. Allow this serene journey through history and nature to carry you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. As the afternoon sun casts a golden hue over the quiet landscape, the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire stand bathed in a warm, gentle light that softens their worn edges and illuminates the rich tapestry of nature. Reclaiming the ruins. Imagine standing on one of these ancient spans, feeling the cool texture of stone beneath your fingertips, and hearing the faint rustle of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. The air carries the mingled scents of wildflowers, freshly turned earth, and the faintest hint of distant wood smoke, evoking a deep sense of peace and connection to the past. Visualize the river flowing steadily below, its surface catching the sunlight in shimmering patterns that dance across the water. Schools of small fish glide gracefully beneath the surface, their movements tracing delicate ripples that stretch toward the moss-covered pillars supporting the arches. Dragonflies dart above the reeds lining the banks, their iridescent wings flashing in the light as they chase one another in playful flight. Beyond the bridge, the surrounding landscape unfolds in a patchwork of fields, olive groves, and vineyards, their leaves rustling softly in the afternoon breeze. Imagine farmers tending their crops with practiced care, their hands worn but steady, cultivating the same land their ancestors once walked centuries ago. The distant sound of a shepherd's flute carries across the hills, weaving a melody that echoes through the valleys and invites a moment of quiet reflection. As you breathe in the richness of the scene, picture the bridge itself, a silent sentinel of history, its stones bearing the weight of countless stories. The arches rise gracefully, their curves softened by centuries of weathering, while vines and wildflowers cling lovingly to the cracks and crevices. The gentle interplay of light and shadow reveals intricate textures and subtle details, each one a testament to the skill and vision of the Roman engineers who built these marvels. Imagine the bridge as a crossroads of time, where past and present meet in a delicate embrace. Here, the footsteps of ancient travelers mingle with the rustling of leaves and the murmurs of the river, creating a symphony of life and memory that resonates through the ages. This place holds the essence of human endeavor, the desire to connect, to explore, and to leave a mark upon the world. As you breathe deeply and slowly, Let the serene beauty, textured stones, and gentle sounds of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire surround you. Allow this peaceful journey through history and nature to carry you softly into a restful, restorative sleep. As twilight gently drapes the landscape in hues of soft purple and amber, the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire take on a mystical aura, their ancient stones glowing faintly in the fading light. Imagine standing on one of these grand arches, feeling the coolness of the stone beneath your hands, worn smooth by the footsteps of countless travelers. The air is tinged with the delicate scent of jasmine and wild thyme, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss and damp riverbanks. Picture the river flowing steadily below, its surface catching the last glimmers of sunlight as it winds lazily through the valley. Fish break the surface in fleeting ripples, and the quiet croak of frogs echoes softly from the reeds. Dragonflies hover close, their wings shimmering iridescently in the dimming light as bats begin their silent flight over the water. Beyond the bridge, the surrounding countryside is a patchwork of shadows and light. Fields of grain sway gently in the evening breeze, their golden stalks whispering secrets of seasons past. Olive trees, their silvery leaves rustling softly, stand like ancient sentinels watching over the land. Small cottages nestled among groves emit a warm glow from flickering hearth fires, and the faint scent of baking bread drifts on the air. Imagine the stories these bridges have borne witness to. The hurried footsteps of merchants carrying precious cargo, the steady march of soldiers on their way to distant battles, lovers meeting in secret beneath the arches, and travelers pausing to rest and reflect on their journeys. Each stone holds a memory, each crack a silent testament to the passage of time and the lives entwined with these crossings. As night falls, stars begin to sparkle overhead, their light shimmering faintly on the river's surface. The moon rises slowly, casting a silver glow that bathes the landscape in serene beauty. Imagine the stillness broken only by the soft sounds of the nocturnal world, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, and the gentle lapping of water against the stone pillars. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let the quiet majesty and tender history of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire envelop you. Allow the cool night air, the soft river's song, and the enduring spirit of these ancient structures to guide you gently into a peaceful, restorative sleep. The night deepens as the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire rest silently beneath the vast canopy of stars. Imagine the cool, crisp air carrying the faint scent of wildflowers and damp earth, mingling with the gentle murmur of the river flowing steadily beneath the ancient arches. The stones of the bridge, bathed in soft moonlight, reveal their textures and imperfections, each crack and crevice telling stories of resilience and endurance through the centuries. Picture the surrounding landscape cloaked in shadows, where tall cypress and olive trees stand sentinel over the quiet fields. The gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze and the distant hoot of an owl add to the serene symphony of the night. Fireflies flicker in the underbrush, their soft lights weaving patterns that seem to dance with the stars above. Imagine the bridge as a silent witness to the ebb and flow of history. It has borne the weight of armies and caravans, the footsteps of lovers and wanderers alike. Picture the worn path where children once played, the stone pillars that have witnessed countless dawns and dusks, and the whispers of countless travelers who pause to rest and reflect on their journeys. Beyond the riverbanks, the ruins of Roman settlements lie quietly, their remnants softened by time and nature's gentle embrace. Imagine crumbled walls covered in ivy, ancient roads overgrown with grass, and fountains that once sang with water, now dry, but still beautiful in their silent decay. The stories of these places are carried in the wind, whispered softly through the rustling leaves and flowing waters. As you breathe deeply, let the peaceful night, the gentle sounds of nature, and the enduring presence of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire surround you. Allow this tranquil journey through time and memory to carry you softly into a restful, restorative sleep. As dawn's first light begins to brush the horizon, the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire stand bathed in a soft, golden glow, a quiet testament to centuries of history, resilience, and change. Imagine the warmth of the rising sun filtering through the mist that clings gently to the river, casting shimmering reflections on the rippling water below. The air is fresh and fragrant with the scent of wild herbs, damp earth, and blossoming flowers, signaling the start of a new day in a landscape steeped in memory. Picture the ancient stones of the bridge glowing warmly under the sun's embrace, each one telling a story of human hands that shaped them with care and precision. The arches rise gracefully over the river, their shadows stretching long across the water's surface, while ivy and moss cling lovingly to their surfaces, softening the passage of time. The sound of the gentle river mingles with birdsong, a chorus of finches, nightingales, and sparrows welcoming the dawn. Beyond the bridge, the countryside awakens slowly. Imagine farmers tending to fields dotted with olive trees and grapevines, their hands skilled and steady as they prepare the land for the coming season. The soft hum of village life begins to stir in the distance, the clatter of carts, the murmur of voices, and the occasional bark of a dog echoing through narrow streets. Reflect on the lives that passed over these bridges, legions marching to distant campaigns, merchants exchanging goods and stories, families journeying through the empire's vast expanse. The bridges were more than stone and mortar. They were lifelines connecting people, cultures, and dreams. Though time has softened their grandeur, their spirit endures, a bridge between past and present. As you breathe deeply, let the serene beauty, rich textures, and gentle sounds of the forgotten bridges of the Roman Empire surround you. Allow this peaceful, timeless tale to cradle you softly into a restful, restorative sleep or a calm, hopeful awakening. As the soft morning light filters through the ancient trees, the monks rise quietly, their footsteps barely disturbing the stillness around them. Each day begins with calm rituals, where silence speaks louder than words. In this peaceful rhythm, secrets of the mountain unfold slowly, inviting us to step deeper into their tranquil world. The quiet monks of Mount Athos, nestled high upon the rugged slopes of a secluded mountain, live in a world untouched by the hurried pace of modern life. Imagine a place where the wind whispers softly through ancient pine trees, carrying the scent of earth and wildflowers. The stone walls of their monastery rise steadily against the sky, worn smooth by centuries of rain and sun, silent witnesses to countless prayers whispered in the stillness. Here, time moves differently. The monks greet each dawn not with loud alarms or bustling activity, but with gentle light spilling over the horizon, casting long shadows on narrow stone paths. Their footsteps are soft, measured, almost reverent, as they walk through courtyards shaded by towering cypresses. The air is cool, crisp, filled with a quiet calm that seems to settle deep into the bones. Each day is shaped by rituals older than memory. There is no need for words to fill the space. Silence itself becomes a language. The monks speak through their actions. The careful folding of worn robes, the steady lighting of candles, the slow turning of ancient pages in leather-bound prayer books. In this stillness, every breath, every heartbeat feels profound. One can almost feel the weight of centuries pressing gently on the shoulders, a steady reminder of devotion and peace. It is a place where distractions fall away, where the mind can rest and the spirit can listen. To be among the monks here is to be invited into a sanctuary of quiet strength, a refuge from noise, from hurry, from the endless chatter of the world beyond. As evening descends, the fading light wraps the mountain in a soft blanket of twilight. The monks gather in the chapel, their voices lifting in hymns that rise like incense, slow and soothing. And in that moment, the mountain itself seems to breathe with them, calm, steady, eternal. As the night deepens over Mount Athos, a profound stillness settles across the monastery grounds. The stars, countless and distant, sprinkle the velvet sky with faint glimmers, like tiny lanterns hung by unseen hands. The cold mountain air wraps around the stone buildings, crisp and pure, carrying the faint scent of pine and old wood smoke. It is a silence that holds stories of faith, of solitude, and of an unwavering search for meaning. Within the ancient walls, the monks retreat to their simple cells, each one a sanctuary of quiet reflection. The rooms are sparse, a wooden bed, a small table, and a single candle whose flickering light casts dancing shadows on rough-hewn walls. Here, away from all distractions, the monks face themselves in the deep night. There is no rush, no demand, only the slow rhythm of breathing and the soft murmur of prayers. This solitude is not loneliness. It is a presence felt more than seen, a gentle companionship with the divine, with the mountain, and with the silence itself. It is in these quiet moments that the monks find clarity. Thoughts that once roared settle into calm streams. Worries and fears soften and dissolve like mist at dawn. Outside, the wind hums softly through the trees, a lullaby for the mountain's guardians. The world beyond fades away, replaced by a timeless peace that seems woven into every stone, every leaf, every breath. It's as if the mountain itself is breathing slowly, deeply, inviting all who listen to rest in its steady heartbeat. In this sacred stillness, there is space to surrender, to let go of the noise, the distractions, the endless striving, to simply be, to rest in the quiet embrace of the night, knowing that with the coming dawn, a new day will bring its own gentle rhythms. Another chance to walk softly, pray deeply, and live simply. With the first faint light of dawn, Mount Athos slowly stirs from its night-long slumber. The horizon blushes softly with hues of pale pink and golden amber, gently chasing away the lingering shadows. The air carries a cool freshness, mingled with the faint aroma of dew-kissed grass and weathered stone. Somewhere in the distance, a solitary bird breaks the silence with a delicate song, a quiet herald of the new day. Inside the monastery, the monks begin their morning with deliberate care. Their movements are slow and purposeful, each gesture imbued with intention. There is a sacredness in the way they fold their robes, in the measured steps along the stone corridors, in the soft rustle of pages turning as they prepare for their prayers. The chapel, bathed in early light filtering through stained glass, becomes a sanctuary where time feels suspended. Today, like every day, the monks gather to chant their ancient hymns, voices blending in harmonious unity that seems to reach beyond walls and mountains. The sound is not lewd. It is a gentle wave that ebbs and flows, filling the space with a profound sense of peace and connection. It's a reminder that even in silence, there is a profound conversation between the self and the sacred, between the soul and the world. Beyond the chapel's doors, the mountain stands majestic and still, watching over its humble inhabitants. Moss clings to weathered stones, and wildflowers nod softly in the morning breeze. The path leading down the slope winds through shadow and light, inviting the monks to walk slowly, to reflect with each step, to find in the journey the quiet wisdom that the mountain offers. There is a beauty in this simplicity, a profound depth beneath the calm surface. It is in the acceptance of stillness, the embrace of solitude, that true peace begins to bloom. And for those who listen closely, the whispers of Mount Athos carry an invitation to slow down, to breathe deeply, to rest, not just in body, but in spirit. As the day unfolds on Mount Athos, a gentle hush lingers over the landscape, as if the mountain itself is breathing with quiet reverence. The sun climbs higher, casting soft golden rays through the canopy of towering pines, their needles shimmering with the light of midday. Shadows stretch lazily across the worn stone paths, inviting moments of stillness amidst the slow rhythm of monastic life. Within the monastery's humble walls, the monks carry on with their daily tasks, simple, unhurried, and purposeful. Some tend the small gardens, hands moving with care as they nurture herbs and wildflowers. Each plant a silent prayer growing toward the sun. Others sit at wooden tables, copying ancient manuscripts by candlelight, their eyes tracing every delicate letter with a quiet devotion. The air hums softly with the faint scent of old parchment, beeswax candles, and the earthy aroma of damp stone. There is a sacredness in these small acts, in the careful tending of the earth, the patient transcription of words meant to endure through centuries. It is a life removed from distraction, where every moment invites mindfulness and every task becomes a meditation. The monks embrace this simplicity, finding in it a deep fulfillment that transcends worldly desires. Outside, the mountain's ancient forests sway gently in the breeze, birds flitting between branches, their calls weaving a soft symphony that blends seamlessly with the stillness. The distant murmur of a flowing stream adds a gentle cadence to the quiet, a reminder of the ever-moving currents beneath the calm surface. In this serene solitude, time seems to slow and stretch, allowing space for reflection and inner listening. The monks move through their day like whispered prayers, their hearts anchored in a peace that is both fragile and enduring. It is here, in the embrace of silence and simplicity, that the true spirit of Mount Athos reveals itself, a place where the soul can rest, renew, and quietly unfold like the petals of a rare mountain flower. As the afternoon light begins to soften, casting gentle amber hues over the slopes of Mount Athos, a calm settles over the monastery like a warm embrace. The air holds the subtle scent of aging wood mingled with the freshness of pine and wild herbs growing quietly nearby. The distant hum of bees moving among blossoms adds a delicate rhythm to the serene stillness. Within the monastery walls, the monks move quietly, their footsteps softened by the worn stone floors. Some sit in silent contemplation by narrow windows, gazing thoughtfully at the sweeping views of the valley below. A tapestry of forests, hills, and distant glimmers of the sea meeting the sky. Their eyes hold a gentle serenity, reflecting a mind at rest and a heart at peace. Others gather in small groups, speaking only in whispers, their voices gentle ripples in the calm. They share moments of brotherhood, stories woven with humility, lessons learned through years of patient dedication, and reflections on the delicate balance between solitude and community. Here, the strength of quiet companionship blooms, nourished by mutual respect and shared purpose. Outside, the soft rustling of leaves blends with the occasional chirp of birds settling into evening nests. Shadows lengthen and deepen, wrapping the ancient stones and towering trees in a cloak of quiet mystery. The world beyond the mountain seems distant, almost forgotten, replaced by the simple beauty of this sacred place. In this peaceful pause, there is a feeling of timelessness, a gentle reminder that life, with all its noise and haste, can always be slowed, softened, and met with gentle presence. The monks of Mount Athos live this truth daily, inviting us to remember that in the quiet moments, in the spaces between breaths, lies a deep and abiding peace waiting patiently to be found. As twilight descends gently upon Mount Athos, the sky slowly deepens into shades of lavender and indigo. The fading light casts a soft, ethereal glow upon the monastery's ancient stone walls, where creeping ivy clings delicately, its leaves whispering secrets in the evening breeze. The air cools, carrying the faint aroma of cedarwood and distant wildflowers, mingling with the quiet murmur of the nearby sea far beyond the mountain's reach. Inside the sanctuary, the monks prepare for the evening's prayers with calm, deliberate movements. The soft flicker of candlelight dances upon the worn wooden beams and stained glass windows, creating patterns of light and shadow that seem to breathe with life. The atmosphere is thick with a sacred stillness, as if time itself pauses to honor this quiet ritual. The monks' voices rise slowly in chant, a soothing cadence that weaves through the chapel like a gentle stream. Their harmonious hymns resonate deeply, carrying years of devotion and unwavering faith. In this shared moment, their souls connect, not only to each other, but to something far greater, a timeless presence that fills every corner of the mountain. Outside, the stars begin to twinkle faintly, their soft light mirrored by the calm waters of a distant bay. The cool night air hums with the subtle sounds of nature settling in for rest. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. It is a lullaby composed by the mountain and the sea, inviting all beings into a peaceful surrender. Here, wrapped in the embrace of twilight and song, the monks find a deep serenity, a refuge from the chaos of the world below. Their lives, marked by simplicity and silence, reveal a profound truth: that peace is not found in noise or distraction, but in the quiet presence of the moment, fully lived and deeply felt. Night has fully settled over Mount Athos now, wrapping the ancient monastery in a velvet cloak of darkness studded with countless stars. The sky above is vast and deep, a silent ocean of twinkling lights stretching endlessly, inviting quiet contemplation. The cool night air is filled with the soft rustling of leaves, a gentle symphony carried on a whispering breeze that flows softly through the pine trees. Within the monastery, the world is hushed. The monks have retreated to their simple cells, each a sanctuary of solitude and reflection. The soft glow of a single candle flickers against rough stone walls, casting long shadows that dance slowly, like memories coming to life. The air is heavy with the scent of beeswax and aged wood, comforting in its familiarity. In these moments of deep stillness, the monks sit quietly, eyes closed or gazing softly into the flickering flame. Their thoughts drift gently like autumn leaves on a slow-moving stream, unhurried and free. There is no rush, no urgency, only the slow unfolding of inner peace, layer by delicate layer. The silence here is not empty. It is full of presence, of awareness, of a profound connection to something beyond words. Outside, the distant call of a nightbird punctuates the calm, a solitary sound that seems to hold a world of meaning in its brief echo. The mountain breathes softly, steady, and eternal, as if cradling the souls who have chosen this path of quiet devotion. The monks find comfort in this rhythm, this timeless pulse that beats beneath the surface of all things. Here, in the gentle embrace of night, there is a sacred invitation to let go, to release worries, distractions, and the noise of daily life. It is a space to simply be, to rest deeply, and to listen to the subtle whispers of the heart. And in this listening, a quiet strength grows, calm, steady, and unwavering. The first light of a new dawn begins to pierce gently through the thick canopy of Mount Athos, casting long, slender beams that dance softly on the dew-laden leaves. The mountain, cloaked in a delicate morning mist, breathes quietly as nature stirs from its restful slumber. A faint chorus of birdsong rises gradually, weaving a tender melody that threads through the cool, crisp air, welcoming the day with serene grace. Inside the monastery, the quiet hum of life awakens slowly. The monks rise from their simple wooden beds, their movements deliberate and unhurried, as if in reverence to the sacredness of each moment. Soft murmurs mingle with the distant rustle of leaves and the faint crackle of a hearth fire being rekindled after the night's chill. The air is imbued with the comforting scent of aged timber, beeswax candles, and freshly brewed herbal teas, a sensory embrace that soothes the soul. The stone walls, steeped in centuries of whispered prayers and silent devotion, seem to glow warmly in the early light. Every corner, every crevice, holds memories of countless dawns witnessed, of lives quietly transformed by steadfast faith and patient endurance. The gardens outside, tenderly cared for by weathered hands, glisten with droplets that sparkle like scattered gems, each leaf and petal a testament to the gentle care woven into this place. As the monks gather in the chapel for morning prayer, their voices rise in a soft, harmonious chant, a balm for the heart. Gentle and steady, their collective breath forms a quiet rhythm, a sacred pulse that echoes through the stone arches and into the stillness beyond. It is a moment of unity, a shared offering of peace and gratitude to the vast, unfolding day. Beyond these walls, the mountain stands silent yet alive, its ancient stones and towering trees bathed in the promise of new beginnings. The world feels hushed, as if holding its breath, inviting all who listen to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to find solace in the quiet continuity of life's gentle rhythms. The day deepens on Mount Athos, and a serene stillness envelops the monastery as the sun climbs higher in the sky. The warmth of daylight gently filters through the dense forest canopy, dappling the stone courtyards with shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air is rich with the scent of pine resin and wild herbs, mingling with the faint aroma of burning incense that drifts softly from the chapel's open windows. Within these ancient walls, life unfolds with gentle purpose. The monks move quietly about their daily duties, their footsteps muffled by the time-worn stone floors. Some tend to the gardens, their hands weathered yet tender, coaxing life from the earth with patience and care. Each seed planted, each leaf tended, becomes an act of silent devotion, a reminder of the sacredness in simple things. Others are seated in solitude, their eyes closed in meditation or prayer, bodies relaxed yet attentive. The rhythmic breathing, slow and steady, seems to merge with the soft rustling of leaves and distant bird calls, creating a symphony of stillness. In these moments, the boundary between self and surroundings blurs. The monks become one with the mountain's quiet heartbeat. Outside, the gentle breeze carries whispers of stories long forgotten, tales etched into the very stones and trees that have witnessed centuries of faith and solitude. The monastery, perched precariously on the rugged cliffs, stands as a testament to endurance and unwavering commitment. Each stone, worn smooth by time and weather, holds the echoes of countless prayers and silent reflections. As afternoon fades towards evening, the sky softens into hues of lavender and rose. Shadows lengthen, wrapping the mountain in a tender embrace. The monks gather once more in the chapel, their voices rising in a slow, harmonious chant that weaves through the cool air, a comforting lullaby for the soul. It is in this sacred melody that the day's labors find rest, and hearts are gently soothed by the enduring peace of Mount Athos. As the sun begins its slow descent beyond the horizon, casting a warm, amber glow over Mount Athos, the monastery settles into the gentle embrace of evening. The sky softens into a tapestry of pastel colors, pale pinks fading into dusky purples, while a cool breeze carries the mingled scents of cedar, earth, and blooming wildflowers. The ancient stones seem to hold the last warmth of the day, radiating a quiet comfort that soothes the soul. Inside, the monks move with calm intention, preparing for the evening's rituals. The soft flicker of candles illuminates the chapel's worn wooden pews and intricately carved icons, their golden hues shimmering in the dim light. The air is thick with the subtle fragrance of incense, winding its way through the quiet arches like a gentle prayer. Gathered together once more, the monks lift their voices in solemn chant. Their melodies are slow and deliberate, weaving a tapestry of sound that wraps around the room like a warm blanket. Each note carries the weight of centuries, a testament to enduring faith and devotion that transcends time and place. In this sacred space, the world outside fades away, replaced by a profound stillness that fills every heart. Beyond the chapel walls, the mountain stands steadfast beneath a sky now sprinkled with the first stars of night. The gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightbird, and the soft murmur of waves far below blend into a lullaby for the earth itself. It is a moment suspended between day and night, light and shadow, a sacred pause where the soul can breathe deeply and find rest. Here, in the quiet sanctuary of Mount Athos, time seems to slow, inviting all who listen to surrender to the peace that lies within. The monks' simple lives, woven with threads of silence and song, offer a gentle reminder that true tranquility is found not in the absence of sound, but in the presence of mindful stillness. You're probably fast asleep now, drifting into peaceful dreams. Now, let me gently continue the story of the quiet monks of Mount Athos, from our Boring History for Sleep series. Relax your body, breathe slowly, and join me as we step back into the calm world of these silent monks high upon a distant mountain. Nestled high on the rugged slopes of Mount Athos, a place untouched by time and noise, lives a community unlike any others. The quiet monks. Imagine a world where the wind carries only soft whispers through ancient pine trees, their needles shimmering gently in the cool mountain air. The monastery itself, made of weathered stone and aged wood, clings to the hillside like a secret kept safe from the outside world. As dawn breaks, the first light seeps slowly over the horizon, painting the sky with soft shades of pink and gold. The air is crisp and still, filled with the faint scent of wild herbs and damp earth. In this sacred silence, the monks begin their day not with hurry or loud calls, but with calm, deliberate movements that honor centuries of tradition. Their footsteps echo softly on stone paths, worn smooth by generations, each step measured and mindful. The faint glow of candlelight flickers through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the chapel's cold floors. Within these walls, time seems to slow. The relentless rush of the world fades into a distant memory. Here, every breath is a prayer, every gesture a meditation. The monks move through their day with a quiet devotion that is felt more than heard. They tend to their gardens with gentle hands, nurturing plants that grow wild and free, yet cared for with loving attention. They sit for hours in deep contemplation, eyes closed or gazing softly into the flickering flame of a candle, their souls wrapped in stillness. The mountain itself seems to watch over them, timeless, steady, and serene. Its towering peaks hold stories whispered only to those who listen carefully. In the company of these silent guardians, one is invited to surrender the noise of everyday life and enter a space where peace is not sought, but simply found. As evening falls and shadows lengthen, the monks gather in the chapel once more. Their voices rise in slow, harmonious chant, a soothing wave that fills the air and settles the heart. The world outside may continue its restless turning, but here, on this quiet mountain, time is measured by the soft rhythm of breath and song. As daylight gradually softens into the gentle hues of late afternoon, Mount Athos remains enveloped in a serene stillness that seems almost sacred. The sun's warm rays filter through the thick canopy of ancient pines, dappling the monastery grounds with shifting patterns of light and shadow. A faint breeze stirs, carrying the subtle scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of weathered stone mingling softly in the cool mountain air. Within the monastery's quiet walls, life moves with a measured grace. The monks, clothed in simple robes that blend with the muted colors of the mountain, go about their daily rituals with calm purpose. Their footsteps, barely audible on the worn stone floors, speak of centuries of practiced patience. Some tend to the small, carefully tended gardens where herbs and wildflowers thrive under watchful hands. Others sit quietly in the chapel or study, their faces serene as they pore over ancient texts, tracing the delicate letters with reverence. This is a life of stillness but not emptiness. It is filled with a profound presence, a deep listening to the world around and within. The monks move through the hours with gentle awareness, embracing solitude and community in equal measure. In their silent prayers, there is a language beyond words, a connection that transcends the ordinary noise of daily life. Outside, the mountain holds its breath as shadows lengthen and merge. The distant murmur of a stream winds its way through the forest, a soothing soundtrack to the unfolding twilight. The trees sway softly, their leaves whispering secrets carried from generations past. Here, in this sacred space, time slows to the rhythm of breath and heartbeat, inviting all who enter to find a stillness within. As the light fades, the monks gather once again in the chapel. Their voices rise in a slow, harmonious chant, a gentle wave that washes over the stone walls and seeps into the heart. It is a sound both ancient and timeless, weaving together faith, hope, and quiet strength. In this shared moment, the world outside feels distant, softened by the peace that lives in the heart of Mount Athos. As the soft glow of dawn begins to touch the sky once more, Mount Athos awakens in a quiet, reverent hush. The first light filters delicately through the towering pines, casting slender rays that dance gently upon the moss-covered stones and dew-kissed foliage. A faint mist lingers in the cool morning air, wrapping the mountain in a soft veil that blurs the edges of the world and invites a slower pace. Within the monastery, the day begins with a peaceful stillness that speaks louder than words. The monks rise with the sun, their movements deliberate and unhurried, as if honoring the sacredness of each moment. The faint creak of wooden floors and the soft rustle of robes are the only sounds, blending seamlessly with the distant song of a solitary bird greeting the dawn. In the chapel, shafts of gentle light stream through stained glass windows, painting the worn stone floor with muted colors. The monks gather in a quiet circle, their eyes closed in prayer or softly focused on flickering candles that seem to hold the very essence of their devotion. Their breaths, slow and steady, create a rhythm that fills the space, a quiet heartbeat echoing through centuries of faith. Beyond the walls, the mountain breathes with life, the rustle of leaves, the distant rush of a hidden stream, the subtle hum of insects beginning their daily chorus. Each element seems to move in harmony with the monks' peaceful pace, as if the mountain itself is a living partner in their silent devotion. Throughout the day, the monks carry out simple tasks with mindful presence, tending to the gardens where wild herbs grow fragrant and free, copying ancient texts with patient hands, or simply sitting in quiet reflection. There is a beauty in the simplicity, a profound depth beneath the calm surface. It is a life woven with patience, humility, and a deep acceptance of the present moment. As evening approaches, a gentle calm settles over the mountain once again. The fading light softens the edges of the world, inviting a final gathering in the chapel. The monks' voices rise in a slow, harmonious chant, weaving a tapestry of sound that wraps gently around all who listen. In this sacred song, there is a timeless peace, a stillness that carries the weight of countless prayers and the quiet strength of a life devoted to silence. As twilight drapes its soft veil over Mount Athos, the world begins to quiet even more, as if the mountain itself is settling into a peaceful slumber. The sun sinks slowly behind distant peaks, casting long shadows that stretch like gentle fingers across the ancient stone courtyards. A cool breeze stirs the pine needles, carrying whispers of the day's stories and prayers, mingling with the faint scent of beeswax and old wood. Within the monastery's stone walls, the monks move with calm reverence through their evening rituals. The flickering candlelight casts dancing shadows on the textured surfaces of worn icons and time-worn manuscripts, illuminating the quiet devotion etched into every corner of the sacred place. Their voices rise softly in chant, a slow, soothing melody that seems to breathe with the very stones beneath their feet. Outside, the forest sways gently, leaves rustling like a lullaby sung by the mountain. The distant call of an owl punctuates the serene stillness, adding a solitary note to the night's symphony. The cool air deepens, carrying with it the gentle promise of rest and renewal. In their simple cells, the monks settle into quiet contemplation, the soft glow of a single candle their only companion. The air is thick with the scent of beeswax and aged parchment, familiar and comforting. Here, in these moments of solitude, the monks listen deeply, to their breath, to the silence, to the subtle presence that fills the space beyond words. It is in this sacred stillness that the true heart of Mount Athos reveals itself. A place where time slows, where the soul finds peace, not in noise or distraction, but in the gentle embrace of quiet. Here, wrapped in the soft shadows of evening, the monks rest, their hearts steady, their minds calm, their spirits gently cradled by the enduring silence of the mountain. As the soft hues of dusk gently fade into the embrace of night, Mount Athos becomes wrapped in a serene quietude that feels almost sacred. The last light of day casts a warm, amber glow upon the ancient stone walls of the monastery, their surfaces textured and weathered by centuries of wind and rain. The air is cool and crisp, tinged with the subtle fragrance of pine needles and wild herbs that grow abundantly along the mountain paths. Within the monastery, the monks move with a tender grace, their footsteps light and measured on the worn stone floors. Some sit quietly in small alcoves, their eyes softly closed as they meditate or pray. Their breath slow and even, blending harmoniously with the gentle sounds of the evening. Others tend to the flickering candles, carefully trimming wicks and replenishing oil, their actions deliberate and reverent, honoring the light that symbolizes hope and faith. Outside, the mountain holds its breath as shadows deepen and lengthen. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze creates a soothing symphony, punctuated occasionally by the distant call of a nightbird settling into its nest. The gardens, tended with patient care, are cloaked in soft moonlight, each leaf and petal shimmering with a silvery glow that speaks of quiet miracles hidden in the everyday. This is a time of reflection and surrender, where the monks embrace the stillness not as emptiness, but as fullness, a sacred space where worries dissolve and hearts find calm. The world beyond the mountain's embrace seems far away, softened by the veil of night and the enduring silence that weaves through every stone and tree. In these tender moments, the soul is invited to rest deeply, to sink into the gentle rhythms of breath and prayer. Here, on this ancient mountain, the quiet monks live a life that teaches us the profound peace found not in noise or distraction, but in the slow, steady unfolding of presence and grace. As the velvet night deepens over Mount Athos, the sky unfurls its vast, star-studded tapestry above the ancient monastery. The cool air carries a delicate chill, mingling with the earthy scent of moss and aged timber that settles softly within the stone walls. The moon casts a gentle silver glow, illuminating the towering pines and weathered rooftops, bathing the mountain in a serene, otherworldly light. Inside their simple cells, the monks are wrapped in quiet solitude. A single candle flickers beside worn prayer books, its soft light casting gentle shadows that dance slowly across the rough stone walls. The air hums with the faint aroma of beeswax and incense, comforting and familiar, weaving through the stillness like a whispered blessing. Their minds drift gently between contemplation and rest, thoughts flowing like a slow river, unhurried and free. There is no rush here, only the steady rhythm of breath and heartbeat syncing with the mountain's timeless pulse. Outside, the whisper of the wind through the trees and the distant call of an owl become a lullaby, cradling the monks in nature's embrace. The mountain holds them tenderly, its ancient presence a silent guardian watching over their peaceful vigil. In this sacred stillness, the monks find not loneliness, but deep connection to the divine, to the earth beneath their feet, and to the quiet strength that comes from surrendering to the moment. Here, under the vast expanse of the night sky, wrapped in silence and gentle light, the spirit finds rest. The monks' simple lives, woven with threads of stillness and faith, offer a timeless reminder that peace is born not from noise or haste, but from the deep, abiding calm within. Night has fully embraced Mount Athos now, wrapping the ancient monastery in a deep velvet cloak sprinkled with countless stars. The vast sky above stretches endlessly, a silent ocean of shimmering lights inviting quiet contemplation. The cool mountain air is crisp and fresh, carrying whispers of pine and earth, mingling softly with the faint rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Inside the monastery, a profound stillness reigns. The monks have withdrawn to their humble cells, simple sanctuaries where stone and wood hold centuries of prayers and solitude. A single candle flickers softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to breathe alongside the monks' slow, steady breaths. The air is thick with the comforting scents of beeswax and Ijed parchment, timeless and serene. In this quiet solitude, the monks sit with eyes closed or gazing gently at the flickering flame. Their thoughts drift gently like autumn leaves carried by a slow, meandering stream, unhurried, peaceful, and free. There is no urgency here, only the gentle unfolding of stillness, layer upon delicate layer. The silence is full, not empty, alive with presence and deep awareness. Outside, the distant call of a nightbird punctuates the calm, a solitary note echoing through the mountain's ancient forests. The mountain itself seems to breathe softly, a steady pulse beneath the surface of all things. The monks find solace in this rhythm, a timeless heartbeat that connects them to the earth, to each other, and to the quiet strength that comes from surrender. Here, wrapped in the gentle embrace of night, the soul is invited to let go, to release worries, distractions, and the relentless noise of daily life. It is a sacred space to simply be, to rest deeply, and to listen to the subtle whispers of the heart. And in this listening, a quiet power grows, calm, steady, and unwavering. As dawn's first gentle light begins to seep through the towering pines of Mount Athos, the mountain stirs slowly from its deep rest. A delicate mist clings to the earth, softening the edges of trees and stones, and wrapping the world in a quiet, dreamlike haze. The air is cool and fresh, filled with the faint, sweet scent of wild herbs and damp moss. A chorus of birds begins to rise, their songs weaving a tender melody that gently stirs the stillness. Inside the monastery, the monks awaken with calm reverence. Their movements are slow and deliberate, as if honoring the sacredness of the new day. The soft creak of wooden floors and the rustle of simple robes blend harmoniously with the distant calls of nature awakening. The stone walls, steeped in centuries of prayers and silence, seem to hold the warmth of countless dawns witnessed. The gardens, lush with herbs and wildflowers, tended with loving care, glisten with dew, each droplet catching the first light like tiny jewels. The scent of rosemary, lavender, and thyme mingles gently with the mountain air, creating a fragrant tapestry that soothes the soul. The monks move quietly through these gardens, their hands gentle as they nurture life with patient devotion. As the community gathers in the chapel, the soft glow of candlelight flickers alongside the growing daylight. The monks' voices rise in a slow, harmonious chant, a sacred sound that seems to flow effortlessly through the ancient stone arches and into the still morning. This prayer is both a beginning and an offering, a way to step fully into the day with presence and gratitude. Beyond the walls, the mountain stands tall and eternal, its peaks kissed by the soft morning light. The world feels hushed and full of possibility, inviting all who listen to slow down, breathe deeply, and find peace in the gentle unfolding of life's quiet moments. The day deepens on Mount Athos, with sunlight filtering softly through the dense canopy of ancient pines. The monastery's stone courtyards bask in a warm, dappled light, shifting slowly as clouds drift lazily across the sky. The air is fragrant with pine resin and wild herbs, mingling with the faint aroma of incense wafting gently from the chapel's open windows. Inside the monastery, the monks move quietly and with purpose, their footsteps softened by time-worn stone floors. Some tend to the carefully cultivated gardens, their hands weathered yet tender, coaxing life from the earth with patient care. Each seed planted, each leaf nurtured, is a silent act of devotion, a reminder of the sacredness found in simple, mindful work. Others sit in stillness, eyes closed in meditation or prayer, bodies relaxed yet attentive. Their steady breathing blends with the soft rustling of leaves and distant bird songs, creating a symphony of peace and presence. In these moments, the boundary between self and surroundings blurs, and the monks become one with the mountain's gentle heartbeat. Outside, the mountain whispers ancient stories, carried on the breeze that sways the towering trees. The monastery, perched atop rugged cliffs, stands as a testament to endurance and faith, its stones worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain, Each crack and crevice holds echoes of countless prayers and silent reflections. As afternoon fades into evening, the sky softens into shades of lavender and rose. Shadows lengthen, wrapping the mountain in a tender embrace. The monks gather once more in the chapel, their voices rising in slow, harmonious chant. The sound weaves through the cool air like a comforting lullaby, soothing the soul and bringing rest to a day well lived. As the sun dips slowly below the horizon, Mount Athos is bathed in a warm, amber glow that softens the rugged contours of the ancient mountain. The sky transforms into a delicate tapestry of pastel pinks, purples, and golds, as if nature itself is taking a gentle breath before night falls. The air is cool and fragrant, carrying hints of cedarwood, pine needles, and the subtle sweetness of blooming wildflowers. Within the monastery's weathered stone walls, the monks prepare for the evening's final rituals with quiet reverence. The flickering light of beeswax candles casts a golden shimmer upon the worn wooden pews and intricately carved icons, illuminating the sacred space with a soft, inviting glow. The faint scent of incense weaves through the air, adding a layer of calm and sanctity to the stillness. Gathered together, the monks lift their voices in slow, harmonious chant. Their melodies rise and fall gently, like the ebb and flow of a tranquil sea, weaving a tapestry of sound that envelops the chapel in a warm embrace. Each note carries the weight of centuries, a testament to enduring faith and quiet devotion that transcends time. Outside, the mountain stands steadfast beneath a sky now sprinkled with countless stars. The gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the soft murmur of waves far below blend into a lullaby for the earth itself. It is a sacred moment suspended between day and night, light and shadow, an invitation to rest deeply, to breathe slowly, and to find peace within the quiet folds of the night. Here in the heart of Mount Athos, the monks' simple lives, woven with threads of silence, song, and steadfast faith, offer a timeless reminder that true peace is not found in noise or distraction, but in the mindful stillness of the present moment. As the sun begins its slow descent beyond the horizon, Mount Athos is bathed in a warm, amber glow that gently softens the rugged contours of the ancient mountain. The sky transforms into a breathtaking tapestry of pastel pinks, purples, and soft golds, as if nature herself is taking a deep, calming breath before surrendering to the quiet of night. The cool air carries subtle hints of cedarwood and pine needles, intertwined with the delicate sweetness of wildflowers that bloom quietly in hidden mountain crevices. Within the monastery's time-worn stone walls, a hushed reverence fills the air. The monks, wrapped in simple robes, move with graceful intent, their footsteps muffled against the worn stone floors. Flickering beeswax candles cast a golden shimmer upon the intricately carved icons and the wooden pews, bathing the sacred space in a soft, inviting light. The faint scent of incense curls through the stillness, weaving a tranquil veil that calms the heart and clears the mind. Gathered together in the chapel's embrace, the monks lift their voices in a slow, harmonious chant. Their melodies rise and fall like the gentle ebb and flow of a distant sea, weaving a tapestry of sound that envelops the room and spills softly into the cool evening air beyond the stone walls. Each note carries with it the weight of centuries, a testament to enduring faith, quiet devotion, and the solemn beauty of their chosen path. Outside, the ancient mountain stands steadfast beneath a vast sky now sprinkled with countless stars. The gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, the distant call of a solitary owl, and the soft murmur of waves far below mingle to form a natural lullaby. This sacred moment, suspended delicately between day and night, light and shadow, invites all who listen to rest deeply, breathe slowly, and find peace within the quiet folds of the night. Here, at the heart of Mount Athos, the monks' simple lives, woven with threads of silence, song, and steadfast faith, offer a timeless reminder. True peace is not found in noise or distraction, but in the mindful stillness of the present moment, embraced fully and gently. As night deepens over Mount Athos, a profound stillness settles across the ancient monastery and its surrounding forests. The sky, a vast canvas of shimmering stars, casts a soft silver glow over the rugged peaks and quiet stone walls. The cool night air carries the delicate scents of pine, earth, and distant wildflowers, weaving together a tranquil tapestry that soothes the soul. Within their simple cells, the monks rest peacefully, wrapped in the gentle embrace of solitude and faith. The flickering light of a lone candle casts warm, dancing shadows upon rough stone walls, while faint echoes of the evening's chants linger softly in the cool air, like whispered prayers carried on the breeze. The comforting aroma of beeswax and aged parchment fills the quiet spaces between breaths. Outside, the mountain breathes slowly, its timeless rhythm syncing with the steady heartbeat of the monks. The distant hoot of an owl punctuates the night, a solitary call that seems to hold the weight of countless stories told beneath the stars. The gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of a hidden stream create a natural lullaby, inviting all beings to surrender to rest. In this sacred silence, the true spirit of Mount Athos reveals itself, a place where time slows and peace is born not from noise or distraction, but from the deep, mindful stillness found within. Here, wrapped in the soft folds of darkness and grace, the monks, and all who seek solace, find rest, renewal, and the quiet strength to greet the dawn anew. As you listen to this final chapter, may you too feel the gentle calm of the mountain's embrace, carrying you softly into peaceful dreams and a restful night. As the peaceful night wraps Mount Athos in its gentle embrace, and the monks rest quietly under the watchful stars, we softly leave their silent world behind. Now, let us turn our attention to another ancient wonder, the mysterious aqueducts, weaving hidden stories beneath the earth and through the hillsides. Relax your breath, let your mind wander gently, and join me as we uncover the quiet strength and silent secrets of these timeless structures, standing still but carrying the flow of life through centuries past. Long before the hum of modern cities and the rush of bustling streets, there were ancient marvels quietly shaping the world, the aqueducts. These graceful structures, often hidden in plain sight, stretch across valleys and cling to rugged cliffs, carrying water over vast distances with an elegance born from ingenuity and patience. Imagine a sunlit morning in a land where rocky hills meet the sky. The air is crisp and dry, scented faintly with wild thyme and dusty earth. Below, a slender stone channel traces a slow, steady path across the landscape, part bridge, part canal, a lifeline connecting distant springs to thirsty towns and fields. Every stone was carefully placed, each arch built with painstaking care, as if whispering secrets of the past to those who walk beneath. These aqueducts were more than just water carriers. They were arteries of life, pulsing with the flow that sustained entire civilizations. Their builders, skilled artisans and thoughtful engineers, crafted them with both precision and reverence, blending function with beauty in a way that still inspires awe today. As we follow the gentle curve of the aqueduct, we can almost hear the soft murmur of water slipping silently through channels carved from stone, carrying stories of ancient hands, whispered prayers, and the steady heartbeat of life itself. It is a tale of persistence, creativity, and quiet strength, unfolding slowly like the gentle flow they once guided. As the sun climbs higher over the ancient hills, the aqueduct stands as a silent witness to centuries of history, its stones warmed by the golden light. The surrounding landscape is a patchwork of rugged cliffs, lush valleys, and scattered olive groves, where the air is thick with the scent of earth and sun-baked stone. Small wildflowers peek shyly from cracks in the masonry, their delicate colors a gentle contrast to the weathered gray. Walking along the narrow path that follows the aqueduct's course, one can almost feel the weight of countless footsteps that have passed this way, traders, farmers, and travelers, who depended on the steady flow of water coursing through the channels above. The structure arches gracefully over deep ravines and twists through forests, a testament to the skill and determination of its ancient builders. The sound of water, once a constant companion to those who lived nearby, now whispers faintly in hidden pools and damp crevices, carrying echoes of life long past. It's easy to imagine the hands that carved these stones, smoothing rough edges with patient care, and the minds that calculated every angle and curve to ensure the perfect flow. These aqueducts were not merely feats of engineering, they were symbols of hope and survival. In arid lands where water was precious, they brought life, nourishing crops, filling fountains, and sustaining communities. Their silent strength reminds us that sometimes the most profound stories are told not with words, but through the steady persistence of things built to last. As the day slowly fades, shadows lengthen across the aqueduct's arches, and the soft glow of twilight wraps the landscape in a tender hush. It is a moment to pause, to breathe deeply, and to listen to the quiet stories carried on the breeze. Stories of water, stone, and the enduring spirit of human ingenuity. As twilight settles softly over the ancient landscape, the aqueducts stand like silent sentinels against the fading light. The sky above shifts through gentle hues of lavender and rose, casting a delicate glow on the weathered stones that have withstood centuries of sun, wind, and rain. The air is cool and fragrant with the scent of blooming jasmine and damp earth, wrapping the world in a quiet embrace. Beneath the arches, shadows stretch long and lean, revealing the delicate interplay between light and dark, a dance that echoes the passage of time itself. The aqueduct, once a vital artery of life, now holds stories in its silence, stories of hands that built and maintained it with unwavering care, of communities sustained by its gentle flow. Close by, the soft murmur of water lingers in hidden channels and shallow pools, a whisper of the life that once pulsed through these stones. The delicate sound blends with the rustling leaves and the distant call of a nightbird, creating a natural symphony that invites stillness and reflection. As darkness deepens, the stars begin to sparkle overhead, their light a silent chorus to the enduring strength of the aqueducts. These ancient structures, crafted with a blend of ingenuity and reverence, remind us that beneath the surface of all things lies a quiet resilience, a steady current of life, connection, and hope. In this tranquil moment, we are invited to pause, to breathe deeply, and to listen closely to the hidden stories whispered by the stones. Stories that transcend time and speak to the enduring spirit of human creation. As night falls gently upon the ancient landscape, the aqueducts rest beneath a vast sky sprinkled with countless stars. The cool evening air carries the soft fragrance of wild herbs and damp stone, mingling with the distant murmur of a flowing stream hidden somewhere beyond the hills. The ancient stones, worn smooth by centuries of water and weather, seem to breathe quietly in the stillness, holding secrets only the night can hear. In the fading light, shadows weave intricate patterns along the arches and channels, tracing the delicate craftsmanship of hands long gone, but never forgotten. Each curve and joint tells a story of labor and patience, of hope and survival. The aqueducts stand as silent guardians of a time when human ingenuity and nature danced in delicate harmony. The moon casts a gentle silver glow, illuminating patches of moss and lichen that cling stubbornly to the stone. Nearby, the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl create a serene soundtrack, inviting calm and reflection. Here, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the aqueducts become more than just structures. They transform into living memories, whispering tales of ancient cities and the lives they nurtured. It is in this quiet embrace of night that we can truly appreciate the hidden beauty and enduring strength of these waterways. They remind us that beneath the surface of history lies a story of resilience, a steady flow of life and connection that continues to inspire and soothe even in the stillness of the night. As the first light of dawn begins to stretch across the ancient hills, the aqueducts awaken softly beneath the gentle caress of morning mist. The cool air is tinged with the fresh scent of earth and wildflowers, while distant birdsong weaves a delicate melody that floats through the stillness. The stones, slick with dew, glisten faintly in the early light, reflecting centuries of history etched into their weathered surfaces. Walking alongside these enduring structures, one can feel a profound connection to the past. The moss-covered arches rise gracefully against the horizon, framing views of rolling valleys and shimmering rivers far below. Each stone tells a tale of countless hands that shaped them, of waters that flowed tirelessly, bringing life to parched lands and bustling towns. In the quiet solitude of morning, the aqueducts seem almost alive, their gentle curves guiding the eye and the spirit along a path of resilience and grace. Nearby, wild herbs and delicate blossoms push through cracks in the stone, a reminder that life finds its way even in the most unlikely places. As the sun climbs higher, casting golden light across the landscape, shadows retreat, revealing the intricate craftsmanship and enduring strength of these ancient marvels. The steady flow of water, once a lifeline for civilizations, now whispers softly in hidden channels, a lullaby for those who pause to listen. Here, amidst the quiet beauty of dawn, the aqueducts stand as timeless symbols of human ingenuity, perseverance, and the delicate balance between nature and creation. They invite us to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to find peace in the steady rhythm of life flowing gently through the ages. As midday sun bathes the ancient landscape in its warm glow, the aqueducts stand proudly against the azure sky, their arches casting delicate shadows upon the rugged earth below. The air is thick with the scent of sun-warmed stone, wild thyme, and distant pine forests, blending into a fragrant symphony that fills the senses with calm and wonder. Walking beneath these graceful spans, one can't help but feel the quiet majesty of centuries past. The stones, worn smooth by the passage of time and water, bear silent witness to generations of people who depended on their steadfast flow. Traders carrying goods, children playing near bubbling fountains, farmers tending their fields, all touched by the gentle, life-giving current guided by these ancient channels. The aqueducts wind their way through valleys and over hills, hugging cliffsides and crossing rivers, with a patient elegance born from a deep understanding of nature's rhythms. Here, every curve and every joint was crafted with care and precision, balancing the demands of engineering with an appreciation for the surrounding landscape. In the gentle hum of midday stillness, the stones seem to hold a secret, a quiet strength that speaks of resilience and harmony. Tiny plants nestle in crevices, and bees hum softly among wildflowers, bringing a sense of life and continuity to these enduring monuments. The steady flow of water, though hidden beneath the surface, is a reminder of the invisible forces that sustain us all. As the sun arcs slowly across the sky, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow, the aqueducts invite us to pause and reflect, to appreciate the quiet miracles woven into our world, and to find peace in the timeless dance between human craft and nature's gentle hand. As evening drapes its soft golden light over the ancient hills, the aqueducts stand silent and strong beneath the vast sky, now painted with hues of amber and rose. The cool breeze carries the subtle fragrance of wild lavender and freshly turned earth, wrapping the landscape in a gentle embrace. The stones, aged and weathered, seem to glow softly in the fading light, whispering stories of times long past. Beneath the arches, shadows stretch and fold, revealing the intricate craftsmanship etched into every curve and joint. The aqueducts, once the lifeblood of thriving cities, now rest quietly, their purpose transformed, but their dignity undiminished. Nearby, small wildflowers bloom bravely in the cracks, their delicate petals a testament to resilience and renewal. The distant call of a nightingale punctuates the stillness, a gentle reminder of life's enduring song amid the echoes of history. The soft murmur of a hidden stream blends with the rustling leaves, creating a soothing symphony that invites calm reflection. As twilight deepens into night, stars begin to shimmer overhead, their ancient light reaching across centuries to touch the stones below. The aqueducts, bathed in moonlight, stand as timeless guardians of human ingenuity and nature's quiet collaboration, their hidden stories unfolding slowly like the gentle flow of water they once carried. In this tranquil moment, we are invited to pause, to breathe deeply, to listen closely, and to find solace in the enduring beauty of things built with care, patience, and faith. Under the gentle glow of the moon, the ancient aqueducts stretch silently through the landscape, their arches casting soft shadows that ripple like whispers across the earth. The night air is cool and still, carrying the faint scent of jasmine and damp stone, mingling with the distant, soothing murmur of flowing water hidden beneath the surface. This peaceful symphony invites a deep, calming breath, as if the world itself is settling into a tranquil dream. Along the moss-covered stones, tiny wildflowers nod quietly in the gentle breeze, their delicate colors muted in the moonlight yet glowing with a quiet resilience. The aqueducts, though weathered and worn, stand strong, timeless monuments to the ingenuity and perseverance of those who built them so many centuries ago. The landscape around them is alive with soft sounds, the rustle of leaves, the occasional call of a night bird, and the gentle ripple of water in secret pools. These subtle melodies weave together, creating a lullaby that soothes the soul and carries the mind into peaceful reflection. Beneath the silent arches, history breathes softly, carrying stories of human endeavor and quiet triumph. The aqueducts remind us that even in stillness, there is life. Even in silence, there is strength. They are a testament to the enduring dance between nature and human hands, flowing gently through time like the waters they once guided. The first light of dawn begins to caress the ancient aqueducts, gently illuminating their weathered stones with a soft golden glow. The morning air is crisp and filled with the delicate fragrance of blooming wildflowers and moist earth, a quiet promise of renewal and hope. Mist lingers lightly over the surrounding hills, wrapping the landscape in a gentle, dreamlike haze that softens the edges of time. Walking along the aqueduct's winding path, one can hear the faint rhythmic drip of water, a subtle reminder of the life that once coursed tirelessly through these stone channels. The surrounding valley awakens slowly, birds chirp softly among olive trees, and a gentle breeze stirs the leaves, carrying whispers of ancient stories yet to be told. Each stone of the aqueduct tells a tale of dedication and craft, shaped by hands long gone but never forgotten. Moss and tiny ferns nestle in the crevices, painting the surface with touches of vibrant green, while wild herbs sway gently in the morning breeze. The air is alive with the quiet energy of endurance and transformation. Here, in the serene moment between night and day, the aqueducts stand as silent witnesses to the resilience of human spirit and the delicate harmony between nature and creation. They invite us to pause, to breathe deeply, and to listen, not just to the flowing waters, but to the timeless stories etched into stone and memory. As the sun reaches its zenith, casting a warm, golden light over the ancient landscape, the aqueducts stand resolute beneath the vast, clear sky. The stones, sun-warmed and weathered, exude a quiet strength, their surfaces etched with the marks of countless seasons: sun, rain, wind, and time. The air is fragrant with wild rosemary and thyme, mingling softly with the earthy scent of sun-baked soil. Walking beneath the graceful arches, the steady rhythm of footsteps blends with the distant hum of bees tending to wildflowers that bloom boldly in unexpected places. Cracks and crevices where life finds a way. The aqueducts wind through valleys and over hillsides, tracing a path that speaks of patient craftsmanship and deep understanding of nature's flow. Each curve and joint was meticulously designed to harness the gentle pull of gravity, guiding water with elegant precision across challenging terrain. This quiet engineering marvel is more than stone and mortar. It is a testament to human perseverance and harmony with the natural world. As the day unfolds, shadows shift slowly across the landscape, revealing the intricate details of the aqueduct's construction: the precise stonework, the careful arches, the channels carved with care. The steady flow of water, though often hidden from view, carries with it the pulse of life, a timeless current that has nourished generations. In this moment, beneath the sun's warm gaze, the aqueducts invite us to slow down and reflect, to find beauty in the subtle, enduring rhythms of life, and to appreciate the delicate balance between human hands and the earth that sustains us. As the afternoon sun begins its slow descent, casting a warm, amber glow over the ancient aqueducts, the landscape is bathed in a soft, golden light that seems to pause time itself. The air cools slightly, carrying the mingled scents of sun-warmed stone, blooming lavender, and distant cedar trees. Shadows lengthen and stretch lazily across the rugged hillsides, weaving intricate patterns over the weathered stones. Walking along the aqueduct's winding path, one can almost hear the faint, steady murmur of water, flowing tirelessly through channels carved centuries ago. The gentle sound blends with the whisper of the breeze and the distant calls of birds settling into evening nests, creating a peaceful symphony that invites reflection and calm. The stones beneath your feet tell stories etched by time, tales of skilled hands shaping each block, of communities built and sustained by the life-giving water these aqueducts carried. Moss and tiny wildflowers nestle in the cracks, softening the hard edges with their delicate presence. Nearby, olive trees stand sentinel, their silvery leaves shimmering in the fading light. Here, amidst the quiet beauty of the ancient landscape, the aqueducts remind us of a timeless truth: that life flows gently but persistently, connecting past and present, nature and human endeavor. They invite us to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to find peace in the steady rhythm of water and stone. As twilight slowly blankets the ancient landscape, the aqueducts stand quietly beneath a vast sky brushed with soft hues of violet and rose. The cooling air carries the delicate scents of pine and damp earth, mingling with the faint murmur of water gently flowing through hidden channels. The stones, worn smooth by centuries of passing seasons, seem to hold their breath in the stillness of dusk. Beneath the silent arches, shadows play softly, tracing the graceful curves and intricate craftsmanship that have withstood the test of time. The aqueducts, once lifelines to thriving cities, now rest in tranquil dignity, their hidden stories woven into every crack and crevice. Nearby, wildflowers bloom with quiet resilience, their petals glowing faintly in the fading light. The night's chorus, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, the soft trickle of water, creates a soothing lullaby that invites rest and reflection. Here, amid the enduring strength of stone and the gentle persistence of flowing water, we find a profound lesson in patience, resilience, and harmony. As you listen to these final whispers of the aqueduct's tale, may you feel carried softly into peaceful dreams, wrapped in the timeless embrace of nature and human ingenuity, a gentle reminder that even the quietest stories hold immense strength and beauty. As the gentle night settles softly over the ancient aqueducts, their silent stones resting beneath a sky full of stars, we quietly leave behind the stories of flowing water and enduring stone. Now let us turn our attention to a different tale, one of skilled hands and fading crafts, the vanishing artisans of the Bronze Age. Relax your breath, let your mind wander gently through time, and join me as we explore the delicate beauty and quiet mystery of those who shaped metal and culture long ago, leaving behind whispers of their artistry in a world slowly changing. Long before the clatter of modern machines and the hum of bustling cities, there was a time when the world was shaped by hands guided by fire and imagination. The Bronze Age. In small villages nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, artisans worked with metals that gleamed like the sun and flowed like water, crafting tools, weapons, and treasures that told stories of a time both ancient and alive. Imagine a quiet morning in a settlement surrounded by wildflowers and tall grasses, where the air is thick with the scent of smoldering wood and freshly turned earth. The rhythmic tapping of hammers on bronze rings softly through the workshops, blending with the chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Each strike is deliberate, every spark a tiny burst of life, as skilled hands coax shapes and patterns from molten metal. These artisans were more than craftsmen. They were storytellers and keepers of tradition. Their creations carried the hopes and fears of their people, symbols of power and protection, beauty and belief. Yet, as time passed, many of these skilled makers vanished, their secrets lost, their arts fading like whispers on the wind. As we step softly into their world, we are invited to listen closely to the echoes of their work, to the subtle beauty and quiet strength woven into every artifact, and to the silent stories of artistry that time almost forgot. As the sun rises higher over the sprawling Bronze Age settlements, the village awakens in a symphony of quiet sounds. Smoke curls lazily from stone hearths, mingling with the crisp morning air, scented by wild herbs and damp earth. The workshops come alive with the subtle clang of bronze striking bronze, the hiss of molten metal meeting cool molds, and the soft murmur of apprentices learning the delicate dance of fire and craft. The artisans work with a rhythm born of years, the careful pouring of molten bronze into handcrafted molds, the patient filing and polishing of tools, the intricate engraving of symbols that hold stories of gods, ancestors, and the natural world. Their hands are calloused but precise, guided by a wisdom passed down through generations, each movement a blend of strength and grace. Surrounding the village, the landscape is alive with rich greens and earthy browns, dense forests that whisper ancient secrets, fertile fields that feed the community, and rivers that sparkle like veins of life running through the land. Here, nature and human endeavor intertwine, each shaping the other in a delicate balance of survival and creativity. Yet beneath this thriving scene lies a quiet urgency, a sense that these artisans walk a fragile path. Their knowledge, their art, and their very way of life are vulnerable to change. New materials, shifting trade routes, and evolving societies threaten to erode the traditions they hold dear, casting long shadows over a world on the cusp of transformation. As we listen to the gentle hum of their daily work, we are invited to honor their quiet resilience and to remember the beauty found in hands that shape not only metal, but the very fabric of culture itself. As twilight descends softly over the Bronze Age village, the fading light casts a warm, golden glow across the workshop walls and the nearby fields. The scent of smoldering wood mingles gently with the cool evening air, carrying whispers of the day's labor and the stories etched into every bronze piece forged. The rhythmic tapping of hammer on anvil slows, replaced by quiet conversations and the soft crackle of fires as the community gathers to rest. Within the workshop, the artisans pause to reflect on their craft, the delicate balance of fire and metal, the patience required to shape the molten bronze into objects of strength and beauty. Their faces, illuminated by the flickering glow of hearth flames, reveal lines carved by years of dedication and hands hardened by toil, yet gentle in their precision. Outside, the natural world embraces the village in a serene hush. The trees sway softly under a starlit sky, and distant animals settle into their nighttime rhythms. The river nearby murmurs quietly, its steady flow a soothing backdrop to the village's calm evening. In these quiet moments, the artisans are reminded of their place in a long chain of creators, a lineage stretching back through time, each generation adding its touch to the unfolding story. Yet they also feel the weight of impermanence, knowing that their art, so precious and fragile, may one day be forgotten, leaving behind only silent remnants and fading echoes. As night deepens, the village settles into peaceful rest, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the Bronze Age's fading light and the enduring spirit of those who shaped its metal with care and reverence. As dawn breaks gently over the Bronze Age settlement, soft light spills across the rugged hills and verdant valleys, awakening a world steeped in quiet beauty and ancient rhythms. The scent of wet earth and blooming wildflowers mingles with the faint trace of smoke from morning fires, weaving a tapestry of sensory warmth and calm. Within the small workshops, the artisans begin their day anew. Their hands move with practiced grace, shaping molten bronze into tools, ornaments, and weapons that carry both function and meaning. Each piece tells a story, a whisper of tradition, a symbol of identity, a token of hope. The rhythmic clang of hammer striking metal echoes softly, a steady heartbeat that resonates through the village and beyond. Around them, the landscape breathes life into their work. Tall trees sway in the gentle morning breeze, birds sing songs that have echoed through generations, and rivers sparkle as they wind their way through fertile fields. The artisans live in intimate harmony with this world, their craft a bridge between human ingenuity and the enduring cycles of nature. Yet beneath the surface of this serene existence, there is a fragile tension, the old ways, the ancient skills passed down through countless hands, face the quiet threat of change. New peoples, shifting alliances, and evolving technologies stir the winds of transformation, hinting at a future where these delicate arts may slip silently into memory. In this moment of dawn, the artisans hold fast to their craft, honoring the legacy of those who came before, even as they stand on the cusp of an uncertain tomorrow. Their stories, etched in bronze and carried in the rhythm of their work, remind us of the beauty and vulnerability of human creation. As the afternoon sun begins to soften its glare, casting long shadows over the rolling hills and the clustered homes of the Bronze Age village, a serene calm settles over the workshop and its surroundings. The air is warm but gentle, filled with the faint fragrance of wild herbs and sun-warmed stone, mingling with the ever-present scent of burning charcoal from the forge. Within the cool shades of the workshop, the artisans continue their delicate work, their hands steady and sure despite the complexity of their craft. The glow of molten bronze flickers softly, illuminating focused faces marked by years of dedication and quiet perseverance. Each piece shaped is a labor of love and skill, a balance of artistry and utility, strength and beauty. Outside, the village pulses with a slower rhythm. Children's laughter drifts faintly from a nearby clearing, blending with the low murmur of villagers sharing stories and preparing for the evening's meal. The trees rustle softly in a warm breeze, and a nearby stream sings a gentle song as it winds through the valley below. Yet beneath this peaceful scene lies an undercurrent of change. The artisans are aware that their ways may not endure, that new methods and shifting powers could render their ancient skills obsolete. Still they press on, their craft a testament to resilience and the human spirit's quiet determination to create, to leave a mark, to connect past with future. In these moments, the workshop is not just a place of making, but a sanctuary, a living archive of tradition, hope, and enduring beauty carved in bronze and carried in the heartbeat of those who hold these vanishing arts close. As twilight descends softly upon the Bronze Age village, the sky paints itself in shades of lavender and deepening blue, casting a tranquil glow over the scattered workshops and humble homes. The air cools gently, carrying with it the earthy scent of moist soil and the faint smoke of evening fires kindled for warmth and comfort. Within the forge, the fading light reflects on bronze tools and ornaments, their surfaces gleaming faintly as artisans finish their day's work with careful hands. The rhythmic tapping of hammer against metal slows, replaced by quiet conversations shared in the glow of flickering flames. Faces, worn but serene, reveal a deep connection to the craft, a silent language spoken through years of patience and devotion. Beyond the village, the natural world settles into nocturnal calm. The rustle of leaves and the distant call of night birds weave a gentle soundtrack to the evening's embrace. The river nearby murmurs softly, its waters carrying away the day's heat and whispering secrets to the waiting stones. In these moments, the artisans are reminded of the fragile beauty of their legacy. Though their world may be shifting, the echoes of their hands' work linger in every crafted piece, every polished surface, every story etched into bronze. Their artistry, though vanishing, remains a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity and the delicate dance between change and tradition. Night has gently fallen over the Bronze Age village, wrapping the landscape in a soft, velvety darkness, punctuated by the twinkling of countless stars. The cool night air carries the faint scent of pine and earth, mingling with the gentle crackle of fires burning low in the hearths of scattered homes. The world feels hushed, as if holding its breath in quiet reverence for the day now past. Within the artisan's workshop, the glow of a lone candle flickers softly against the rough stone walls, casting dancing shadows that seem to breathe with the steady rhythm of the night. The artisans rest from their labors, their faces serene and calm, worn yet dignified, each wrinkle a silent testament to years of devotion and craftsmanship. Outside, the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of nocturnal birds create a soothing symphony, a lullaby for the village and its people. The nearby river murmurs quietly, its steady flow a timeless reminder of life's enduring currents. In these quiet hours, the artisans reflect on the fragility of their craft and the passing of time. Though their traditions may slowly fade, the essence of their work, the patience, skill, and artistry, lingers in the very air, woven into the fabric of the land and the hearts of those who remember. As the village sleeps under the watchful gaze of the stars, the story of the vanishing artisans whispers softly on the breeze, a gentle reminder of beauty, resilience, and the quiet power of creation that transcends time itself. As the first light of dawn gently caresses the Bronze Age village, the world awakens slowly beneath a sky painted with soft hues of rose and gold. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves of ancient trees, carrying the fresh scent of dew-kissed earth and wildflowers blooming quietly among the rugged hills. The air is crisp and pure, inviting a deep breath and a moment of stillness. Within the workshops, the artisans begin to stir, their movements deliberate and calm. The flicker of hearth fires casts warm, dancing shadows on stone walls, illuminating faces marked by years of dedication and quiet perseverance. The rhythmic sounds of hammering and shaping return softly, blending harmoniously with the morning chorus of birdsong and the gentle rustling of leaves. Surrounding the village, nature breathes with life. Rivers sparkle as they wind through valleys, trees sway gracefully in the breeze, and wildflowers nod gently in greeting. The artisans work in intimate harmony with this living landscape, their craft an extension of the earth's own timeless rhythm. Yet beneath the beauty and tranquility lies a subtle melancholy. The ancient skills and knowledge held by these hands are fragile, threatened by the relentless march of time and change. The artisans carry the weight of this uncertainty silently, finding solace in the act of creation itself, each piece a quiet prayer, a bridge between past and future. In this gentle dawn, the village stands as a testament to resilience and hope, a fragile world held together by the steady heartbeat of artistry, tradition, and the enduring spirit of those who refuse to let their stories fade away. The day slowly deepens over the Bronze Age village as the sun arcs gently toward the horizon, casting a warm, golden light that softens the edges of the rolling hills and weathered stone structures. The air is thick with the sweet scent of blooming herbs and the subtle musk of earth warmed by the afternoon sun. The rhythmic sounds of daily life, distant voices, the clink of metal, the rustle of fabric, blend harmoniously with the natural chorus of birdsong and the soft sighing of the breeze. Along narrow paths winding between the clustered homes and workshops, villagers move with purpose and care, their faces marked by the quiet dignity of lives lived close to the land and craft. The artisans, central to this community, continue their delicate work with unwavering focus, their hands skilled and sure as they coax beauty and utility from bronze's molten embrace. Beyond the village, fields stretch out like a patchwork quilt, golden grains swaying in time with the wind, orchards heavy with fruit, and small gardens where herbs and vegetables thrive under attentive care. The nearby forest stands as both protector and provider, its ancient trees whispering secrets of resilience and renewal to those who listen. Yet beneath this tapestry of life, an unspoken tension lingers. The artisans are aware of the fragility of their traditions, their art slowly slipping toward obscurity. The world beyond the village changes swiftly, and with it comes the quiet fading of ancient knowledge. Still, within the workshop's stone walls and the hearts of those who carry the craft forward, hope persists, a steady flame burning against the coming dusk. As the sun dips lower, casting long shadows that dance upon the earth, the village settles into a tranquil rhythm. The story of the vanishing artisans, their skill, their passion, and their quiet resilience, lingers in the fading light, a whispered legacy that beckons us to remember and honor. As twilight slowly drapes its soft, velvety cloak over the Bronze Age village, the world settles into a peaceful hush. The sky is painted with hues of deep purple, blush pink, and fading gold, a final tender farewell to the day. The air cools gently, carrying the subtle fragrance of pine, earth, and smoldering hearth fires, mingling with the delicate scent of wildflowers closing their petals for the night. Within the workshops, the artisans move with calm reverence, finishing the day's work with hands both skilled and weary. The flicker of candlelight casts warm, dancing shadows on stone walls and worn tools, while the soft murmur of quiet conversations blends with the gentle crackle of dying embers. Faces illuminated by firelight hold stories etched by years of dedication, resilience, and quiet perseverance. Outside, the natural world embraces the village in a tender stillness. The rustling of leaves and the distant call of nocturnal creatures create a soothing lullaby, inviting rest and reflection. The nearby river sings a soft song as it winds through the valley, a gentle reminder of life's steady, enduring flow. In these tranquil moments, the artisan's legacy shines brightest, a testament to the beauty and fragility of human creativity. Though their crafts may be vanishing, their spirit endures in every shaped bronze, every worn tool, every story whispered through the ages. Their quiet strength offers a gentle invitation to remember, to honor, and to find peace in the steady rhythm of life's passing moments. As the last embers of twilight fade over the Bronze Age village, and the artisans rest beneath the watchful stars, we gently close their story for now. Now let us quietly step into a world of mystery and discovery, the hidden tunnels beneath the grand Aztec capital. Take a deep breath, relax your mind, and join me as we descend softly into the shadows, uncovering the secrets whispered in ancient passageways, carved beneath a city once vibrant and alive with culture and power. Beneath the vibrant heart of the ancient Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, lies a world seldom seen, a labyrinth of hidden tunnels and secret passageways carved deep into the earth. Imagine the city above, alive with the bustle of marketplaces, the echo of chanting priests, and the shimmering waters of the surrounding lakes. But below, a quieter, darker realm unfolds, one woven with mystery, purpose, and the whispers of forgotten stories. As dawn breaks over the city, the air is thick with the scent of blooming copal incense and moist earth. The sunlight filters softly through the canopy of towering ceiba trees, casting dappled shadows upon stone temples and bustling plazas. Yet beneath this vibrant scene, concealed entrances to the tunnels hide in plain sight, beneath worn plazas, behind ancient walls, and beneath the roots of sacred trees. These tunnels served many purposes: secret routes for priests, hidden stores for treasures, and escape paths during times of turmoil. Their walls are etched with intricate carvings, symbols of gods, cosmic maps, and cryptic messages meant only for those initiated into their secrets. The cool, damp air inside carries the faintest echo of footsteps long past, inviting us to explore the mysteries carved in stone. As we step softly into the subterranean world, the weight of centuries presses gently upon us. Every turn reveals the delicate balance of fear and reverence, power and protection, life and death that define the Aztec world. Here, in the cool silence beneath the city's grandeur, the stories of a civilization's deepest secrets quietly unfold. As the sun climbs higher over Tenochtitlan, the bustling capital hums with life. Above ground, vibrant markets overflow with colorful textiles, fragrant spices, and the lively chatter of traders and townsfolk. Temples rise majestically against the sky, their steep steps echoing the footsteps of priests and pilgrims. The air is thick with the scent of copal incense, mingling with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers and the coolness of the surrounding lakes. Yet below this thriving city, the hidden tunnels wind quietly through the earth like veins beneath a living body. These passageways, carved with meticulous care and purpose, served as lifelines in times of both celebration and crisis. Their stone walls bear carvings that whisper ancient prayers, celestial patterns, and stories of gods watching over the city. The tunnels twist and turn, sometimes narrowing into tight corridors, other times opening into secret chambers. Flickering torchlight would have once danced along these walls, revealing the solemn faces of priests, warriors, and messengers moving with stealth and reverence. The cool, damp air carries a silence thick with history, broken only by the distant drip of water and the faint rustle of unseen creatures. In these subterranean paths, the balance of power was palpable. Here, secrets were guarded fiercely, and the very stones seemed to hold the weight of promises made, rituals performed, and destinies intertwined. As we navigate this hidden world, we glimpse the unseen heartbeat of Tenochtitlan, a city of grandeur above and profound mystery below. As twilight begins to settle softly over Tenochtitlan, the bustling city above gradually gives way to quiet shadows and calm whispers. The vibrant energy of the day dims, replaced by the subtle sounds of evening rituals and the flickering glow of oil lamps. Yet beneath the surface, the hidden tunnels of the Aztec capital come alive in a different way, a secret world of silent passage and sacred intent. These subterranean corridors twist and branch like the roots of the great ceiba tree, a tree revered as the axis mundi, connecting earth and sky. The walls here are adorned with intricate carvings and painted murals, each telling stories of gods, creation myths, and cosmic cycles. Symbols of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, intertwined with depictions of Tlaloc, god of rain, invoking blessings and protection for those who traverse these shadowed halls. The air is cool and heavy with the scent of damp stone and ancient offerings. Copal resin burned in ceremonial fires long extinguished, but lingering in memory. Echoes of footsteps long past seem to reverberate softly, as if the very tunnels remember the prayers, fears, and hopes of those who walked here centuries ago. Occasionally, chambers open up into hidden sanctuaries, where priests performed secret rites or stored precious artifacts away from prying eyes. These spaces hold an aura of reverence and mystery, a tangible connection to a culture rich with symbolism and spiritual depth. As darkness deepens above, the hidden tunnels remain a silent testament to the resilience and ingenuity of the Aztec people. They whisper secrets of a civilization that thrived through the delicate balance of power, faith, and the unseen forces that shaped their world. As night fully settles over Tenochtitlan, the city above is cloaked in a blanket of soft darkness, with only the flicker of distant fires and glowing embers marking the passage of time. The bustling life of the day has softened into whispers and quiet steps, while the moon casts a gentle silver glow over the ancient temples and broad plazas. Beneath this serene surface lies the hidden network of tunnels, weaving a silent labyrinth deep beneath the city's stones. The cool, damp air carries faint hints of earth and burning copal, mingling with the distant echo of water dripping from unseen crevices. Each stone in these passageways holds centuries of stories, secrets carefully guarded from the eyes of the uninitiated. The tunnels twist and wind with purpose, sometimes opening into small chambers where sacred rituals were performed, other times narrowing into passageways designed for stealth and escape. The walls are covered with intricate glyphs and murals, their colors softened by time, but still radiant with meaning. Celestial maps, symbols of gods, and tales of creation. Here, in the stillness below the vibrant city, one can almost feel the pulse of a hidden world, a world where the boundaries between the mortal and the divine blurred, and where the fate of empires was quietly shaped in the shadows. The tunnels bear witness to moments of reverence, rebellion, and refuge, holding within their stones the whispers of countless lives intertwined with the destiny of Tenochtitlan. As you listen to the silence of these hidden halls, may you feel the gentle weight of history settling softly around you, inviting reflection on a civilization both magnificent and mysterious. As the soft light of dawn begins to filter through the dense canopy above Tenochtitlan, the city slowly awakens to a new day filled with promise and ritual. The vibrant colors of woven fabrics, the scents of fresh flowers, and the distant songs of morning birds blend into a symphony of life that pulses through the streets and plazas. Yet beneath this vibrant surface, the hidden tunnels remain cloaked in cool shadow, silent and steadfast. Descending once more into the subterranean world, the air grows cooler and heavier with the scent of ancient stone and lingering incense. The walls, smoothed by centuries of hands passing through, tell stories in their carvings, depictions of gods, celestial patterns, and sacred symbols that speak of protection, power, and mystery. The flicker of torchlight reveals hidden chambers where offerings were once placed, their secrets preserved by time and reverence. These tunnels served not only as secret pathways, but as sanctuaries, places where priests sought communion with the divine, where messages were passed unseen, and where the fate of the empire could be quietly safeguarded. The intricate architecture reflects a profound understanding of both the earthly and the spiritual realms, a blending of function and faith. Outside, the lakes that cradle the city shimmer in the morning light, their waters a reminder of life's constant flow and renewal. The interplay between land and water, light and shadow, above and below, embodies the complex harmony that defined the Aztec civilization. The tunnels, hidden beneath the bustling capital, offer a glimpse into this delicate balance, a world where secrets dwell beneath splendor and where history waits patiently to be uncovered. As midday sun pours its warm light over the sprawling city of Tenochtitlan, the vibrant energy of the capital pulses through its streets and marketplaces. Above, the towering temples glisten under the bright sky, their steps echoing the footsteps of priests and pilgrims moving in ritual procession. The scent of blooming marigolds and burning copal incense drifts gently through the air, mingling with the sounds of merchants calling out their wares and children's laughter ringing through the plazas. Yet hidden beneath this lively surface lies the cool, shadowed labyrinth of tunnels, a world apart from the bustle above. The air here is cooler, carrying the faint, earthy aroma of damp stone and ancient secrets. The stone walls, etched with intricate glyphs and sacred imagery, tell stories of cosmic balance, God's favor, and the delicate threads weaving fate and fortune. These tunnels twist and wind in purposeful design, connecting temples, palaces, and hidden chambers, forming an unseen network of passageways known only to the initiated. They offered refuge during times of turmoil, secret routes for messengers, and sacred spaces for rituals that could not be witnessed by the crowds above. Faint echoes of footsteps long past seem to linger, a soft reminder of those who once navigated these shadowed halls with reverence and resolve. The cool touch of the stone beneath fingertips grounds one in the timeless presence of this hidden world, where power and spirituality intertwined in silent communion. Outside, the shimmering waters of Lake Texcoco mirror the vibrant life above, a reminder of the natural world cradling the city's heart. The tunnels beneath, entwined with the pulse of this watery landscape, whisper tales of resilience, mystery, and the enduring spirit of the Aztec civilization. As the sun begins its slow descent, casting long golden rays across the ancient city of Tenochtitlan, the bustling life above gradually quiets into a serene evening hush. The temples and plazas, once filled with the vibrant energy of the day, now glow softly in the fading light, bathed in warm hues of amber and rose. The air carries the fragrant scent of blooming flowers and the gentle smoke of evening fires, wrapping the city in a comforting embrace. Beneath the surface, the hidden tunnels lie in cool shadow, their stone walls absorbing the twilight's subtle hues. The passageways wind like serpents through the earth, echoing with the silent stories of those who walked them centuries ago. The carvings on the walls, intricate and weathered, reveal tales of gods and heroes, cosmic cycles, and the sacred rituals performed away from prying eyes. In some chambers, the faint traces of ancient offerings linger, whispers of devotion preserved in the air like a soft prayer. The cool, damp earth beneath your feet seems to pulse gently, a heartbeat connecting past and present, the seen and the unseen. Here, time folds quietly upon itself, and the weight of history settles softly around you. The tunnels speak of refuge and resilience, secret paths for escape, sanctuaries for sacred rites, and hidden veins of power beneath the city's grandeur. Their silence is not empty, but full of meaning, inviting contemplation and reverence for a civilization that understood the delicate balance between light and shadow, life and mystery. As night falls, the stars emerge above, their distant twinkle mirroring the flickering torchlight that once guided footsteps through these subterranean halls. The story of the hidden tunnels, of secrets kept and stories preserved, invites us to listen deeply, to honor the quiet strength woven into the very stones beneath our feet. Under the cloak of night, the Aztec capital transforms. Above, the moon hangs low, casting silvery light over the towering temples and bustling plazas, their grandeur softened by the shadows. The air cools, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers and the subtle smoke of distant fires, while the city's vibrant life slows into a gentle murmur. Beneath this quiet world, the hidden tunnels of Tenochtitlan breathe a different kind of life. The stone corridors, carved meticulously from solid rock, hold centuries of secrets within their cool, damp embrace. The walls are adorned with faded murals and glyphs, their colors softened by time, but still telling stories of gods, rituals, and the eternal dance between the earthly and the divine. As you move through these passageways, the soft echo of your footsteps blends with the distant drip of water and the gentle flutter of bats overhead. Occasionally, chambers open into sacred spaces where offerings were once laid, bowls of seeds, feathers, and precious stones, tokens meant to honor the spirits and seek their guidance. The tunnels whisper of resilience and mystery, shelter and reverence. They tell of a civilization that thrived not just in the open air and sunlight, but also in the hidden depths beneath their city. Here, away from the eyes of the world, the Aztecs connected with forces unseen, crafting a spiritual tapestry as intricate as the labyrinth itself. In this hushed subterranean world, time slows, inviting you to listen deeply to the stories etched in stone, the pulse of history beneath your feet, and the quiet strength of a people whose legacy still lingers in the shadows. As the first light of dawn begins to softly filter through the dense canopy above Tenochtitlan, the city slowly stirs awake, its vibrant life unfolding anew beneath the awakening sky. The air is fresh and crisp, carrying the sweet fragrance of blooming blossoms and the gentle murmur of distant waters. Above ground, the plazas fill with the sounds of footsteps, voices, and the rhythmic beat of drums. But beneath the surface, the hidden tunnels remain cloaked in silence and mystery. Walking quietly through these ancient passageways, the cool air brushes softly against your skin, scented faintly with the lingering aroma of copal incense and damp stone. The walls, etched with time-worn carvings and fading colors, continue to tell their sacred stories. Tales of gods and heroes, of celestial cycles and earthly rituals. Each symbol holds a meaning layered with reverence and power, inviting contemplation and awe. Some chambers open into shadowed sanctuaries, where the flicker of a lone candle might once have illuminated secret rites. The faint echoes of prayers and offerings seem to linger, carried gently by the cool air that moves like a whispered breath through the tunnels. The delicate play of light and shadow creates a living mosaic that dances softly upon the carved walls. Outside, the city's heartbeat grows stronger with the rising sun, but within the hidden depths, time seems to slow, preserving the sacred stillness of centuries past. The tunnels stand as silent guardians of history, their stones imbued with the resilience and spirit of a civilization that understood the delicate balance between the seen and the unseen. As you pause to listen, the whispers of the Aztec tunnels invite you to step softly into their world, a place of mystery, reverence, and timeless beauty, waiting patiently beneath the bustling life above. As twilight descends softly upon the ancient city of Tenochtitlan, the sky transforms into a canvas of deep purples and glowing oranges, the colors melting slowly into the gentle embrace of night. Above, the temples stand silhouetted against the fading light, their majestic forms whispering of power and spirituality. The air is fragrant with the scent of burning copal and fresh earth, mingling with the distant sounds of evening prayers and the soft murmur of water flowing through hidden channels. Beneath this sacred city, the hidden tunnels lie in tranquil darkness, their ancient stones warmed faintly by the lingering heat of the day. The walls are etched with stories of gods, kings, and the eternal dance of life and death, symbols carved by hands long gone, but still vibrant with meaning. The cool, damp air carries the faint echo of footsteps, a whisper of those who once navigated these passages with purpose and reverence. In the quiet sanctuaries within the tunnels, offerings remain untouched, their colors muted, but their significance undiminished. Bowls of seeds, feathers, and precious stones tell of rituals performed in the shadows, acts of faith meant to bridge the mortal and the divine. The gentle flicker of imagined torchlight dances across these sacred spaces, illuminating the deep connection between the Aztecs and the mysteries beneath their feet. As the stars emerge overhead, twinkling softly in the vast night sky, the tunnels stand as timeless guardians, silent yet alive with the stories of a civilization that thrived in both light and shadow. They remind us that beneath the grandeur and bustle of cities lie hidden worlds rich with history, spirituality, and the quiet strength of those who came before. May this final glimpse into the hidden tunnels inspire a peaceful reverence, carrying you gently into restful dreams and a tranquil night's sleep. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. I hope that after listening to this 8-hour video, you will wake up feeling refreshed, full of strength, and ready to begin your day with abundant energy. Sleep well, and may tomorrow bring you peace and joy.